Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. The mayor has called the council meeting to order. Mayor Davey.
Here.
Councilmember Laredo.
Here.
Councilmember London. Vice Mayor McCormick.
Here.
Councilmember Moss.
Here.
Councilmember Petros.
Here.
And Councilmember Segurola.
Here.
We do have a quorum, Mayor. If we may please rise for a pledge of allegiance.
Interesting. It's a refresher to me.
Guys.
Nighttime.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's just like nights.
Next item, Mayor, is brief comments by council.
Okay, well, I just wanted to make a comment. I wanted to thank our manager, our staff, our chiefs, Todd Hofferberth, everybody during the Ultra weekend. I think we can all agree they did a hell of a job. You know, they did an amazing job. So thank you to them. Thank you to all the efforts of everybody. I mean, it was 24/7 for you all, and we do appreciate it. So that was really my my comment for the day. Anybody else?
No, I was going to say the same thing, to thank you.
Okay.
Next item, Mayor, is agenda approval, deferrals, additions, deletions, substitutions, withdrawals.
Okay. I know that two items, I guess they're your items, you're probably going to want to move them. 11A2 and 11A3. We are going to move those up and put those right after 6C. Because they go hand in hand. Is that what you're going to say?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, strategic planning and budgeting process, I don't know if you want
Well,
to
let's
do
put
that,
it
but
all
we
together.
can.
If we're talking, I mean, it's all
Yeah.
goes hand in hand, I would assume.
Yeah, I wanted to see if we could add the next step follow-up, part of the Underground Utility Task Force final report, just to follow up with what we spoke about at the last meeting on
Fine.
underground, since it's all connected to each
Put
other.
that in there, put that in as part of.
Okay, hold on, because we have this speedy methodology, and then I get all confused. So
Okay.
11,
So 11A.
11, let me just finish.
Okay.
Yeah, 11.3, which is item, Commissioner Moss, is undergrounding, and that should,
Correct.
I was going to suggest that you
We're
put
going
it
to move
there.
that up to right after 6C, which is a report to council by the undergrounding utilities. And then as the strategic planning and budgeting process, it seems to me, it just
But
makes
what is
sense.
that? I never knew what he means by strategic planning and budgeting. I don't
Why
see
would-
it. I would like to kind of segregate things by subject. We're going to try to get everything under undergrounding on one item, unless you can explain to me if that's related to.
It's not related
So
directly to
why don't we
undergrounding.
take it at the time, at another
I'm
time?
fine with that.
Well, because all right, let's see
okay
how
with
it
it?
goes. I just think the natural flow, based on my discussions with the manager, we're going to flow into that. I think that's going to be something too, is something we're going, because it is strategic planning and budgeting. And when you talk about undergrounding, I think that's the biggest project.
I beg to differ. I think we should have that because that's a
Okay.
very good discussion. I'm glad he put this on the item.
Okay,
And
so you want to leave that? We'll leave
Yeah,
that
we'll do that
under.
alone.
Fine, I'll leave that. I have no
For
issues.
clarification, I will be hearing item 6C together with 11A3,
Well,
or after-
11A3 will be subsequent too.
and then 11A1 and 11A2.
Will remain where they are.
Okay, thank you.
I was going to suggest, Mayor, that if you don't mind, for the purposes of our public, that before they tune out, that you move your report and the manager's report on Ultra, if you want to do it earlier, as that causes you problems, so that people can,
Doesn't really cause
Because
me
it's-
problems. I think,
otherwise it comes so late in the,
understood. I
people are really, really concerned about Ultra,
understood.
and I think we should report. But it's okay, I can,
We can do that after,
yeah, I mean, after D, 6D,
make it 6D, make it.
instead of waiting for you at the end, I don't know.
Okay, I mean, I'm fine
Oh,
with
no,
that.
either
That-
way.
I have no problem with it. So let's move up Ultra until right after the discuss, 11A1 will go after 11A3,
Correct.
okay? And then
After
I want
what?
to. I'm sorry?
11A1 goes after what?
11A3, which is after 6.
The order would
C.
be 6C, 11A3, and then 11A1.
Yeah, look, bottom line, in plain English, the two major things going on in this community is undergrounding discussion and Ultra. So why don't we put it, we have a communications problem with our voters sometimes, and sometimes they watch us, and they have families, as we all do, and they tune out at 10 o'clock, and, you know, we don't mean to be that way, but they need to know the good things we're doing.
No, that's fine.
And so there's a time
Okay,
sensitivity that,
That's
you know, we
fine.
need to impact, that we need to impact their
okay. Then
awareness.
I also want to add just an item on composting to reports and recommendations, so to be 11A9.
Can I add?
Certainly.
Are you done?
Vice Mayor?
Could I add two discussion items? 11A, I guess it's
10.
10.
10, just how we agenda board vacancy and council liaison appointments. And then the next one would be a brief discussion on plastic bags.
Okay.
On what?
I'd like to add something.
Plastic bags.
Oh, thank you.
I have a question. I wanted to talk about Land Acquisition Committee vacancies, which may fit under Allison's discussion item, because I want to let everybody know that there's some vacancies and that
Fine.
so that then there can be an appointment after that.
Which is Parks and Open Spaces Committee. Is it not?
I don't know.
Yeah, we changed the
Yeah, I
name.
think the name's being
Okay.
changed
Changed the
tonight.
name.
Okay. All right, we'll have that discussion too.
All right. And then Brett?
And I'd like to see if we can move this up to A1 if possible. It's going to be very short, but I have a conflict with the budget workshop. I was seeing if we can move it to a different date.
Fine.
The dates.
Yeah, just the date for that one item.
All right, so we're going to move that to we'll move that in front of A2. Let me just make sure.
Just a typo. The presentation is entitled Women's Club. It's Women's Giving Circle, just for the record.
Okay. Anybody else?
Yes, sir.
Oh,
I'd like
sorry.
to move item 10B to the consent calendar.
Okay. Makes it 7C.
Sorry, manager, what did you say?
Moving item 10B to the consent calendar. From resolutions to consent.
Also, if it would be appropriate if the minutes are going to be discussed, for them to be pulled at this point from the consent agenda if they're going to be discussed.
Okay,
Just for,
I did have one point I wanted to discuss
let's yank 'em.
in the minutes.
pull them.
thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item, Mayor, is public comment.
Okay, if you haven't already signed up, please sign up. I want to get everybody, if you want to fill out one of the green forms and get them into the, manager, to the clerk, please. Yes. Anybody, sorry, we do have, we have one public hearing. If you're here on the 220 Island Drive, this is not the time to speak, that you'll be speaking during that item. Okay, so we'll go with Antonio Camejo, please.
What is this now?
I wanted to, good evening, everybody. Tony Camejo, 151 Crandon Boulevard. I wanted to address a couple of points. Most of you by now should have seen the ad that the Condominium President's Council published in the Islander News, and encouraging the council to endorse and embrace the concept of a referendum for the undergrounding. I want to add to that the council should do everything in its power to support those initiatives that are being taken by council members in Dade County and other communities to ask Florida Power and Light for a larger contribution to the undergrounding and to define undergrounding, to define hardening. That hardening includes undergrounding. And the initiatives that are taking place at the state level and the county level to encourage Florida Power and Light to have a new look at undergrounding as the best form of hardening, and that we should try to support those initiatives. That can be very significant. If the cost that we see from some of the studies of $8 to $9 million for hardening by Florida Power and Light, and they want to give us $4.4 million if we underground, that's obviously insufficient. We should look to see how we can improve that, that contribution. The reason for supporting a referendum is we require really more discussion to develop a mandate with the community. If the council acts on its own to carry out a project of this magnitude with the financing of this magnitude without a vote of the community, I think it would be counterproductive. It could, especially if it goes to a vote on a bond issue, could conceivably fail, which would be unfortunate. So I think that we all need to work together to develop that consensus and that support from the broad community, and the best way to do it is to take it to a vote of all the voters. The other point, which I won't be able to cover thoroughly, is on the bond issue, and hopefully I can pick this up on the next round. On the bond issue, there's some questions that need to be addressed that are raised in the actual language, which says, by referendum if required by the village charter or Florida law. I think it behooves our legal counsel to explain what that means. Thank you.
Haim Badash.
Haim Badash, 177 Ocean Lane Drive. I would like to present a report here that's done by the Public Utility Research Center for the Florida Public Service Commission. I will forward the report to the clerk and then copy all the council members, and I would like to summarize a few points out of this report. So this report basically estimate or try to evaluate what are the benefits, if there is any way to quantify the benefits of undergrounding. And the conclusion was that the conversion of overhead electrical distribution system to the underground is costly, and that those costs are in excess of any quantifiable benefits. It goes on and says, in addition to the capital cost, undergrounding may make routine maintenance of a system more difficult and thus more expensive because the reduced accessibility to power line. Now, I'm saying that in addition to two other statements I would like to make. One, last meeting I was here, I would talk to the consultant. I think his name was Mr. Ehring. And he told me specifically that there is no data to support specifically for Key Biscayne any benefits that can be quantified. Further, the task force presented information regarding the quantification of benefits based on information they received from FPL. There was of the entire state of Florida and was very poorly done. We cannot rely on this information to sustain a decision, substantiate a decision to spend $46 million on weather reports that come from Jacksonville, where we live in Key Biscayne. So to summarize, there is a good chance that we will spend $46 million only to find out that we're going to have more outages, more frequent outages, and then we're going to be able to do nothing about it.
Thank you. Ceci Sanchez.
$260 Cypress Drive. I had a hard time trying to park today. I parked where it says only golf cart. I came in a car, only golf cart parking. there's no place in the community center to park? Is there any way that maybe, I don't know, your private parking here can be open for residents on council meeting nights, if there's any spaces available? Or is there any way that we can somehow establish an understanding with SunTrust so that we can park there and not be told on council meeting nights? Just, it's hard. Thank you.
Thank you. Francis Reeves.
Hello, Council. My name is Francis Reeves, 251 Crandon Boulevard. And I am here, I know this whole undergrounding thing, Mr. Camejo just came up and spoke, and I fall asleep, right? Because I don't know bond issues. I'm just a citizen. But here's what I do know. I do know that if you put one column of what it's going to cost me versus a homeowner under a special assessment, and then you have a column on millage, I can make a decision. It's really easy, because if it costs me $50 more a year so that somebody doesn't have to pay $5,000 more, that's fine with me. I don't have a problem with that. But you have to be informed. And the only people informing us right now are not the people doing it. I mean, we get it through the newspaper, we get it through everything but you all. So I don't know whether it's from the council or from our village manager, but I do think, I'm not so worried about a referendum, I'm worried about what the numbers are. Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle Estevez.
Michelle Estevez, 798 Crandon Boulevard. I would like also to address the resolution in this evening that Mr. Camejo brought it up briefly, but I have a concern also. With the understanding that this resolution 10A this evening is just pure procedures. However, if this is prepared by our village attorneys, in which they said that subject to approval by referendum if required by the village charter or Florida law. So if our attorney cannot prepare a resolution looking into what the village charter allowed or the Florida law, I don't think so that language should be included, or this resolution for the bond this evening for $50 million should not be accepted. I bring that to your attention. I think that is very open, in which, or what is the reason that is saying if required by the village charter or the law. So we got to be straightforward to avoid any problems in the future, because we are not talking here an amount of $5,000. It's a lot of money, and I think it has to be done proper by our village attorneys. I think it's not done in purpose to find a loophole tomorrow. Then second, in the resolution not to exceed $50 million. We have other projects. I know this might be a specific no, might not. I know it's for a procedure. However, I think that to put a number of 50 million, if have not been another study or something more broad into look what we need in a bond, I think you're tying your hands with $50 million. I think that you should discuss, you should look, or maybe you are doing this too much in a hurry in order to secure something now. So I urge you please to look into it. Those two matters that I bring to this resolution, because this is a very important step that you are doing by approving this, even if for a procedure, but you will be locked to this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Rumia Sundaram.
My name is Ramya Sundaram. I live at 235 Antilla Avenue. I just wanted to update the council on baseline studies that the foundation has been working with the village manager on both before and after Ultra. These are environmental baseline studies on Virginia Key. We did water sampling, which didn't show any difference in ambient bacterial levels. Both they were taken before, during, and after ultra. We have over 1,000 photos and videos of the habitat there, seagrass and dunes and other habitats. They are still being analyzed. Those pictures were taken both before and after ultra to see if there was any environmental degradation. We did collected data on bird feeding habitats. They did find that shorebirds were present before, during, and after ultra. They're still analyzing to see whether there is a difference in species present and number of birds present, or if there's any change in their behavior. That's also going to be compared to historical data to see if it's any different from that. And last, we had a fish stress and sound study that was performed. They're still analyzing the blood samples from the fish and the recordings. Preliminary data shows that there was sound present in the hatchery that was in fact detected by the fish. They did hear ultra. That was supposed to be mitigated by the sound wall or whatever that ultra put up to separate them from the hatchery. Like I said, they're still testing the actual stress levels of cortisol to see if how stressed out the fish were by that. That data can then be used. They did also have hydrophones in Bear Cut and the Northeast Lagoon on Virginia Key. And they can use that data then to determine how that may have affected the fish that live in and around the estuary.
Can I ask
one question? Yeah.
Do they have any indication when they would expect to have the final data on those fish that got the free ticket to Ultra?
The fish data, I will be getting some of the data by early next week. It's just the preliminary data won't be all of it, but I was just told today that he's certain that he'll have at least some information for us by early next week. The rest of it, as far as the pictures and the birds, I'm not quite sure, but I'm guessing within the next couple of weeks.
I learned today that there's some reports that apparently there was some not permitted mosquito spraying around the island. I'm not exactly sure if we know what the extent of that was yet. It's unknown what chemicals were used or any of the procedures. Is there any way that information can be studied by, included in what you're preparing?
I can talk to the researchers about that. I hadn't heard about that, but yeah, I can talk to them and see if they've heard anything or if any of that would have an effect on their research.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Dealing with turtles?
What we were looking at was whether it could possibly affect turtle nesting. We are going to look at historical data. We weren't able to actually access the beach to check, but what we did find out from NOAA, who is responsible for monitoring turtle nesting on Virginia Key, they don't normally nest until, at the very earliest, late April. So chances are there's not going to be much of a problem there, but we are going to get their historical data for the last 10 years and then compare it to the data from this year. But that information, once we get all of that, that won't be available before the commission makes their decision about the permit. So that's just going to be later on for our information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Carlos Gennadios.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Well, listen,
State your name, please, and address.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Carlos Gennadios, 151 Crandon Boulevard, apartment 920. Well, I have been very concerned about the undergrounding project. And the first thing that I have in mind is the fact that everybody says, well, I've heard here that the opinion that everybody's supporting the undergrounding, but we have not seen any survey to see if this is completely true. Just opinions, and I consider those are baseless because there's no survey has been done. The decision of undergrounding must be evaluated within a framework, a larger framework for resilience. Undergrounding or hardening will require a lot of money, a lot of effort, and this is something we have to understand in a broader, more comprehensive way. Besides, 77% of the properties of Key Biscayne have already been undergrounded. And most of the condo owners are part of this 77%. I consider that this must be taken into consideration. And this has been taken into consideration by the assessment, special assessment that was proposed by the task force. And if the mileage process is considered, is decided, then the people who have already paid for the undergrounding are going to have to pay again for something they have already paid for. Hardening is free. FPL pays for it. So those $45 million or $50 million that have been could be invested in a larger in several projects, not only in the undergrounding. Key Biscayne has 437 properties for sale, actually. So we do have a specific, a clear problem with the real estate. And besides, we have 1.7% of mortgage delinquency rate, which is higher than the national mortgage delinquency. Miami Beach held a referendum when they decided to undertake the big resilience project. The mayor said, it's your money, it's your votes, and you are our residents, and we're not going to make any decision without you. I consider that a referendum must be done for this specific decision. And besides, if the undergrounding is decided to be done, then also people have to be asked whether the way that it should be paid. And by the way, the idea of creating a subcommittee that can discuss village matters with only 3 members, including the financial ones, without the open participation of the council and the open public hearing, goes in the total opposite direction of democracy. And in the opposite direction of the referendum, I am requesting, and I'm not the only one. Remember, 65% of voters are condo unit owners, the largest part of the 77 of those property already undergrounded. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Stephanie Summers.
Stephanie Summers, 241 Norwood Drive. I come to talk about the 220 Island Drive.
It's coming up.
Oh, okay.
Is that the time?
You have the right to speak now. It's going to be a public, there's going to be a public hearing later on.
Okay, so I stay or I leave?
Your choice.
You can speak now, or you can wait and speak later.
Okay.
Whatever you prefer. I mean, if you want to stay.
I can speak now?
You certainly can.
Okay, so I speak now.
If you speak now, what you're speaking will not be included as part of the record, though.
All right.
I know I would like to be included.
Okay,
so
yeah, wait.
I speak after?
Yeah, wait until. All right. All right, that's it.
Next item, Mayor, is a presentation by the Women's Giving Circle. And Councilmember Laredo.
Well, thank you, council members. You know, we talked a lot about our lack of communications, all the good work that has been done by this council, and more importantly, by all the ones that preceded us. And just when one gets a little disgusted of all the negative things that go on, you sort of stumble into enormous amounts of people who are doing great things in our community. And one day, I was happened to have a free lunch and attended this lunch of the Women's Giving Circle. I had heard about them. By the way, I want them to please stand and come to the podium, because you have to understand that I had to almost force them to come. They are so low key that I don't want to embarrass them. But I sat there and I came in. And of course, thinking, you know, big shot councilmen, they ignore me. They sat me in the back in the last table with all the men, women, all the men were on one table, and mostly the spouses of some of the ladies, and we had a great time. And I was just overwhelmed by the work that they do. Basically, they just get their things together, they raise money, about 99% or 95%, 97% goes to specific projects. They're very scientific and very efficiently oriented. They look for small things. You know, the world is changed by gestures of smallness, brick by brick. So they're not changing the world, but they changed 5 projects. They're all small. They're all thought out objectively. It was absolutely moving and beautiful. And one of the things that we have neglected to do is let our citizens, those who usually don't come here, some who watch us, that there's an awful lot. We are, in fact, island paradise because of people like you.
Thank you.
And, you know, I am biased. My life has taught me, professional life in business and in politics, that they're doers and they're complainers. And they usually don't mix because the doers are too busy doing to complain. And complainers are too busy complaining to do anything.
I love that.
And so every time I see these people, I remember the people, the group that also is below radar that helped the Cape Florida group. And I think it's incumbent upon us to highlight these kinds of people in this great community. And so they resisted coming. I told them they didn't have to speak, but I wanted all of the people here, whatever you feel about any other issue, that this is what makes Key Biscayne great. And I, for one, thank you. I've been here 37 years, and I love what you do. On the record, and if you'd like to say a few things.
Yeah, just thank you for acknowledging us. This is a local group of Key Biscayners. Many of us are snowbirds, but we feel we belong in this community and owe something back. And so we do select a number of groups with very specific projects. We only fund specific things, not general funding. People come to us asking for money for things like computers in schools and for plants in classrooms and for the ICU baby program, which allows children, families with children in the ICU who are poor, who cannot come and see their children otherwise. We fund their ability to get there. So these are all very specific, small-scale projects funded by a once-a-year event in which we raise all the money, all of which we give away.
And it's another proof that the world gets better every day the more women get involved.
Thank you. It's very appropriate. April is National Volunteer Month.
Next.
Next item is report to council by the Chamber of Commerce.
Excuse me, let me go here.
That was a good report.
Excellent.
Good evening. My name is Tatiana Chiocchetti, and I am the Executive Director of the Key Biscayne Chamber of Commerce. And I do hope this short presentation will put me in the doer category. So I wanted to briefly state that our chamber is made up of a 20-person elected board of directors, comprised of a distinguished group of volunteers representing businesses of all sizes and industries, with the mission being the voice of business in Key Biscayne and a liaison to the village of Key Biscayne. The bulk of our membership is comprised of small businesses totaling about 67% of our 335 active members. And the largest category of our membership includes real estate, followed by the restaurant, food and beverage category, and business and professional services. In this quarter, we were able to welcome 19 new members from, I'm just going with my list here, from a zero waste culture to Why Key Biscayne, and 78 returning members. At the start of this year, we launched a new and improved website, which is more modern and easier to navigate, and it serves as an important resource for businesses, residents, and visitors. And we have items such as how to open a business, state of the business report prepared by our advocacy committee, frequently asked questions regarding tolls, just to name a few. We also have a number of linked pages to the Village of Key Biscayne departments and services, including code compliance information, hurricane passes, and sign up for village news and notifications. We've been super busy this quarter, writing and editing the bulk of the content for our official guide and directory of the Key Biscayne Chamber of Commerce, which is distributed throughout the Key in new resident welcome bags that we provide to realtors and at our 24/7 visitor center located in Village Hall. We are continuing with our dining guide initiative that we started in the fall of 2018 by promoting our restaurants to both local residents and neighboring communities. We've placed full-page ads in the last 3 Edible South Florida editions, as well as a physical insert of our dining guide in the winter 2018 issue. And as a result, Edible South Florida created a new section on their website featuring edible communities, starting with Key Biscayne. We also hosted last month, our 3rd annual Families in Paradise, which is the Chamber's signature event and our fundraiser. And it was created in 2017 to connect local businesses with the island's ever-growing young family demographic. The event is designed to bring families together to have fun while learning about the different business services offered in our community. And here's just a little glimpse of some of the activities that were featured at the event. One of our exhibitors, One Sotheby's, created a spin-off event auctioning the art that was created by the kids at Families in Paradise. And that was super successful at the square that we held it. And we also created 9 publicly accessible photo albums in this quarter, showcasing all of our events, including 5 grand openings in the last 3 months, the new Lilly Pulitzer shop at the Ritz-Carlton, Delirio Fresh Company, Pomodori Pizza and Pasta, Tumbao, Serpico y Laino Jewelers, plus our Families in Paradise album, our 2019 board installation dinner held at 240 Crandon, and the inaugural Key Biscayne Children's Business Fair that we sponsored. Future members of the Chamber. We continue growing our social media presence with the largest increase in new followers being on Instagram. Taking a cue from the ultra panic, along with a nudge from our police and fire departments, the Chamber created a Keep It on the Key campaign inspiring residents to shop local during Ultra Weekend. The campaign included special offers from local merchants, such as special menus and gifts with purchase, and several discounts in different retail outlets. Our digital campaign with the Keep It on the Key campaign was linked to our shopping page on our website that features all of our member merchants that are listed by mall. Just a little more of that. And we recently following Ultra, we pulled a cross-section of local businesses, 24 of them, to get a gauge of Ultra's impact. The key findings were the majority of businesses were negatively impacted. Sales were down significantly over the weekend, ranging from 60% to 80% from both local and neighboring clientele. People were simply avoiding the Key, some referring it to as a ghost town. The concert did not bring any additional business to the Key, with the exception of the accommodations, which were fully booked. And the report was the guests were mostly not attendees of the festival, but event organizers. Some businesses incurred additional expenses due to Ultra, as some of the employees were asked to come in earlier and some left earlier to avoid the traffic, resulting in additional payroll expense. And finally, in the works for our next quarter, we have a small business forum that we do seasonally, and it's a forum that will help businesses attract and retain employees in Key Biscayne, which is one of the major issues affecting local business owners, in addition to the supremely high cost of rent. Also, we have an upcoming Good Neighbor and Giving Tree Awards that we're working with the Key Biscayne Community Foundation and the Principals Coalition, and that's at the Rusty Pelican on April 16th. And we'll be having the grand opening of the Neo Nail Bar at the Esplanade Mall on May 2nd. So thank you very much for your continued support of the Key Biscayne Chamber of Commerce. And if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
First of all, thank you for everything you guys do. We really do appreciate it.
Thank you.
I know how hard y'all work.
Thank you so much. My colleague Christine Wing, I must give a big load of credit to her.
Yeah, no, you guys, you do a lot, so I appreciate it.
And thank you for inviting me here this evening.
You're welcome. Come back anytime.
Okay. We're good?
I had a question about your Ultra recap.
Yes.
Do you have any data about that particular weekend with the hotels? Are they usually booked anyway because it's spring
Well,
break?
there's a couple issues that kind of was different for the month of March. The fact that spring break for the public schools took place during that weekend or during that week, in addition to the fact the lack of the tennis tournament, that was a huge commentary on our informal poll. And our advocacy committee could conduct a more in-depth poll if you'd like to have that done, and we can work a little deeper into it. This was an informal poll that we called a lot of people because they were kind of getting back into the rhythm. But I do believe there's a lot of factors that did contribute to the impact of the businesses, in addition to Ultra.
I'd be curious because, I mean, just speculation, it strikes me that if the Ritz is booked with families for spring break, they're staying at the Ritz, eating at the Ritz, whereas if you're there for Ultra, you're sleeping and leaving.
I agree. So yeah.
If you could get back to us, I
We
would
will.
love to know.
Okay. Robert Tzugalu, thank you.
Tatiana, a question.
Wait. Tatiana, hold on.
Tatiana.
You're not done yet.
I'm not done yet.
Councilmember Laredo?
Tatiana, thank you for all the service you and your
thank you.
members do, as the mayor said, and I second him.
Thank you.
I'm trying to understand as I try to get input and you know, and thank you for being a doer, by the way. The smoke and mirrors that goes on in this community. When your organization takes a position, if it were to take a position on something either before the council or in the general welfare of our community, in your view, do you have a process organizationally by where it's clear by your executive committee?
Well, it starts with the executive committee and any
has an
initiatives
orderly-
that we do. It's approved by the board, and, well, it starts with the executive committee. We have monthly board meetings that are very well attended. Normally, over 20 people do attend the board. Our trustees are able to attend, and the actual elected board. So, yes, it's definitely through the board that things get rolled out into the community.
Right, so when there isn't not any one individual, executive director or president, that just makes a statement with the hat of Chamber of Commerce.
Well,
Unless it's been, I'm just organization, I'm not suggesting anything. I just try to understand.
well, in a statement, we try to stay as neutral as possible and as fair as possible. So as far as getting sticky in that kind of, if it's something political.
No. When you make a position, it's clear through your organization, is all I'm saying.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So there's a system, a logical
There's definitely a
system, like
system.
everywhere else.
Yes, we have-
Organizational
our chair this year is
structure and
a-
discipline, a message.
Yes, and our
Thank you.
chair.
And then I commend you for that because that's important that we have clear message of who.
Councilmember Moss?
I just wanted to add that I am an elected board member of the chamber. Just wanted to add that in there. And yes, we do go through the process that the board does vote on what position that the chamber wants to take.
Don't misunderstand me. I'm not questioning
Well,
you.
no.
I just want to understand.
But I always say that the chamber is
what I thought
Switzerland.
what I thought organizational structures in the private and public sector I've been in. There's a discipline that sometimes I don't see in other places.
Anybody else?
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Wonderful.
Next item, Mayor, is report to council by the Undergrounding Utility Task Force.
Will be almost 3 minutes. Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, council members. On behalf of the Underground Utility Task Force, I'm here this evening to deliver the final report and recommendation. Let me give you a little some background from the Underground Utility Task Force. This task force was created as per Ordinance 2017-5 on June 13, 2017. Members were appointed by the mayor and with the approval of Village Council on August 3, 2017. The powers and duties of the Underground Utility Task Force are solely of advisory nature. The jurisdiction of this task force also is solely advisory and include the following. 1, identifying issues relating to the undergrounding of utilities and recommending solutions. 2, investigating and reviewing possibilities of undergrounding utilities throughout the village. And 3, studying and recommending solutions to other issues referred to the task force from time to time by the council or village manager. A master plan and draft special assessment methodology study has been presented to the Utility Task Force by Kimley Horn and Associates and Ralph Tellis, respectively. Those documents are attached to your exhibits A and B. Our recommendation by the Utility Task Force members have studied various aspects of the utility and the grounding project in detail since their appointment and recommend that the council proceed with the project as it is in the best interest of the village of Key Biscayne, and urge the council to proceed as soon as possible with the actions needed to implement the project as may be recommended by the village manager and staff. In addition, the underground task force primarily study a special assessment and general obligation bond as funding mechanisms, based on data regarding different funding contributions for comparable properties. The underground utility task force recommendation is to utilize a special assessment as the more equitable method. The underground utility task force thanks the village council and the community for the opportunity to serve. At this time, it's up to the village council to accept the final report and recommendation. And it's up to the village council to dissolve the task force or assign a specific task for additional research and work. Also, I would like to thank the village staff. There's no way that this task force couldn't have done the work that we did without their help and assistance. Jake, thank you. Anna, Javier, and of course, our village manager. Andrea, you're really adored. Thank you, and you are very prepared to do any task. Thank you. And I would like to also have a special recognition to my task force members. Billy Kimball, Don Ellisberg, Fernando Vasquez, Martin Cohen, and Servando Parapar. I think that this task force have completed the final report, and now it's on your hands. Thank you.
Well, I want to make sure that I highlight in the midst of all the smoke and mirrors of how appreciative, at least I am, and I'm sure most thinking citizens, of the great work that this committee did. It is not easy. It's highly technical, and they did an extraordinary job consistent with the ordinance, and they have done exactly as the ordinance ordained them to do. And today, as I understand, both of the Kimley Horn and the Rafaelis reports are submitted in final form for us to then take ownership as your representatives, who are your representatives because you voted for us, to make the difficult decisions in the weeks and months ahead. But you brought it a long way. It's a hot potato, but we welcome it, and that's why we run for office, to try to make the best judgment possible. So thank you, and for the record, then, this is the final report of both. I did not see the Rafaelis attached, but I think it's implied that the last one I've read.
We don't have that yet.
That's not, no, this is just their report. This is the underground.
Okay.
Wait, hold on.
Well, then
It's attached?
It's attached. The report is attached.
I apologize.
What's not attached are the numbers.
Right.
But the Rafaelis report is Exhibit B, which is behind the master plan.
Is this the
All right.
updated report that
Well,
we
hold on.
haven't
I
seen?
also, Michelle, you did miss, Mike Bracken is also a member who, you missed his name, I think, when you were listing off all the folks on your board. I wanted to give him a shout out, because otherwise he'll be mad.
Mr. Mayor, if you read their transmittal letter, the official transmittal memo, and I quote, we submit the final Kimley Horn Associates and our fellows respectively.
Okay.
And I have read every draft, folks. This is 3 drafts, and I see one that was in the kitchen there, dated January 30th. It hasn't changed much from one to the next. And I obviously, as you know, not much about spending taxpayers' money, so I want to make sure that this is it for the consultants. I don't need any more
Councilmember
fine-tuning. So
Cigarella?
I just want to point out, I stand corrected. The manager just explained to me, the PowerPoint that's attached is a summary of the report, but
right.
there is a much, I guess, broader explanation of it that was just received by her office, which is not attached. So,
Yeah, okay. So
however,
I think that was attached to the report.
but aside from that, there's also the numbers. So that's a whole different
That's a
issue
whole
altogether.
different issue that we're not talking about right now. But
well, you know, I'm not too smart, but I want to understand, do we or do we not have the final report on both consultants?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Well, no, the next item is 11A3, which is a discussion
Underground
item.
Utility Task Force
being-
final report,
Thank
Councilmember
you.
Moss.
I brought this up because I knew that Michelle was going to come up here and give this report, and I think that we should make a decision today and accept this. And I would like to make a motion that we accept this report, and we take full control of whatever we're working on from here on out. I think the group has done really well. I've worked very close with them. They did a great job. But since they came up and submitted, I think we should take that motion and accept it.
Seconded.
Third, fourth.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I wanted to add, I think I asked to add further discussion on the undergrounding that we talked about last week, or last meeting. I was a little bit uncomfortable when we left the meeting because I think we gave direction to our manager to go ahead and do the surveying and get a binding agreement with FPL. My understanding that the binding agreement only lasts for a certain amount of time and then it disappears. So we will be putting a lot of money forward to have this binding agreement. We don't know when and which phases we'll be doing certain things. So what I think that would be the better thing to do, which I'm okay with the survey part, is have our administration, our manager, put together a plan of what are our next steps to do in order for us to get in this project moving in the right direction. I'm a full support of Councilmember London's idea of bringing in design build firms in a way that this would not be a conflict of conflicting them out of possibly doing the job, to have them come here and present to us. But I think this all has to be put together in a organized timeline for what our paths are coming up in front of us in order to get this done. There's also a couple, I don't know if anybody's seen the articles, but there are pilot programs out there that FPL is working with other communities, putting money in where they don't have to pay for the hardening underground. And I think we need to have, we do need to have these conversations with FPL and tell them that we want to be part of that. We want to be part of that, and we got to put this together. So, my recommendation is have our manager come back, put together what we need to do and what's our direction, so we can start putting this together. Because when I get a question, is like, well, what's next in undergrounding? It's kind of like, well, I'm not sure. We're kind of working on this. No, we need to have a path. So I would like to see if we have consensus to direct our manager to bring us a roadmap of what we need to be doing, when things need to be happening, when votes need to be taken, in order to keep us expedited and moving as fast as possible.
Councilmember London?
Basically, I guess I misunderstood. I thought that the manager was going to talk to FP&L and find out what the binding agreement would cost us, report back to that, and also find out what was required for the surveying, what surveying we already had that we previously have done, possibly have done with the undergrounding, I shouldn't say undergrounding, yeah, it was undergrounding, put the new sewer system and other things we had done, so we have a better idea what we have to do and what the cost would be. Right. I didn't think we were actually going to say that FP&L signed the agreement, but rather Andrea is going to get the information, come back to us. I think basically what you're saying is what she was going to do anyway.
Yeah.
Is that correct, Andrea?
Hold on. Councilmember Cigarella?
To Councilmember Moss's question about the roadmap, and I had some pretty long discussions with the manager about this, and please correct me if I'm wrong about any of the dates. But basically, my understanding is if we start with the surveying would start in June of this year. It would take approximately 6 months so we wouldn't have the survey till December or January. That would cost approximately $98,000. Once that survey is done, then it gets handed over to FPL, and FPL's binding cost estimate would take approximately 1 year. So we wouldn't have the binding cost estimate until the end of 2020. So basically, that gives us about a year to a year and a half to figure out all the other steps, which I personally think is more than enough time to debate and discuss everything else. The survey alone gets us through the end of this year, beginning of next. So if we're going to keep the momentum going for a relatively small amount of money, $98,000 for the survey, that would be the first step. And my understanding was at the last meeting, that's what we discussed, to authorize her to start the process of getting the survey done.
Mike?
Councilmember Laredo first.
I'm sorry.
Well, this is why today, this is where we now make the crossroads, my insistence on taking control, but also not to be micromanaging, because we are a system that we design with a professional. So when I say we are taking control, is she's taking control on our behalf as we work and take care of our families and do our volunteer work. So, and this is why it was so important to come to closure and thank the people who did up to now, because the confusion out there is terrible. And so instead of arguing about the points, I think we need to move forward. Just like he and I also been begging for consultations with people who do this for a living as we move forward. But what we should mark today for us is historical handoff, that we, which includes our manager, take control of that, and the details will follow. And we'll make decisions. But I believe that Figueroa was correct. We did approve an appropriation not to exceed $98,000 to begin the process. But Madam Manager, after today, you have to
Katie, then you.
lead us.
Councilmember Petros?
I don't disagree with what we're talking about, but I think there's something that needs to happen with us in parallel, which is that we need to move forward and have a robust discussion on the financing side of this. And I think that involves a workshop, and whether we are going to hear from the specific consultant about special assessment, not at the workshop, but at some other time. That was something we had discussed. So we need to determine whether that's happening or not. And then the workshop should be about the different funding options so that we can make a decision that would potentially lead to getting public input. And that timeline needs to happen at the same time that we're doing this, I think. So I think we need to have that discussion and schedule some dates so that people can have an understanding and a timeline of when that will happen, because that is the elephant in the room, basically, and we need to think about that.
Okay. Councilmember London.
Again, I was talking about the surveying. The question was, how much do we have to do? How much do we have? Do we have to spend $98,000, or is some of the surveying information available from past surveys? That's all I was saying. And so 98,000 might be a good number, but maybe it's only 40,000 to get the additional information. I'm all for getting it. I don't want to duplicate it. I don't want to waste any money.
Right.
Perfect.
Councilmember Segurola.
No argument with Councilmember London. If we have information already to reduce the cost, great. With regard to Councilmember Petros' comments, I completely agree with her. Given the fact that the surveying wouldn't start till June and wouldn't last till the end of the year, beginning of next, I believe that we have plenty of time to workshop it, meet it, discuss it. I talked to the manager with the current contract that we have with the consultant, Raftelis. We have one more already paid for visit to Key Biscayne. We can ask for additional visits, but for that, we got to pay out of pocket. As Councilmember Petros said, I think the next crucial step is to have another large workshop like we did before, but focus only on financing. The consultant from Raftelis can deal with the presentation about special assessment. Our CFO, I've already talked to the manager, can do the presentation on millage, and Ms. Abedin can do the presentation on how much debt we can get into and how. And a large workshop where everybody can interact with all of these different people, I think is crucial so information gets out there. If we want additional one-on-one meetings with a consultant from Raftelis, great. If we want them to show up to a council meeting and do a presentation like Kimley Horn did, great. I have no problem with that. But I think within the next 30 to 45 days, it is very realistic to go ahead and schedule a date where we can have this next workshop and get all the information out.
Okay. Councilmember Moss?
That, with Councilmember Segurola and Petros, again, I think this goes back to our manager to put out that roadmap, put out the timeline. What does she need policy-wise? Come back to us, tell us, hey, I need this with this policy, I need this, and we can put together, based on that roadmap, when we need to be doing workshops, what type of workshops we need to be doing, when do we need to look at financing, funding, all these kinds of stuff. But we need to have someone kind of lay this out. I don't want us up here deciding on, oh, we need to do this, or we have a year and we can do that, and we need someone who's driving the ship to take control of it and tell us, this is what I need from you guys, and then we can figure out how we can relate our policy decisions based on that that schedule. So I would recommend that she brings something back to us and
make that into a motion.
From there.
I'll move
You
it.
want me to make?
Wait, I think I want to just say something. I think one of the things that I want us to be clear on is I want us to be moving this forward, but there's a lot of other things that we're getting myopic. I see us really focusing on the underground, and that's great, but there's a lot of other projects that if we're going to be talking about doing big things on this island, we're going to be talking about this bond later on. If we're going to be talking about these things, I think we have to be inclusive of other potential projects. When this task force was started, one of the things that we were tasked with was considering other projects that might be going along at the same time as the undergrounding. And we really haven't bored down. We've done some work on stormwater. We've done some work on the beaches. I think we need to really consider those things. And I think now is the time. As you say, we have till the end of December. It's not that much time. Frankly, it's 7.5 months away. We're coming into summer, which means a lot of our residents start going away. So if we're going, and I think I agree with you, I think financing it's the elephant in the room, right? It's everybody wants to know how we're going to do this and what we're going to do. I don't want to rush that just yet. I think that's something for the fall. I think that's a September, October, when people are back and people are ready to engage in something like that. That's my perspective on a workshop on the financing options and how we want to proceed. But we have to really think about all the things that we want to do in this village, because we can't say, okay, we're going to do underground. Oh, now let's look at stormwater. Now let's look at, are we going to talk about raising our roads at some point? Are we going to talk about changing our zoning and building codes so that as properties come up and get redeveloped, we want to raise them? We want to talk about BFE. We want to talk about these things. These are things we need to be doing. We have to have this comprehensive plan, and I feel like we're doing one-offs. And I don't want to see us do that anymore. I want us to be proceeding. So those are the conversations I want to have over the next couple of months so that we can be moving everything forward in parallel, if you will. So that's where I am on this. Vice Mayor? You're excited that you're just starting.
Hey, Tony.
I am very much in agreement with just about everything that's been set up here. I would also like to add that while clearly the financing is something we need to discuss, I think it's also really important that we bore down on some of these newer issues that have come to light with the possibility of additional funding coming from the state. If the number can be drastically reduced, it changes our whole conversation. So I don't want to rush to have these conversations. So I guess more in support of what you were just saying, Mike, about maybe waiting, I know it's weird, a little bit on that, just to have a clearer picture. Since we've had these conversations since the task force finished their work, we've gotten all of this new information. We've all read the Sun Sentinel article about FPL paying for other communities. Clearly, we want to try to fight to get some of that money for ourselves, as well as the legislation in Tallahassee. So I agree we need to have it, but I would like to know exactly what the number is before we're talking about it.
Councilman Segurola.
Just to, for anyone that doesn't know, Mayor Davey and I were on the underground task force before we got elected to council. He is absolutely correct. When we started the task force, we considered many other projects, including raising the road, stormwater drainage, a wish list of what the village could want for resiliency and much larger scope. We realized, I think, that that was beyond the scope of what the task force could handle at that time, so we focused on undergrounding. But to your point, Mayor, I completely agree. We need to consider all these things. That is why I think we really need to get the 2040 master plan off the ground as soon as possible with Councilmember Moss. Because I see the 2040 master plan, especially given the timeline that we have, that we do have 7.5 months or some time. That group, that board, can already start planning, take what the task force has given with the undergrounding and continue that work for many more projects. And since the financing is still up in the air and our debt capacity and our borrowing capacity and all that, the 2040 can consider that. So I would urge that board to start immediately if possible. Mayor, I do have to say I disagree with you on one point. I would not want to wait till the fall to have a workshop. I think we really should have that and then before the end of May. It's a topic that's ripe for discussion, and because it's fresh in everyone's mind, I think it would be best to have it before the summer when everyone leaves. And one more thing, and I know this is unpopular, but I'm going to throw out there again. I really believe that this is a topic that's ripe for a referendum. And for me, a referendum would be proper given the scope of the project. I completely agree with the quote by the mayor of Miami Beach. Given the size of the project and the cost of the project, I think the people should have a say in it. And I would like to see that in the fall.
Well, I think, with respect, I think historically what I've seen is, you have a workshop in May, everybody starts going away, June, July, things get lost. If you have it in September, October, people are, we're now down, we as a council are more down the road, the people are more engaged and they stay engaged. I think when you have that sort of break in the summer, I understand what you're saying, and we can discuss the idea of having a referendum. I think if we go to a bond, in high likelihood, we're having a referendum on that. But I think that it's better for us to be better organized and ready to start taking steps. I think you push this 30 to 45 days out. Now you're toward the end of May, right? A lot of the people, a lot of our snowbirds who are leaving, they're starting to head out now. And so my feeling is that I want as many people to participate as possible. And you start seeing that September, October is when we start getting people back, and when you can start, October would probably be the best time in my mind. Which is, it's for participation. I want as many people here participating and really thinking about this and remaining engaged after we have the workshops. So that's why I suggest something like that. Councilmember Laredo?
Yeah, in the interest of time and efficiency, can we agree on something and move on? I think the process, very simply, is the task force has done a great job. We've now accepted it. We now own it. And the motion or the discussion, very focused, should be to turn to us through our manager to give us a timetable. Let me just be perfectly clear that I am a strategic thinker, and later on, under the bond issue, we were going to discuss that. So it's not exclusive, and it's not for grandstanding. They're not mutually exclusive, but we need to move on. And the best and logical management way to go on is to delegate to the manager to do as Mr. Moss is suggesting, and I would like to put her in a motion, because we're now into referendums, timetables. Why do we pay? And we developed this system 27 years ago with a professional manager. Madam Manager, you are leading this project from now on with our direction. It's as simple as that. Can we move on?
You want me to make? I'll make a motion that we have
I second
our.
it.
There you go. Done.
I have something I want to say that's slightly off of. One of the reasons I think we're still discussing this is because of the timeline of the actions that we as a council should be taking, and I think we have some differing opinions on that. First of all, I think the workshop needs to happen sooner rather than later. I don't disagree that there's other resiliency issues. I think this is a resiliency issue. I think it was highlighted in Vision 2020. I think it's something our community's talked about for a long time. we have to caution ourselves that if we start getting too big and talk too much about a bunch of other things, we will then be in planning stage and we'll be perpetually planning. And I think that's a problem. So I think we have done a lot. I think the task force did a lot. I think our community's engaged on this issue. I think that we need to see it to fruition. And if we're going to have a referendum, I don't want to have that referendum decision before we have a workshop that discuss finances. Because why would we want two referendums? It's expensive and it could lead to a poor result. And the financing part of this has to be part of the referendum. So I am in agreement that things need to happen a little faster than the timeline that you're suggesting.
Well, I'm going to defer to Councilmember Laredo on the planning of our timeline. I think there's a motion out there. I think, are we going to allow the manager to?
If I may add, my concern with doing this after the summer is if we have a workshop after the summer, we pushed into 2020 to take any action. That's just what's going to happen. I discussed with the manager the possibility of having a workshop in May and coordinating with the consultant to come over from California. And she told me that that was feasible, that we can have the consultant from California, the CFO to present the millage, and all our debt information ready for sometime in May. I think we get that done before the summer, let people think about it, process it, talk about it, whatever needs to happen, and then when we come back from the summer, we'll be in a position to make a decision as opposed to starting to come back, try and remember everything again once you come back.
Katie, may I just make sure you did not misunderstand me?
Yeah.
I am 100% in agreement with you. I just want to make it orderly. And I don't think we need to wait. If you're not here in the summer, well, you're not here in the summer. You know, I'm going to be here in the summer because I got elected to work. And you did too, all of us did. So we just need to discipline ourselves so we can be efficient. And I will tell you one thing, my fellow colleagues, because there was a confusion on the minutes, because part of the problem, our village clerk has to do a great job of trying to figure out after all our conversation what was really agreed to, is I will not pay because as my colleague to my left last time asked, we were out of pocket $500 and some thousand. That's $500,000. For what? And by the way, I did the calculations, taking the cost, the hard cost of undergrounding on a mileage basis, prorated it. I know it's superficial, Mr. Finance, and we probably could have done about at least 2 miles. Okay, at least 2 miles of undergrounding. And what we got is a lot of good stuff, but it's paper. So I will not spend 1 cent more of our taxpayers' money in any study, including these people from California. If they owe us something, then they should come, and hopefully they'll get here on time. But we don't need any more consultants to direct us on our, so please don't misunderstand me. I think we had to move fast, and today is a big first step. It's now our problem. Let's move on and thank the citizens that helped us.
You moved it, right?
Yeah, it's been seconded.
Has it been seconded? Let's have the vote.
Seconded by Laredo.
Read the motion.
The motion is to have our
Manager
manager
put together
a
a plan of action.
timeline or plan of action, however you want to call it.
Are you comfortable with that? Sounds good.
Undergrounding project.
It was seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
Okay.
Motion carries.
Thank you. So now we're going to do the Ultra. Okay.
Reflections on Ultra, Mayor Davey.
Reflections on Ultra. That's very deep. I'm going to give everybody a few minutes to clear
That's
out.
very deep.
It's all right.
All we do is like throw a beach ball.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
What are we being
Still have
recalled?
a
What
meeting.
is it we're having a recall?
I'm letting them, what's that?
Tony's getting us recalled, so.
You too?
Me for sure.
I thought it was just
me. No, I'm sure it's going to be me. Okay. I hope so. Yes, sweetie.
Okay. Luis? Ready? All right.
You should start.
So
That's what I was going to say.
we're going to talk about Ultra.
Why it's gone.
I wanted to get some input because, as has been stated a few times this evening, we can't talk outside of these chambers unless we're in sunshine. I wanted to get everybody's thoughts on how things were done in Ultra. Again, I want to reiterate, I thought our folks did an amazing job here on Key Biscayne. I was proud of them. I thought they worked their butts off. I thought our interaction with the county and the city was excellent. I think everything went fairly well. We had no major incidents. I was very happy about that. We're still waiting for data to come in, I understand, on a number of different issues. But I wanted to hear from you all what you thought. I mean, I continue to have the position that I had when this all started, that Virginia Key is not the right place for Ultra. It doesn't belong there. You're trying to get 60,000 people on and off through one roadway. And as we saw on that Friday night, it doesn't work. They made it happen in some form on Saturday and Sunday night, but I think, again, we were lucky. I think we had no major incidents, and I think going forward, I would prefer, and I'm going to ask that the city of Miami find another venue for it, because I think the people at Ultra did do the best they could, but I don't think it's the right place for the event. So I wanted to hear comments. Councilmember London?
I found it much less disruptive than the tennis or the boat show. As far as traffic goes, as far as any problems go, it's shorter, and only very few people reported to me, at least, of any traffic problems. I left Friday, Saturday, Sunday, back and forth a number of times. The only people who came, I think, at 7 to 9 o'clock. Some nights did have problems coming on time-wise, but again, they told me half an hour to an hour. So, in that respect, and no, I don't think I saw anybody coming on to Key Biscayne. So our fear of all these people invading Key Biscayne, all the problems we have, I think were really unwarranted, or fortunately they were. And the other thing is, I think we wasted $100,000 on consultants and PR and lawyers and MOT and other stuff that you thought that the city of Miami was going to listen to us. And it's the same thing you're saying now, Mike, and I agree with you. It's not the place to have it. We don't want to have it there. It's not ours. They're not going to listen to us. We'll get the data. We'll do everything we want. We'll say, thank you very much. They'll do as they please. And that's what's going to happen. So hopefully they'll decide to have it somewhere else. But they're not going to decide because of us. They don't give a damn. I think you know that by now.
That's right.
Vice Mayor?
I would like to add that I disagree on one point.
Only
one? The one I'm going to choose to talk about. I think one of the reasons it went well for us was because in very large part to the actions of our village staff, our chiefs and our manager, and it was Chief Press's fighting for no Uber and Lyft and no VIP parking on Virginia Key, both of which were in their original plan. And if you do that kind of math and you think of the number of cars that would have been added to the causeway had they not listened to our wonderful Chief Press, it would have been a very different story for us. And I'm not sure that that's sustainable for them. I don't know that if it were to be there again, that they would comply again. But for this year, we owe a huge thanks to our staff and to Chief Press for that.
Just a brief. Yeah, I was going to ask if it's impossible to gas the crowd. They applauded. The people who applauded before say you want Ultra again next year?
Yes.
Oh, you do? Okay. All right. Well, I just want to put things in perspective again. You know, thank you for thanking the staff. They're grand, but we got to start thanking us, and more importantly, the council that left before us. They did a great job, and the people here and watching us, and they need to get better informed of what your elected officials are doing. We went. They handed us rotten lemons, and we didn't quite make wine, but we made lemonade. And let me tell you something, we almost beat it. We almost beat it by one vote. And second of all, you should know we increased substantially the amount of money it cost them. And I want to tell you something else, if you haven't heard it, Mr. London or anybody else. We set some conditions. in the motion by the city of Miami that were specifically measurable as to relates to environment, about traffic. So yes, we do not own the island. We do not own the island, but we did everything short of it, and we were damn very successful as a policy-making body, and you should be proud of your people, all the elected officials before us and us. And then we turn, as we should, professionally to our manager, and through her, our wonderful fire chief and police chief. He executed what turned out to be a very good and safe thing for us. But it was mitigation, because it could have been a disaster if not, including, folks, people sleeping, if you know anything about Ultra, in our parks, because they're literally, I don't want to broadly characterize people, a whole bunch of bums sometimes that happen in downtown Miami. And so you should be proud of where far we've come. Now, we do not have an army, and we do not have a Navy to take over Virginia Key. And I will tell you this much further. We have developed professional relationships with the city of Miami professionals and Metro-Dade County professionals that we never had before. I can tell you that categorically. Now, whether that will turn to the decision that they already, Ed London decided that it's going to be here next year, I will tell you, as far as I'm concerned, I'm going to fight it every waking minute between now and the 60 days that we have to do it. And I think we should, Mayor, as to your original question, we already passed the resolution. If you need another resolution, it should be our consistent policy that without criticizing, they can, heck, they have a lot of parks in the city of Miami. They have one in Bayfront right next to City Hall, if they want to hold it there. And so, if you need a reaffirmation of that in the form of a resolution, I'll be prepared to make the motion. That we continue to be respectfully, because we have to respect the elected officials of the other communities, opposed to this, because it's not just for us Key Biscayners, which we are not, beach bumps on golf carts like the lawyer from that prestigious law firm called us in that hearing. We're working class people who go out of the Key to work. We have a lot of people who come here to work. And furthermore, low and middle class people, or middle class and lower middle class who are denied for that weekend the use of their public parks is unacceptable. It's not good public policy. It's pathetic, and it's only to help a profit-making enterprise. I am a super capitalist. Do it somewhere else. Don't do it in Key Biscayne and in Virginia Key. And that should be clear message, respectfully and low key, not as excited as I am, as we lead forward and we have much to do.
One clarification. I did want to make one clarification. I don't think the characterization of some of the people as bums was.
You're absolutely right. I'll take it back.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
Because I fell into the trap because they call us bums.
Right, that's okay. They can call us bums. I'm looking forward to being a beach bum in a golf cart. Councilmember Petros.
Okay, just to recap what I saw with Ultra, which was the fact that the noise was not a problem on our island. I haven't heard one person complain of the noise. My parents live in Commodore Club West, which is the northernmost condo on the 8th floor. They heard the sound checks on Wednesday. They didn't hear anything. I was there Friday night. Out on the balcony, you couldn't hear it. So noise was not an issue. Traffic congestion was not a problem throughout the day. Friday was probably the best day but they had chaos for them leaving that event. On Saturday and Sunday, the way they compensated was to shut down part of the causeway, which caused traffic problems for our community and anyone that wanted to go in and out, probably starting at 7 o'clock at night, I think. So that really was an issue. It became safer for the people at the event and more of a problem for us. I think we need to up here have a consensus on what our next steps are. Do we want to go to the city to their next meeting and speak to our experience? Do we want to ask them to move it somewhere else? Do we want to put limits? Because we don't know if they renew this, will they allow it to be bigger? Will they allow it to go over 2 weekends? Every promoter wants to expand their event. So this could continue to get bigger or not. But I think we need to have some, just like we had a consistent message about how we felt about Ultra, let's talk about to our community what we plan to do right now and what's the most important thing.
Okay, Councilmember Moss, then comes in, then you.
I'm just going to bring up 2 points of what I thought of this, looking at all these different images of what happened out there. I think it shows proof. I think it really proves that this is too large to be handled with this many people and moving them off. And it's really at the detriment to their own concert goers more than anybody, that it just does not have the infrastructure there in order to move this many people. It also proves to me that an approved MOT plan means nothing because it didn't work. I mean, they approved it, it didn't work. So I don't know why the county approved something saying, yes, everything works, and then in the end of the day, it shows you it doesn't mean anything in the end of the day. So most likely they're probably going to try to do it again and say, oh, well, we improved the MOT. It doesn't mean anything again because you can't move that many people that quickly off of an island or with one way in and one way out, and it will be a disaster again if they do it again. So those are my 2 observations.
Councilmember Segurola?
Ultra was the disaster everyone thought it was going to be. Every single problem that the city and Ultra were warned about came to pass. Traffic was a nightmare. People rushed the bridge and the police had absolutely no control. People fell off the bridge.
Jumped.
One jumped, the other one, we're not really sure what happened, and divers had to jump into the water to rescue them.
Wasn't me.
If that person had died, we'd be having a very different conversation today. The MOT, as Councilmember Bon said, was worthless, and it was approved. As Councilmember Petro said, they quote-unquote fixed or improved the problem from Friday to Saturday at our expense. As we just heard, business was down on Key Biscayne 60 to 80%. The state park was operating at less than 50%. So again, it quote-unquote worked because a lot of people evacuated and everybody buttoned down like if it was a zombie apocalypse. Unless we're willing to do that every single year, I'm not willing to genuflect before the city of Miami or Ultra. I think we need to fight this. It is inconceivable to me that anyone would think, specifically the city of Miami and Ultra, that it is okay for them to make $2 million a year and Ultra to make potentially over $100 million a year at our expense and at the expense of the people in Brickell and the roads and Coconut Grove. It is inconceivable that we care more, we, the Village of Key Biscayne, care more about City of Miami residents and their problems than the city's own commissioners. We are not fighting against only Ultra. We are fighting against Ultra, the boat show, and every other single event that's coming onto Virginia Key. That's it. If we roll over on this, we will never have the opportunity to credibly challenge anything that happens there. They were wrong. It was a disaster. I'm not willing to let it go. And I'm not willing to even be that polite about it because they haven't been very polite to us. I haven't finished.
I understand.
I don't think we should ask the city of Miami and Ultra to not return. I think we should demand that they not return. I think that the county and the city need to know that this is unacceptable. This year, we finally have hard data, hard numbers on traffic and on the environmental impact. And I think we should use that information for not just this event, but any other event that comes to Virginia Key to create standards, to draw a line in the sand. Yes, it is the property of the city of Miami. Yes, of course, they're going to be able to monetize it and have events there. But they cannot do it at our expense. And we need to show them that there are going to be limits. And if there's going to be an MOT, we need to have a say in it. If there's going to be an MOT, it has to be a realistic MOT. If there has to be an environmental plan, it has to be realistic. We also learned recently that even though the city of Miami had a license with Ultra for Virginia Key, which said what Ultra had to do, they went ahead and spread pesticides all over the island without the knowledge of the city of Miami. They also had large propane tanks on the island that were not permitted. Now, if the city of Miami does not have the capacity to control its own property, how can we rely on them to provide safe ingress and egress to Key Biscayne? How can we trust them to know what to do on Virginia Key that won't hurt us and our citizens? Honestly, I think we need to fight this. I think we need to demand the city not renew the license for next year. And if not, if they go ahead and do it, I think we need to take action. That's just me.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Councilmember Segurola. I agree. I feel there were a couple of things I wanted to address. Councilmember Petros, you were talking about the noise. And I also heard that people heard the sound check. And I think it's important to notice that in the days of the actual concert, though it was I think a wind event that benefited us. It all blew towards the mainland, the sound, and it was a pretty windy night, and it was steadily headed in that direction. So I'm not convinced that we wouldn't have heard it more had it been different conditions. Councilmember Segurola, you mentioned the boat show. I think it's a really important parallel for a couple of reasons. One, we watched the first year with the boat show when we filed our lawsuit, their MOT and everything that they did really made it tolerable. It was, however, so expensive for the boat show to sustain that they didn't. And we have watched each year them dial it back, and our traffic situations have gotten worse. And I think that we would certainly be fools if we did not expect that that exact thing was going to happen. We saw it happen from Friday night to Saturday night to Sunday night. You can bet that next year would be significantly worse again. The safety issues, I'm in complete agreement with. They had a small fire. What if it had been a bigger fire? We had people knocking over security guards to try to get onto the causeway to walk home. We all know terrible stampedes can happen at concerts. This was not set up to handle even the small little fire they had. That if they had a big incident there, I think there really would have been some serious safety concerns there. We know that the city is having their meeting on Thursday. I personally think that if we feel as a community this shouldn't happen, we should be encouraging our residents if they're interested in speaking, but certainly our friends that we know that are City of Miami residents that vote in the City of Miami, encourage them to go and to speak at their commission meeting on Thursday. There's public comments in the morning, and then again when the item comes up, which is probably likely to be at night. They have a very big agenda. But, you know, public comments, you can go in the morning. And when we went last time, Ultra had packed the room with people in their special colored shirts. And I think you can expect that they will be there again. So if people feel strongly about it, they should go and they should have their voices be heard. And the last thing that I would like to talk about that I would like to see our village fighting for is trying to find some way for reimbursement for our significant costs that we incurred for public safety. I do not think we overdid it. I'm really happy that we didn't need to use every last resource that we had on this island, but we did not overdo it. It was absolutely necessary to secure the safety of our residents, and it was expensive. And we can expect that if this comes back, we're going to need to do the same thing. And if this is here, it can be anything else every weekend, and we cannot and should not be expected to foot that public safety bill every weekend. I think that is my last comment.
Yeah, just tell. Okay.
I'm sorry, Councilmember London and then Councilmember Laredo.
Can I speak?
I don't think there's any doubt that nobody wants Ultra on Key Biscayne, on Virginia Key, or anywhere else. By the same token, we don't want the boat show. we wasted $1.3 million or $1.4 million on the boat show, and you think we got something? I beg to differ with you. Pat yourself on the back. I think you did a great job, but I thought we wasted $1.3 million or $1.4 million. The only people they might listen to are their voters. You mentioned the Brickell homeowners, Coconut Grove, the roads. These are the people that might have some influence on the city of Miami. We have very little influence. Should we go and speak at their meeting? Certainly. Should we explain our displeasure with everything? Of course we should. But should we go ahead and fight windmills? Ignacio, your speech was fantastic. When you run for mayor, everybody here is going to vote for you. It was great. You're fantastic. But, you know, you're getting windmills again. And the same thing we did before. And we wasted $100,000 fighting them this time on public relations, on lawyers, on an MOD. I mean, they're not going to listen to us, but we can maybe get the groups they would listen to involved and excited to do something. But that's the only people they care about. As I said before, they don't give a damn about us. It's that simple.
Councilmember Laredo?
Well, you know, I'm just such a stickler for facts, Ed. I'm sorry. I want to remind you that we made a policy decision. I was not here when the $1.3 million were expended on the boat show, in case you put out that little information. And we made a very conscious decision that we would not go the legal way and spend $1.3 million, and you voted for it because it did not work. And so what we did,
excuse me, I voted against
well, maybe you voted against it, so I take it back. So we decided, a majority of it, that we were not going to waste $1.3 million of these people's money. But we could not throw up our arms and say, let it happen. In strategic thinking, particularly military thinking, it's not so much important what happened as it is what did not happen. What did not happen is we did not have a chaos. And if you think it happened because we didn't do anything, it happened because we stood up in the political process. We pushed back on a lot of things. We have a limit. If we're going to take the attitude, hey, come rape us every weekend, then there's no point in being on this council. So I said it before, and I echo what Sigorola said. Okay. We cannot let 1 ounce out of dissent from us on our opposition to this is unacceptable. We did not pay for public relations, sir. We declined that last time, as you recall. It was most of the money was spent on necessary minimal stuff, which a lot of it was including overtime pay for our employees, which is, I don't mind doing that rather than paying consultants. So I want people to get the facts, get the facts right. And the policy was right. We saved a lot of money. We should proceed, Vice Mayor, to try to get, reimbursement. But the folks, you got to understand that things don't happen because it happened. A lot of hard work went into it. A lot of hard work by the police department, the fire department, all our employees, our manager, and your council.
Councilmember Sigorola.
And you should be proud of it. And I think somewhere along the line we have to decide whether you need a resolution.
After Councilman Sigorola, we're going to have that discussion.
Vice Mayor McCormick reminded me of something. Thank you very much. The Thursday before Ultra began, I was invited to speak on a Spanish language radio show. Present were Commissioner Manolo Reyes, Chief of Police Colina, and the police from the City of Miami, and the City of Miami Police Communications Director, Officer Fayad. And Mayor Jimenez from the county called in. During that radio show, it lasted about an hour. We debated about a lot of things, including all the warnings that actually did come to pass. And 2 things were promised to us on the air, and there's a recording of it on that show. Number 1, they announced, the chief of police said that part of the MOT included a Key Biscayne only lane for residents and visitors. That I texted the manager immediately in the middle of the show saying, hey, that's news to me. And it was also apparently news to her and to our police chief because they had repeatedly denied it. Now, the event came and went, and we did not get I'm sorry, let me clarify. We were going to have a dedicated Key Biscayne lane marked off by cones and police officers directing traffic so there would be no backup. Well, Ultra came, and we got a couple signs saying Key Biscayne, keep to the right. The second, but more important thing, is reimbursal. On the air, Commissioner Reyes Police Chief Colina and the mayor of Miami-Dade County pledged to support us in asking that Ultra reimburse us for all of our costs as a result of this event. That would include police, fire, and whatever administrative costs. My understanding is that it's a pretty significant number. I was also told I'd receive a call the next day to figure out how to coordinate that. I'm still waiting for the call. But I do completely agree we need to be reimbursed. And that, for me, is part of the systematic problem. There is no follow-through. There's a disregard for who we are, where we are, and what our concerns are. And I am not willing to let that go.
Okay. So as far as our resolution, I do think that the reimbursements should be part of that. I think our rejection and frankly, our opposition, our stringent opposition to having another Ultra on Virginia Key should be made a part of that. What else do we want to say in this resolution? I think, look, they've got 60 days to make a determination. I agree. I think we should be there. I'm glad to hear that everybody's pretty much united that we need to be there on Thursday to speak our minds and to speak to the fact that we don't want Virginia Key to host another Ultra. There are better. Look, this festival was in Miami Beach. It was removed from Miami Beach. They put it in Bayfront. It was in Bayfront. And let's remember, the reason it's on Virginia Key was because the city of Miami didn't want it in Bayfront. It wasn't because they thought this thing is great and we want to let the people of Key Biscayne enjoy it. They didn't want the people downtown didn't want it. And their commission voted to move it to us or to Virginia Key. So those are things I would like to remind them of. I'm happy that, frankly, we're united in that. And let's see where it goes after Thursday. Let's take the first step is let's put forward a resolution that's very specific. Let's go. Let's have the same talking points we've had, that it's not the right place. We are, you've all made the points. It cost us money. It cost people in the county and the city of Miami opportunity, and it costs them. I mean, the people of Brickell are reporting that it was not a lot of fun to have thousands of people streaming down Brickell Avenue at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. So I am happy that we're united in this. I think we should put something together. I would like to get it over there tomorrow, if not first thing Thursday morning. I'm happy to read it to them going to the podium. I don't know if that's necessary, but I certainly will be there to tell them that we're not in favor of Ultra. We're against Ultra coming back to Virginia Key. To Councilmember London's points, I respectfully, I disagree. I think we have to oppose these things. I'm not saying that we should be saying we're going to litigation right away, but I think we leave all options on the table. I don't think we take anything off. And I understand your reticence, and I agree with you. $1.3 million for nothing was not a good expenditure of our taxpayers' money. But I think we have to keep all our options open to us. We don't yet have all the data on this event. We don't yet know all the ramifications of what Ultra did. But I think we go Thursday, we inform them of our opposition, and we move forward.
Could we also ask the manager to compile the cost and create a letter that goes to Miami-Dade County, the city of Miami, and Ultra, and ask for reimbursement and get that out as soon as possible?
Absolutely.
I'd like.
I move that. Can we move that specifically?
Second.
All those in favor?
Wait.
I apologize.
Oh, that was just for reimbursement. Okay.
I want to get going.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
I move that we reaffirm the resolution from before.
Can I just add that I would like to see added in some way to the resolution, or if we do something subsequently, that we are still waiting on data but have expectations based on what scientists are saying, like somehow include language of what we know to have some evidence of supporting why it is a bad idea.
Well, I think we can provide that as it becomes available. Councilmember Moss?
I think in this resolution, we should also, state the fact or state the issue that we had from the business community and how the businesses were negatively affected, because I think that a lot of times these big organizations go around about how much economic growth that they provide, but they don't also talk about the negative effects, and they basically suffocated a lot of the business that would come on the island over that weekend. So I think we should put something in there.
I agree.
May I?
Councilmember Laredo?
I I disagree with the latter part. We're making progress on making this not a Key Biscayne issue. We are making progress. It's the roads, Brickell, it's Coconut Grove, it's the people, the lower income people who use our parks. Worrying about our legitimate Chamber of Commerce is just going to reaffirm our elitist, ill-attained image. I think we ought to keep it broad. I think we reaffirm. You don't have time, please do not do another resolution with 17 readings. It should be just a sense of this commission. You may want to read the previous one and say, after our preliminary feeling and our analysis, and you can do subject to verification later, we want to be on the record today, tomorrow, Thursday, that we're opposed to this in Virginia Key. We got to keep it simple at this stage. And so anything that makes it more Key Biscayneers, I think does not help us. And doesn't that it helps us, it's not reflective of the truth. This inconvenience a lot more people than just us.
Councilmember Petros? I'm sorry.
Sort of as a hybrid of what you're both talking about, what do you think about adding to our letter that requests reimbursement these bullet points of the reduction of business? Because I do think that it's important to show that our businesses suffered. And then secondly, the lack of people at the park. I think those are things that can be included in our letter seeking reimbursement. This is how we were impacted in real terms.
I think that with respect, I think the reimbursement is one thing. That's the Village of Key Biscayne saying, hey, these are the monies that we expended because of this event. I think the other points would actually, I think they're more appropriate to our resolution and why we continue to be opposed to it. Vice Mayor?
Procedurally, can we have a resolution by Thursday? And we have nothing drafted in front of us to vote on.
Yeah.
Perhaps it's more, yes?
No, I don't think we should have a resolution because it's going to give it back to the lawyers to draft the resolution. And I think we are a public, we have the power to make a decision on a sense of this commission on behalf of the citizen. And that, don't call it a resolution because it triggers all kinds of things.
So should we write a letter?
Or I'm going to go.
Well,
the mayor should go and read
go.
the previous one, which you already said. And
We're just reaffirming what we've already had.
Absolutely. And in fact, my speech would be, or your speech would be, after the fact, which, by the way, it reinforces what we feared. Yep. Period. It's day one off the track. We can't, this is going to be we had to do a little sprint to catch it those first few days when we got sworn in. Then we had a little bit of a 220-yard race up to April. Now we got 60 days. We don't have to do it all tomorrow on Thursday. All right. You should be short and consistent with the previous resolution.
I just want to go ahead and move forward. I want to just respond quickly to the business thing. Just when you said it was a Key Biscayne thing, I mean, if you look at the employees who work there are not from Key Biscayne. They're coming in from Miami. So it affects more than just Key Biscayne. That goes much farther. But I agree with you. Let's keep it simple so it's more impactful. So let's go ahead. You have a motion to make this?
Yes, sir, I will.
All right,
that
second.
is my motion to reaffirm our previously passed, duly drafted resolution to be read by the mayor with the dialogue that we hear, and it's a forceful.
Okay.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Mayor, if I may, 2 open items. There has been a request made to the village by Ultra's General Counsel to meet with myself and with the mayor. I'd like direction on whether or not we should proceed with that meeting.
I'm happy to meet with them to convey exactly what was said today. Yeah, I'm not going to enter into any agreement with them unless they'll agree to.
I think it's important to meet with them, frankly.
Yeah.
I agree.
I'd be curious to hear what they have to say.
Okay, and to that point, with regard to the letter, if I may suggest allowing me to proceed with that meeting tomorrow to get some feedback and their after action and the City of Miami's after action, and then we can see if we can come to an agreement amicably. Perhaps there doesn't need to be a demand letter. Perhaps the reimbursement can proceed. if we're okay with that.
Okay, wait, you confused me. What letter? The reimbursement letter?
Yes.
So there was my understanding is there was a separate motion to do a reimbursement letter, and I'm
Correct.
suggesting perhaps we hold off on the letter and allow me to work with staff and try to see if we can arrange for the reimbursement.
Perfect, yeah. Well, there's no point making a demand if they concede.
Okay. And just so that we're clear for the record with regard to expenditures, so basically at this point, the village in the weekend of the event with regard to overtime for our public safety officials and other staff members that we brought on that were essential, we're at about $70,000. There was about $20,000 in expenditure related to the quality of life events that the village put on for those residents who chose to stay, so that you have a sense that's the dollar amount that we'd be looking for.
Okay.
And I agree. I think with regard to incurring any additional legal expenses, we are maxed out at budget, so I would have advised not to proceed with any other legal action unless there's a supporting funding authorization.
We don't know what, look,
We still need all the data.
we need our data, but we also don't know what the city of Miami is going to do on Thursday, to be fair to them. They are having, there's a discussion item up there to discuss Ultra, and having spoken to a couple of folks over there, I know they know we're concerned about it, and I know that their residents and constituents are concerned about it. So I think that is something that we certainly want to go and convey how we feel, and then let's see how it plays out before next steps. Okay. Yes.
Two
Councilmember
comments.
Petros.
I'd like to know if we can work in parallel where we have a letter prepared in case they say that they're not reimbursing, so that can go out promptly. I would hate to have a delay in that request if it doesn't work out. So can you work on the letter and at the same time speak to them so that
I can work on a letter from my office. I don't have I don't have funding to have a letter from legal. So if
No,
everyone's
not
fine
legal.
with that-
No.
just your office.
No more lawyer speak.
You're right. That's all it is. It's a simple letter.
No lawyer.
Moving forward, I'll also point out that the Miami-Dade County Commission did have an item on their agenda today regarding the county's role in how to manage the MOT, and they're moving forward. The item, I got an update walking into the meeting. The item was not heard today, so it may be heard in May. So that's something to look forward to. In addition, on April 23rd, the Virginia Key Advisory Board is anticipating a report from the City of Miami, so I think that's an important date as well. And then within the 60-day window, the village is also meeting again on April 30th, where we can reflect on the data that we should have by that point. Final comment, when I was arriving here to our meeting tonight, there was a representative from the City of Miami Manager's Office who provided us with a memo that the City of Miami Manager had provided to the City Commission, and I have provided copies to the clerk for handout, and it will be included for the record for anybody who'd like to see that.
It relates to
Go ahead.
the county commission meeting, Madam Manager. You need to be informed that she's engaged and some of us are engaged. It's just not happening in a vacuum. They're listening to us. I just want to continue to emphasize that we're working on this. And every window, every meeting we go.
That's right.
And we're going to hear, and she's done a good job of
So
doing that.
in that thought, on Thursday, are we going and speaking in the morning? Because I think it's more, okay.
For the item in the morning.
In the morning or before the item in the afternoon?
We weren't able to get a time certain
I
on this.
suspect it's going to be late, like night.
Okay.
May I? I want to, what is this?
So as I arrived this evening, the representative from the City of Miami's manager's office provided a copy of the memo that was provided from the City of Miami manager to the City of Miami Commission.
May I ask him a question?
Sir,
Or is that
which-
unfair?
Through the chair, would you like?
Okay, no, you're too much of a gentleman and very supportive for me. I would just have to say that I was disappointed. I was deeply disappointed that the mayor, prior to the event, in the press conference, in the multi-million-dollar yacht that the Ultra people put out, endorsed the event, thought it was this is the best place for it, and I have the transcript, and that this is the place for it for the rest of the century. it was inconsistent with the message that we had received directly from him and his father, who was a county commissioner, and I thought that was disappointing. And I'll tell you, I always talk straight because I know that family well, and I know Francis, and I didn't want to believe it. And suffice it to say that the order is that it was a city commission that set the standards and made the decision and made the prerogative that the least that we'd expect it is to, it's a perfect case of don't confuse me with the facts. I already made up my mind. And I just, as one member here, I hope that you, in the constructive way, convey it back because it was disappointing.
I guess Ignacio wants to go. May I? Certainly.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My name is Ignacio Ortiz Petit. My business address is 3500 Pan American Drive. More importantly, my residential address is 240 Galen, apartment 210. I live down the street from here. Councilman Lauredo, I'm sure that the mayor would love to hear those comments and that you could tell him yourself that would be constructive. I know we've always had a great relationship, and I know he'd love to hear from you. And so would my boss, by the way. Thanks.
Thank you.
Whom I admire.
Sorry?
Your boss, who I known for when he was a military in the Southern Command,
Correct.
I worked with him in the White House, and whom I admire.
I admire him as well.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right.
Final thought?
Just go ahead.
Please.
So I just want to reiterate that the staff did a phenomenal job, and I thank you and I appreciate all of the work that you did. You made this, you made the village get through it. So I thank you very much.
Absolutely.
And I also, and I would also like to thank each of the council members. It was a tough time for us, and thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Well, you took the words right out of my mouth because I realized we didn't mention Todd and his amazing crew. And
Todd.
You did? All right, well, I wasn't listening. But
Got your back,
the
Todd.
same thing. But also, I think it's important
honest.
that we commend our residents as well. I did stay. I thought it was important to be here, and I actually, trying to add to the data collection, I took a picture of my Google Maps with the amount of time it took to go from here to Brickell every hour on the hour the entire weekend. My husband did not like my alarm going off all night long. But our residents were amazing. And the spirit of sort of camaraderie when you encountered people on the streets was very nice. And as Councilmember Laredo said, we sure did make some really good lemonade, so.
I'll second that. So without anything else, Manager, you have your directions. And thank you. And let's move on.
Next item, Mayor, is the March 19, 2019 regular council meeting minutes.
Moved.
I don't have the one, forgive me, Mayor, the changes. I didn't get it. The changes I suggested are final. I think it's moot now, right? But I wanted to clarify,
Maybe
Commissioner Petros, there was a confusion on the first draft as to, which I support, the idea of the, what do you call it, the budget, the workshop.
Right.
But bringing these people in, that's been clarified?
Well, I didn't, my understanding, and I don't remember what we agreed to, but my understanding was we had within the contract of that consultant one more trip here that I thought was happening at a council meeting and not at the workshop. And I don't disagree with you. I don't think we should pay additional
Okay.
money. So I think that got clarified before this item.
So it's clear that we will not spend any money.
Let me just interrupt. We have a representative from Commissioner Suarez's office, our Xavier Suarez's office, Mr. Solness Martin. Oh.
Hi, Ivan Mafia too here.
Okay, I'm sorry. Come on down. I only had one business card.
Excuse me.
Thank you for coming. How are you? Oh, thanks. Did we speak this morning? No. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Does anybody have any questions for Commissioner? Does the Commissioner have a position on Ultra?
Just here to be supportive.
All right, we appreciate that. We thank you and tell the Commissioner.
No. The Commissioner is on record opposing You're talking about Xavier Suarez? No, he is on record on our interview here and in our conversations in black and white, the Islander. He's opposed to it.
I don't think they're authorized to make any comments for the commissioner at this moment, though. I'm not going to put them on the
You
spot.
want to take this with you? Please? I mean it.
We do have copies. Thank you, though.
Okay.
We just wanted to come and be supportive.
You're not being harassed. We're trying to communicate better, but, okay. And
I mean,
they're
do we have a
related.
message back to our commissioner? I think that might be appropriate,
Well, I
which
mean,
is
I think
that
the commission,
we,
you've heard tonight where we stand on this, and we expect that the commissioner will
we're
have our
very
back on
concerned.
this. and we're
We
extremely concerned.
don't think it should be renewed. The letter that we just received that I looked at talks about next year already in the manager's report. I think that's premature, given,
Well, it's City of Miami, though. This is ours.
I'm
I
not
know what you're
saying that. I'm
Yeah,
just
but it so
saying.
happens that his son is the mayor. He's not
so-
responsible, but
So I
tell him
think
that we hope that he stays firm with us.
Yes.
Correct.
And supports our
And we
view on
thank him.
this, because it is a huge imposition in multiple ways, as you just heard, to our community.
And we appreciate his service.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you very much.
And tell him I'm sorry Duke lost in the basketball Final Four.
Okay. I'm sorry, were we on the minutes?
Yes.
Still?
I think we're done.
For clarification,
Yes.
I will revise the minutes for page 2 of 8 and 3 of 8 to reflect the changes that were discussed earlier in the meeting regarding not a workshop and not a regular council meeting.
Okay.
And there was a motion, so last
I
paragraph,
second it.
page 2 of 8, I'll also.
Okay.
But you got my jest, right? You're going to
Yes.
change, okay.
I'm sorry, the minutes were moved. Did I have a second?
I second it.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next is the consent agenda.
I move B.
This will be inclusive of 7B and also 10B, which was moved from resolutions to consent.
I move it, yeah.
I second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is the Building, Zoning, and Planning Public Hearing Number P19-01. The applicant is Delphia Enterprises NV. Location is 220 Island Drive, Key Biscayne, Florida, 33149. Request is to subdivide a single property at 220 Island Drive into 2 properties. And at this time, before proceeding with the public hearing, anyone providing testimony for this hearing, if you may please rise and raise your right hand to be sworn in. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God. Thank you. You may take a seat.
Okay, I'm going to do my little script. Written ex parte communications for both myself and the village council have been given to the village clerk and is part of the public record. Staff presentation. The village's staff will now make its presentation.
Before that occurs, Jenny, can you please read the reso title?
I'm sorry, I thought you already did that.
That's okay, I know.
apologize.
It's okay. I didn't want to cut you off.
No, that's fine.
Really illegible one. This guy.
You reading or?
Yes.
She's going to read it.
Okay.
Page 4, right?
May I just say what you do? Oh, go ahead.
A resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, approving a waiver of plat for property located at 220 Island Drive, providing for conditions, providing for recording, and providing for an effective date.
Move.
No, we don't move it.
Before he speaks, I want to, these are on the record.
Everything's on the record,
I wanted to highlight, if he doesn't mind, a particular, I'm very greatly gratified by whenever a citizen writes an actual letter rather than a form letter. And I wanted to recognize somebody who did, and Mr. Bill Bullard and his wife. And this is a shocking to all of us. And look how he ends. In closing, knowing that serving in our council is entirely voluntary, I want to say thank you, in any case, for the work you all do on our behalf in making this an island paradise. It is sincerely appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you.
For thanking and being that kind of courtesy. We need more of that in Key Biscayne.
And to be clear, all of those ex parte communications are over there if
Yes,
anyone wants to.
I want it on the record as a citizen who took the time to write.
Okay.
Ready? Good afternoon. Joe Cordino. I am the acting building, zoning, and planning director. The attorney asked me to put some of my qualifications into the record. A certified urban planner, certified with the American Association of Certified Planners, and I've been performing similar roles for communities like ours for the past 25 years. So the recommendation from staff is to deny the waiver of plat for the location at 220 Island Drive. This is an unusual situation that we're dealing with here. We have a combination of issues that have come together to make it a little confusing. We have one property, essentially one address that's there. It has two folio numbers. The folio numbers are for taxing purposes only, and it sits on a combination of three separate lots, one whole lot and two fragments, lots which were platted in the late 1950s. So once we get past that on its face, it would be pretty simple that this could be remedied through a waiver of plat, which is a county procedure that we would go through. The village needs to evaluate the issue on the waiver of plat process and then move it to the county, which is fairly ministerial. The village would review the waiver of plat for exemptions, and then we would look at the allowable minimum lot sizes allowed by the village. Effectively, it's base density. And what we would see there is that from the zoning perspective, we're allowed to have minimum lot size of 10,000 square feet. From the land use perspective, we're allowed to have minimum lot size of 7,500 square feet. So if we looked at all that, this would simply go to the county and would be something that we would have likely approved. The defining issue as it comes to this comes to the existence of a deed restriction that was presented with the property information. This deed restriction is irrevocable, essentially, unless it's done through by the village or I guess it's the village, which states that no lot may be divided or redivided unless both portions are used to increase the size of an adjoining lot or lot as platted. Essentially, this would mean that the original lots as platted, there are three of them there, the two fragments would need to be whole lots, not the fragments that they are, and those whole lots, lot 11 and lot 9, would need to be increased in size. We believe the purpose of this was to have larger, more sellable lots at the time. In fact, most of the lots, if not all of them, are on average about 13,000 square feet. And therefore, we felt that the deed restriction we didn't revoke the deed restriction, and that precluded us from giving an approval. So our recommendation is denial for those reasons, and we're here to answer any questions if you have.
I have
Sir.
a question. When, with that language, let's say that we go back to the original lots that were there, the original size lots, which I believe there's 18 lots along that row, and now there's maybe 14?
Correct.
When you read this language and people start combining lots to make bigger lots, aren't you making some lots smaller in some way or another?
There are.
Or disappear or removing lots completely?
Effectively, what we thought they were trying to do was remove lots altogether. So it appears by what they were doing was only dividing if the two adjacent lots became larger, would be dissolve the center lot and provide half of it or some combination to either sides, thereby reducing the number of lots and therefore the number of homes on the area. The problem is that they never replatted anything, which would, again, it didn't meet the replatting standards, but if they would have gone through that, we would have erased the lot lines underneath and be left with other lot lines. So effectively, yes, that's what would have happened.
Okay.
Maybe I'll go back and answer. It did leave two remnants that are less than 10,000 square feet. There is the underlying folio that is on part of this property, which is 7,500 square feet, and then there's another what would be non-conforming lot that is 90-something hundred square feet below the 10,000 minimum lot size that exists out there as a result of this work over the years.
Joe, so the lots were subdivided because else this lot wouldn't exist the way it did with one whole lot, another small lot. Like you say, though, they weren't replatted. So something has been done in the past. Number two is the new lots do comply with the 10,000 square foot minimum we have today. So they would be in compliance, if not for the deed restriction.
Yes, sir.
And then, excuse me, and then basically, I think you said there are two lots that are smaller. So this is not setting any kind of precedent because there are two lots smaller than 10,000 feet that are non-conforming. And finally, and most importantly, is that originally, if I understand, the Dade County would be the ones who would say, hey, you can do this, but they no longer have control. It's now up to us. So really, this deed restriction, we can do away with it today. We don't have to go back to the actual person who made the deed restriction, the developer back in that time. So if we want to today, sitting here, we can go and grant these two lots to these two people, one person who makes two homes there, and they will be conforming lots under our zoning code, under our master plan and everything else. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. It's my
Is there any
understanding.
reason why we shouldn't do it?
In my opinion, the deed restriction exists. That's the staff rationale for doing it. It's purely a policy initiative after that, which means there's no reason that you all can't decide to do whichever you choose.
Is there any reason we shouldn't do it because it doesn't conform with anything we would have as far as the size of the lots?
Most of the lots average 13,000 square feet, which means that these would be two 10,000 square foot lots, which would be, I think, about 3,000 square feet smaller, maybe incompatible with the others on the street.
So we'd have smaller homes there, since we have an FAR based on the size of the lots, correct?
I wouldn't know that till I had a site plan to review,
Well, I mean,
but
you're the
you'd have
planner.
smaller lots.
Are we based FAR on square footage?
You
of
would
lots?
you would have smaller square footage lots and perhaps smaller homes.
So just to be clear, Joe, our only basis for denying this, for staff's recommendation to deny this, is based on the fact there's a deed restriction. Is there anything else?
No, sir. That's the base that I think we had the same analysis till we got to the deed restriction, and then their interpretation of the deed restriction is subtly different than ours, and here we sit.
I just want to clarify one thing. The standard in deciding whether or not to release the deed restriction is whether or not there's been changed circumstances since that deed restriction has
When
been
was
put
the
in
deed
place
restriction
in
placed?
1959.
Okay.
So it's not a policy decision. It's a decision based upon facts. It's a decision based upon that you as the council will have to make that decision.
Let me ask you this question. Would the incorporation of the village since 1959 be deemed as an event that could allow us to?
No, the changed circumstances are really whether or not the intent and purpose of that deed restriction is still valid and should be enforceable. In other words, in the surrounding area, has the area changed enough that it's no longer necessary? The incorporation would not trigger that.
So you say it's necessary. All the lots have been developed.
I'm
I'm sorry.
done. So have we got, because you did talk about that issue where there have been divisions prior to this. There have been changes in plats previous in this same subdivision, correct?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, so
Well, no, there had been.
Wait, there haven't been changes, or yes, yeah or nay?
No. So once this subdivision was platted, there was a replat done, which replatted the 4 end lots.
Okay.
And I don't know if the applicant has a diagram of that, but they'll show that. Subsequent to that point, there has been no other replatting of this subdivision. However, as Councilmember London pointed out, there has been, quote unquote, a subdivision of lots over time by virtue of lots being sold. And presumably.
Does that create the change in circumstances that allows the replatting of this? I guess my question to you is, if we all theoretically get to the point where we say, yeah, we should allow the waiver of plat on this, is there something in the change, or do they have to show? I mean, what's the standard? Do they have to prove there's been a change in circumstances, or can we as a community decide, yes, there's been a change in circumstances?
They have to demonstrate that there's been a change.
I just want to know the standard. I wasn't clear on that.
You need to weigh that evidence that they'll put in to show, and then make a determination.
Okay. Councilmember London again?
The biggest change in circumstances of the plat is when the plat was done, there were no homes there. There were no streets there. There was nothing there. So it was developed. All the homes were built. So if that's not a change in circumstances from 1961 to today, when we basically have a developed area and we're just looking at one particular piece of property, I can't think what else could be a change in circumstances.
All right, well, let's go through the presentation from the applicant. Does anybody else have any questions prior to that?
Yes.
Of the village.
Chad,
Wait,
can you go through-
Wait. Let's get the staff before the attorney gets up.
No, Councilmember Laredo, Councilmember Petros has a question for the attorney. That's fine.
Oh, for this, but I may have a
Chad,
question.
can you go through what happens, what the procedure of a deed restriction is, and when people buy and sell property, are they aware of this deed restriction? Has it always been in place? Has there ever been a time that a lot got smaller since this was originally put in place? The restriction, I believe the restriction and the platting of the lots happened at the same time, correct?
Correct. The plat, which was done in 1959, actually expressly says it was subject to the covenant that was put in place, which we're talking about right now. There were two amendments to the covenant. That one happened very quickly after the covenant was recorded, which dealt with seawalls and the water and stuff like that, the use of the water. The other one was a second amendment that dealt with undergrounding of utilities, which I believe occurred.
In 1959.
Well, yeah, yeah. So
go ahead.
So this is a unique circumstance that the deed restriction is actually referenced on the plat itself. So every single time a property has been sold over the years, it's sold pursuant to a legal description that referenced the plat, which again, this covenant will continue to show up in the title of the property. So if anyone were to order title on their property when they're buying the property, this would show up as an exception to the title. In fact, we asked for an opinion of title on this property, and that's how we actually became aware of this covenant that's running in favor of the village now.
Okay.
May I ask you a question, Mr. Exxon?
Yes, sir.
In plain English, what we have here is a lot that is being subject to a contract, I imagine, to purchase, to build two new homes, spec homes. Is that a plain?
I believe
is that
so.
an English translation?
Yes, I think that's what is happening.
And could you explain to me how you feel, because this is one of the areas that most concerns me, is the on the future land use element states consistent with the community character, and particularly Island Drive. It's very hard for some of us to make a decision, and this is a very difficult case for me. I've spent a lot of time on this because I don't know what's going to be built there.
So you want me to talk about the community? I think that our decision was based on the fact that the average lot size was 13,000 square foot, and you'd be coming up with a 10,000 square foot lot, which is smaller than the average, not exactly keeping with the character of the community. And the belief that originally the covenant was there to have larger lot sizes because they were originally platted at 10,000 square foot. If that wasn't good enough for them then I believe the intent was to make them larger, of which 10,000 square foot would be too small, and that is essentially a basis of our recommendation.
Yeah, because a lot of the people that I have come to me or written are concerned about issue, given some of the other not so attractive architectural results we've had in this community from when we were here. And the owners, who are a very prestigious family, been here 40 years, 3 years more than I. You know, we've had some homes that were, you know, we started with the Mackle homes, and then we have that street is kind of unique. It's kind of a, you know, one level, quote, nicer things. And it's very hard to make a decision.
Do you still need to hear from the applicant before we make any decisions, though? Just to be
No,
clear.
I understand, but I'm. Excuse me? What's that?
You can. Do you have questions for the, questions for Mr. Cordino? Anybody? Okay.
Is that okay? Did I answer your question?
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Garcia Serra, you're up.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Mario Garcia Serra with offices at 600 Brickell Avenue, my residence at 600 Grape Tree Drive. I'm here today representing Delphia Enterprises, the owner of the properties located at 210 and 220 Island Drive, as well as FG Consultants LLC, the contract purchaser. Let me bring the presentation up here.
Mario, if I could just ask you to clarify, because you put this evidence into the record, but your zoning application actually says it's for 220 Island Drive. Your letter of intent actually says it's for 220 Island Drive. The property appraiser's office says that there's one address, which is 220 Island Drive. All of a sudden on tonight, you've presented this 210 Island Drive. I'm not sure where you came up with this, but I
210 Island Drive is the reference that I'm using for the other, what we would call the smaller folio.
So it's a
between the
fictitious
two
reference
properties.
that you have created.
I wouldn't say it's fictitious because it's based on the order of the addresses on the property.
But it's not a legal mailing address.
It has not been assigned by the post
and
office.
it's not a property address.
It
Okay,
has-
so for the record tonight, the item before here is 220 Island Drive.
But I will refer to the smaller folio as 210
Okay,
based
I
on.
just want to make sure, because I think in the backup here, you're also trying to identify them as building sites, and I want to just clarify that, for the record, it's 220 Island Drive, and for clarity and reference, you're going to say that you have 210 and 220.
Correct. And I also feel, and I'll state why, that both 210 and 220 are two separate building sites,
Okay.
in my opinion. Okay. I'm joined today by Fernando and Sergio Guardasi of FG Consultants LLC, both Key Biscayne residents and longtime builders of single-family homes here in Key Biscayne. I'm also joined by Evangelina and Ana Avila, the daughters of the ultimate owner of the property, Doña Carmen Elena Avila, as well as attorney Marily Cancio and Brigitte Nattingdahl, representing Delphia Enterprises. Everyone on this project team is a Key Biscayne resident, and we like to think of this project as by Key Biscayners for Key Biscayners. Let me start off by saying that I feel that this is a fairly straightforward application. Simply put, the law permits two building sites at these addresses. Even more easy to understand is the fact that two building sites exist today. Two single-family homes can be built, and the only thing that we are discussing today is what the size, the relative size of each of these building sites will be. Let me also say that I have immense respect for your professional staff, but I do feel strongly that they were wrong in their analysis because they simply did not conduct the level of investigation which we did as on the history of the site, on the history of the home sites in the area, and how they have been regulated over the last 60 years. Let me start off with the slideshow now. Much of what's in the slides will also be in the binder that we passed out, plus some additional information which may or may not be relevant to the discussion that which we can refer to. Number one, I'll repeat what we said just previously. This is not the division of one existing single-family home site. It is a readjustment of the boundary between two existing single-family home sites. Now, what do I mean by that? Here's the best friend of all real estate professionals in Miami-Dade County, the Miami-Dade Property Appraisers website. And if you look at that first slide, it is the folio for what we refer to as, let's say, main house or bigger house that's on the structure. You'll see that indicates there the lot size is 13,000 square feet. And very interestingly, in the legal description of the property, you'll see that it is the west 40 feet of lot 10 and the east 60 feet of lot 11. It does not include one fully platted lot. It is a portion of two lots. The next folio that you will see there is for the smaller structure, the smaller house, or the smaller home site. And you'll see that it indicates 7,740 square feet of floor area, and a legal description, which is the west 20 feet of lot 9 and the east 40 feet of lot 10. Now, I refer to this as 210 Island Drive because the property immediately to the east is 200, the property immediately to the west is 220. So in the numerology of the homes and properties on the street, this would be 210. The existence of these separate folios is an indication that historically these two properties were transferred separately as two different building sites. We go on now to some historical aerial photography. Here we have a historical aerial photo from 1976 of the block, and if you look at it, you'll find further evidence of these being two separate building sites. In 1976, the 220 Island Drive one that's outlined there in yellow has the main or bigger house built in 1961. Between 1961 and 1976, that stood there on its own. Then we'll go next to the next aerial photograph of 1978. And something very critical in our analysis happens here at this point in time. 220 and 210 at this point in time are under the same ownership, and a second structure is built on what I refer to as 210 Island Drive. For 220's use, but very importantly, as you see highlighted down there, no unity of title was required or entered into at this time or ever, either required by the county or by the village, to try to consolidate this as one building site. And another interesting thing about this second structure that you see on the parcel that I call 210 Island Drive, it is not your typical accessory structure. If you were to go look at that building right now, you'd see it's composed of a living area, 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a full kitchen. What the owner essentially did at that point in time was build another house. He built another house on that, still used it for his own purposes, and probably used it for guests, for family, for whatever it might be, as it was continued to be used up until today. But there was never any unity of title required at that point in time to try to consolidate this site as one building site. A very key fact. When governments want you to consolidate a property as one building site, they require a unity of title. That was never required, never asked for at multiple times when it could have been, and that's where we are today. Essentially, 2 lots with 2 homes that are on them right now. Here's a copy of the survey with certain excerpts. If you look at the drawing at the top, you'll see that the property is composed part of Lot 11, part of Lot 10, which make 220, and then part of 10 and part of 9 lots platted, which make up what I refer to as 210 Island Drive. Further evidence that these are 2 building sites can be found in the village's own future land use map. You look at these 2 sites in the future land use map as is indicated right now, and what do you see? You see 2 squares. You don't see 1. The village itself produced this map. If the village sincerely felt that this was one consolidated building site because of previous action or whatever it did, they could have easily removed that line there and shown it as just 1 square. That line that divides the yellow and green overlays that I've placed on there is your line, not mine. We look at the village's zoning map, and there's the same situation. 2 squares indicating 2 sites, with the easterly one being ready to be filled in with 210, as I indicated earlier, at the appropriate time when it ever is its own building site. If this was one building site, why didn't the village put just 1 square here on either of these maps? They didn't because it is 2 building sites. And what is further and very relevant proof of this is that the Avilas have over 36 years have been paying 2 tax bills. They've been paying 2 water bills. They've been paying for 2 insurance policies separate for each of these building sites and for each of these structures. After all that, how can we now turn around and tell them that they only have 1 home site? They don't. Now let's talk about what these 2 sites are and how they're handled from a plating perspective. We already heard some discussion about that. Here is the original plat for the property, recorded in 1959. If you look in all of that very small print, very difficult to read now, you will see a reference to the 1959 covenant that was recorded at the same time. But I think it's very important to point out that it's very much hidden within all that text there and within all that language. It's not like it's handed to any purchasers of property, the actual covenant, when they enter into purchase of property. The block of interest here is block 3 between Knollwood and Mariner. And it was subsequently, part of it, the ends, as was discussed during the staff presentation, the extreme west and easterly ends of that block were replatted as a result of this Cape Florida subdivision number 2, which was replatted, which was recorded in 1961. Another important thing to note, these properties on this block get slightly bigger as you go west. might be relevant to our discussion later. Now let's look at the future land use map and the zoning code. These are areas of agreement between ourselves and village staff. The one issues of disagreement, of course, is the reading of that deed restriction number 1, and to a lesser extent, the compatibility of the neighborhood. The comprehensive plan, as all of you know, is a guiding document for development here in Key Biscayne. You look at the map, as shown up there on the screen, it designates this property as single-family medium density. You look at the text of the single-family medium density category, and it provides, and I'll read it here verbatim, the highlighted sections. This category of land use is intended to allow for the use of single-family homes, detached homes on lots of at least 7,500 square feet. Remember, what we are proposing here are two 10,000 square foot sites. The 7,500 square foot lot size limitation shall not preclude the continued use, development, or redevelopment of a home on a smaller lot where such lot or parcel was platted or otherwise of record prior to the adoption of this plan. That second portion, they're very key in talking about what we call 210 Island Drive, the smaller lot, which is about 7,700 square feet, and would, in my opinion, qualify as a lot of record under this provision in order for it to be its own home site. And why did they use that 7,500 number? They used it because that is what Miami-Dade County, the predecessor government here, utilizes for an RU1 zoned lot. And even permits 5,000 depending on the age of the subdivision. We move on to the zoning code. The zoning code has to be consistent with the comprehensive plan, and we have to comply with the zoning code also. The zoning code designates this property VE, Village Estate, as is indicated there by that map. And we look at what is required by the zoning code, and 10,000 square feet is the minimum that's required. Both of our proposed lots are larger than 10,000 square feet. We move on to Chapter 28 of the Miami-Dade County Code. Whenever you're doing a waiver plat application, it's processed pursuant to Chapter 28 in this village, and it has to comply with the requirements. You look at the requirements there that are listed as 28-4.1 for procedures of waiver of plat. We comply with all of those requirements, and staff is in agreement on that issue. So far it's been pretty straightforward. We comply with the comprehensive plan, we comply with the zoning code, we comply with Chapter 28 of the Miami-Dade County Code. There's no disagreement on that. The areas of disagreement, of course, are this infamous covenant recorded in 1959, and this is how the first page of it looks. I've lost a few years of eyesight trying to read it, considering the poor quality of the copy, and considering how many times I've had to read it, but luckily for your benefit, I've put it on a more legible format here. And I'll read it from beginning to end, at least the relevant portions as regards this conversation. In consideration of the approval by the Dade County Building and Zoning Department and the Department of Public Works of the plat of the property subject to the following restrictions, which restrictions are designated 13, 13A, 13B, and 13C, only are hereby issued upon the property contained within said plat, which said designated restrictions are irreversible. Key point here, without the written cancellation thereof by the Dade County Building and Zoning Department and the Department of Public Works or its successors or successors. Today, that is the village administration. Section 13B then goes on to read, no lot as shown on said plat of Cape Florida Section 1 may be divided or re-subdivided unless both portions are used to increase the size of an adjoining lot or lots as platted. Now, what does that mean? Not the easiest thing to interpret. It's been weeks of me thinking about what this actually means. And let's go first to what your village staff thinks it means. Your village staff takes a position in this illustrated by this theoretical example, that the only time you could ever divide a lot within this subdivision would be to give each portion of that divided lot to the other adjoining lots. As is indicated in this illustration here, at the end of the day, you're going to have overall bigger lots. Now, why do we know that's wrong? We know that's wrong because you go in the history of what actually happened along this block, as we've done after considerable brain damage, and looked at every single residence on our south block, we've looked on the north block, and we've even looked somewhat west. And what becomes clear is the following. this graph is key. We got it there on tab 7 of your binder if you want to take a look at it by any chance. The colors indicate the home sites as they exist today. The dark lines indicate the originally platted lot lines. And as you'll see, very few, just some in the southwest corner were ever built really according to the existing lot lines. The vast majority, the rest, fall into one of two categories. Some are whole platted lots with a portion of the adjoining lot to make it bigger. But there are also 17, think about it, this is a relatively small geographic area. There are 17 home sites which have only portions of platted lots which were combined to create a home site. That is where your village staff would say, no, that shouldn't have happened, it couldn't have happened. It happened, but it was a mistake, and so we shouldn't repeat that mistake. I would say if it happened once, maybe it was a mistake. But when it happens 17 times over the course of time, I think it's clear evidence and proof of what was intended by this provision and how it was implemented. It basically permitted the covenant that we're talking about that was referenced in the plat basically gave the original developer and even subsequent owners the ability to sell lots by legal description, and that served as a subdivision. That essentially served as a subdivision. And it's not just a county issue. Think about it. Once the Village of Key Biscayne incorporated and has issued permits for all of those properties, whether they be for a repair or for ground-up construction, the Village of Key Biscayne has now been participating in this course of action and in this implementation. If our sites that we have today, 220 and 210, are not legal, then we have a very difficult conversation to have with 15 other homeowners on the block who are subdivided in the same exact manner. Are we going to tell them that their homes now are somehow illegally subdivided? They have a cloud on title. They have to find a way to get more property from the guy next door to become legally compliant. And then what's that guy going to do? You start creating a chain reaction here. The changed circumstance, if we're looking for one, to justify the cancellation of this covenant is that at the end of the day, the way that the properties were conveyed out here created a situation, a chain reaction, whereby the home sites that are created today, we have to live with. And we have to recognize the right of those property owners to continue to develop them and utilize them. Here's the correct way to interpret that provision of the code as it was implemented over the course of 60 years. They permitted portions of lots to be consolidated as long as at the end of the day, the new home site that was created was greater than the platted lot that preceded it. That's how they interpreted that provision. Now what happens there, Councilmember Moss already caught upon it. There's only so much land. There's only so many lots. Once one lot starts taking from another, that lot inevitably has to take from the guy next to him in order to be bigger than the lot that was originally platted. And so you have a situation where you start creating what I call sort of orphan lots, lots that were the ones that everybody cumulatively ultimately took away with and are now left over. 210 is one of those. But what are we trying to do tonight? What we're trying to do tonight with this waiver of plat is to take 210 and get rid of its orphan status, let's call it, and make it just as big as what its parent was before. And what do I mean by that? This graphic is very important to illustrate, and maybe Lauren, if you could bring, let's see if I put it up here. Okay, at the top you see the lots as they were originally platted with their lot sizes. Lot 11 was 10,466 square feet in size. Lot 10 was 10,333 square feet in size. Lot 9 was 10,176 square feet in size. In green and yellow on the middle row, you see essentially what I call 210 Island Drive today. And in yellow, what is 220 Island Drive. Lot 10 was split at the midpoint. If we were to split Lot 10 at the 3/4, 1/4 point to the west, you end up having a property at 220 Island Drive, which is 10,473 square feet in size, bigger than the original Lot 11, which was 10,466. And you have a 210 Island Drive, which is 10,260 square feet, larger than the original Lot 9 of 10,176 square feet. There, at that point in time, we are going to be consistent with the spirit of this covenant provision as was originally drafted and has been implemented over the course of time, and in the same manner in which, I repeat, 15 other properties aside from ours on this block are platted. Now, if you think staff puts on a good interpretation of that provision, Mario puts on a pretty good interpretation of this provision, what am I to do? I feel like this is a tie here. Well, luckily for us, as far as case law is concerned in this state, if there's a tie, the tiebreaker goes in favor of the property owner. And I read these very relevant provisions here. Covenants that run with the land, such as the one at issue here, must be strictly construed in favor of free and unrestricted use of real property. Accordingly, an ambiguous covenant must be construed in favor of the landowner. Now, aside from the issue of the interpretation of that provision in the covenant, staff is also sort of raising the issue of, hey, the size of the new lots here really are not going to be compatible with the rest of the neighborhood, and they use the average of 13,000 square feet. Again, I think the math is flawed there. It's not the average that you should be using. You shouldn't be using an average of 13,000 square feet because it's not like there is much uniformity on this south side of Island Drive. What we need to do is use ranges of lots. And if you look at these tables here, which I also put up on the board. You have to look at them up here on the screen or in the handout that I gave. You'll see that right now the lot that we call, or the building site that we call 210 Island Drive is at the very bottom of size lots in that area, 7,740 square feet. 220 is somewhere in the middle at 13,100, but then you have lots ranging in size from 13, 14, 15, 16, 17,000 square feet. If we create the two 10,000 square foot lots that we're looking to create tonight, 210 and 220 stay pretty much next to each other. In the middle, towards the lower end, but in the middle of the pack and well within range when you look at the sizes varying from 9,680 to 17,500. One thing that I can tell you is that a 21,000 square foot lot is way off the scales when you look at all the other size lots within this neighborhood. Lastly,
Mario, can I just
sure.
ask you a question about that?
Mhm.
Go back on your left side, you list 220 at 13,100.
Correct.
Where is the rest of it?
Well, the rest of it would then be 210 Island Drive at
I understand.
7,740.
But it's currently, it's one.
Well, right now, it's two folios. There are historically two separate legal descriptions for the property. That's sort of all the basis. On the zoning maps and on the future land use map of the city, they're shown as two separate building sites. That's my basis for referring to them as separate properties. Now, lastly, even if you think that I'm just dead wrong with the interpretation of this provision of the covenant, as was discussed previously in the conversations between staff and Councilmember London, there is a provision of that same deed restriction which clearly says said designated restrictions are irreversible without the written cancellation thereof by the Dade County Building and Zoning Department and the Department of Public Works or its successor or successors. The village staff has the authority, if they want it, they deem fit, to cancel this provision. I think we're consistent with it. I think we comply with it when you look at how it's been interpreted and implemented over time. But if you do not believe that, but still think the appropriate thing here would be to permit these two 10,000 square foot home sites as opposed to what I feel is a 13,000 and a 7,000 square foot home site, you have the ability to do so. That is all that I will say for now. I want to save a little time for rebuttal, some sort of closing remarks, but it shouldn't take anything more than 3 minutes.
Okay. Does village staff have any questions of the applicant or any of the applicants? Are you going to have any more witnesses or are you it, Mario?
No. Unless any issues come up, or perhaps if I have to rebut any issues, we might ask some of our real estate experts here.
Okay.
Yes, my comments are that I believe there's a fundamental flaw in the applicant's analysis. The lines on the map are not buildable lots. They're simply put there by the tax assessor, which means there are two folios for tax purposes. So they're not buildable. They're no way conceived as buildable. One of them's well below the minimum. We've got the fact that you have one house on that. When we looked up the permits of one house, it shows one property, there's one address. 210 is a fictitious address. It doesn't exist. It doesn't exist with the property appraiser. It's simply one lot. It's one property right now. There's no way around it. The basis of the argument is fundamentally flawed. I think if you want to get into the conversation about how to interpret the deed restriction, that's a planning issue. But the rest of it's very confusing, and I don't believe is a basis of fact.
Okay, two questions there. First question is what, to the applicant's point on the 17 other property owners that have been impacted by these sort of plat changes, what is your position there? He suggested that.
Well, actually, I don't think there's been very few plat changes. What's happened is that they've made larger lots. Essentially, without erasing the underlying plats, they've essentially joined properties together for larger lots, as we believe was the intent of the deed restriction, to make larger, I guess at the time, more sellable lots. So all the lots effectively grew from 10,000 square feet to larger than 10,000 square feet, except for I believe there's a remnant up there of 9. So
where did that land come from?
It came from joining, it came from ignoring the underlying originally platted lots and making larger properties. Just like this one is 23,000 square feet. It's a combination of 3 separate platted lots, 1 and 2 fragments, which now are 1 property with effectively a house and an accessory structure that function as 1 property, not 2 buildable lots.
What would you consider to be a change in circumstances sufficient for the waiver of plat? What circumstances would that be?
You mean to get rid of the covenant?
Yeah, apparently our grounds for waiving this plat are based upon a finding that there's a change in circumstances, correct?
I want to say that the original intent, as far as I know, was, if we go back through the history, that we know that the lots at that size weren't sellable. So they wanted to make them larger. So they ended up putting this restriction in it and looking for a larger effective property size to put these homes on. And perhaps if that's no longer desired, then you may go back, then maybe that's the change that you would be looking for.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Moss, do you have a question for?
I have for Mario.
Mario.
Okay,
Yep.
and I have a couple questions for Joe, if you don't mind, at the right time.
Okay, Mario, I'm going to put you on the hot seat here because this did bother me a little bit. We got 14 letters of support. I wanted to ask you, who wrote the letter? Was the applicant who wrote this letter? Because this is the same letter written over and over and over again by supporters with the exact same language.
That letter, the sort of basis of that letter was indeed a form written by myself, but you'll notice many of the letter writers adjusted it to their own circumstances and their own thoughts. As you know, it's not the most convenient thing to be able to attend or participate in this process, especially when you are a supporter as opposed to being an objector. And so we did give them that guidance, perhaps, but Brigitte can get up here herself, and, you know, she's the one who is talking, of course.
Hold on, I want to finish what I'm saying.
Okay.
So my issue is, and maybe I'm misunderstanding it, but it says, it is my understanding that the owner of the property located at 220 Island Drive is proposing to create a 2 single-family home building site on the property. Then I jump to the next paragraph. It says, we support her right to redevelop her property as she deems appropriate. Skip to the third section, and it says, why this particular owner should have to bear the burden of having only 1 home on this very large lot. My problem is it's saying that the applicant is the owner here, and they're supporting the owners who's proposing 2 houses. But that's not what we have here. I called the manager, says, is this the owner that's doing it? No, it's a developer that's coming. So I have these support letters, but they're supporting the owner. They're not supporting a developer.
But there's no doubt here that the owners consented to this application. They have signed letters authorizing my representation of them. They're here tonight if you'd like to hear from them.
Sure.
And the owners are also part
I'm
of the
fine if
proponents.
the owners are okay with it, but I'm just saying if I was a person on the street that received this letter and it says, hey, would you support this? What I'm supporting is an owner to build 2 lots for themselves. It's not saying that I'm supporting for the owner to sell the lot to developers to build 2 lots on it, right? So for me, it's a little bit misleading. I mean, I would love to know if these people support the other. Because it's important for us, right? We get support, and again, I understand form letters. I understand why they do them, but you know, when you read them and they're not correct.
But remember, though, once those sites are created, the owner today has a free right to sell it to somebody else, and I think everybody acknowledges that and understands that.
Sure, I just want to make sure that what they're supporting is what they're actually supporting. That's my concern. And when I got that, it just didn't seem I read it and I was confused of who the applicant was.
Brigitte spoke with many of them, so I don't know, maybe if you want Brigitte to get up and just
That's
talk
fine,
about
she
her
can get up.
conversations.
Yeah.
Let's wait right now.
Okay.
Brigitte, you'll come up, you can come up with public comments.
I have one more. Mario, can you speak to whether or not your owners, when they purchased this land, when they bought it, did they know about this deed restriction?
We would have to ask them. They're here
Okay.
tonight, and it's not
Okay.
actually, it's the daughters, so I'm not sure how much they were in the loop on that decision-making, but we'll ask them to come up and speak on that point in particular.
Okay.
And if Joe's, okay. Joe, not meaning to be adversarial, but I just want to sort of bring out, any of the facts here. This drawing, which you see up there, showing how all the different lots are configured on both blocks of Island Drive. Do you acknowledge that the 17 ones that have an asterisk or a star on them were indeed created by just portions of lots being consolidated?
I'm not sure I understand what you've done here. And I'm not sure that I've had the opportunity to review this, as I believe this only came to us today.
This information was actually, we had it during our conversation a week ago when we got together with the village manager.
Well, let me interrupt.
Is it part
I'm
of the
sorry.
agenda package?
Let me interrupt.
Hold on, no.
Well, no, I mean,
Council member, no. He has the right to question our staff. At this point, this is quasi-judicial. He has the right to question staff, so allow him to continue the questions, then you can step in and make your point.
I would need some time to study it. I don't believe it's part of the agenda package. I mean, this was created, we put our staff report in weeks ago. You've worked on this. Again, I'm not quite sure I understand it. I don't understand the fictitious address. I don't understand why we believe it's 2 buildable lots. It's clearly not. It's clearly 2 folio numbers. That's what the lines on the map are. And I'm not sure why the story is now that we're coming in to divide a lot when you didn't have to do that at all if it was 2 lots. So I'm confused by the presentation.
Okay.
Thank you.
As you can see from that graphic, and as you can see by looking through all the folio numbers that are available to you in the binder on the Miami-Dade property website, there's 17 instances where just portions of lot were consolidated with portions of lot. What has been done on this property, where we're looking to readjust now to have 2 lots that are compliant with the comprehensive plan, the zoning code, chapter 28 of the city, and in my opinion, consistent with the deed restriction as it is drafted and has it's been interpreted and implemented over the years.
Councilmember Laredo, you had a question?
Yeah, Counselor, you correct me, quasi-judicial, but at the end of the day, this is a policy decision. Is that a correct statement?
No, this decision is going to be based upon the evidence presented.
Okay. And then in that case, I had the same concerns. My mind now, I've devoted a lot of time to this, and this has thrown me back. Getting something like this at the 11th hour, this is, to me and the people I know, it's a big deal. This is not just another zoning case. I get handed, 2 new addresses, a whole bunch of stuff that I don't have time to read. I'm a freak about reading everything and preparing and trying to be balanced. And I know you've been delayed because of the circumstances we had at Ultra and everything else, but unless I'm wrong about practices, and I sat as a quasi-judicial public utility commission, but 11th hour.
Councilmember, I don't want you to make a decision or state. We haven't heard from public comments. I just want you to be careful as to making any statements about your decision before. I don't want to do anything.
Well, I think
Wait.
expressing the evidence that Mario.
I'm perfectly capable of knowing my limits. And I just wanted to express that as a quasi-judicial, there's basically new information that it's now I have to think about. I'm not going to have time to read it. There's a fundamental change on the labeling and everything else, and let me ask you a question specifically following up to Councilwoman Petros. Can you give me a short interpretation with the concept of caveat emptor in the law?
Buyer beware.
Buyer beware.
Mm-hmm.
And would you say a deed restriction sort of falls under that doctrine?
Yes, but remember my argument here is that we comply with that deed restriction as it's been interpreted and implemented, evidenced by how the home sites on that block were actually created.
Vice Mayor?
Your asterisks where you're showing that they were formed by joining from or taking from next door, sort of, they're getting bigger, yes?
For the most part, but not entirely.
With the exception of the last few that Mr. Corradino referred to as orphans, they
Right.
got bigger.
Right.
Thank you.
And here we're looking to make the one smaller one that we have bigger, in our opinion.
And the bigger one smaller.
Right, but in
Yes.
the same manner in which others were previously divided or
Made
re-subdivided
bigger
over time.
And do they get bigger because when they excavated the canal, they excavated more from this area than they did the properties to the west?
Part of it is the fact that for the most part, we're shifting, in our case, we're shifting west. And as you shift
That's
west,
what
they
I'm
get
saying,
bigger.
but that's because they
And-
excavated more canal
True.
when they did the excavation.
True.
So bad backhoe operator.
Why don't we do this? Let's open, I'd like to open the public comments, the public hearing. Anybody would like to speak? If you haven't already been sworn in, I'm going to need you to step up. So Brigitte, you want to step up?
Yes.
And Dr. Summers, I know you wanted to speak as well. Sorry, my mic is not.
Good evening. Bridget Nachtigall, 931 Harbor Drive. First of all, let me congratulate all of you on the Ultra, because I thought it was going to be a disaster, and it wasn't a disaster. So thank you for all the work you did. That's number one. Number two, I also want to congratulate you on the utilities, because being a real estate expert and been doing real estate for 30 years on this island, that is the next step we need to take on this island. So on 220 Island Drive, there's a lot of things that you need to know that have not been said here. Let me begin by saying that as real estate agents, and again, I've been doing this for 30 years, a lot of you know me, and know me in this community, the first thing I do as a real estate agent is go to the tax appraiser's office, okay, and see miamidade.gov, okay, property search. When I search that property, it has 2 folio numbers and it has 2 structures on it. Like Mario said, the owners who are here, and you're welcome to ask them any questions, have been getting 2 tax bills, 2 insurance, 2 FPL bills, 2 water bills, 2 everything. Okay, so to us, there's 2 properties. By the way, those 2 structures that are right now are completely independent, one from the other. You cannot walk from one to the other, and you need to know that. 3, staff keeps saying, he said it 3 times, resellable, they're making it more resellable. Somebody here this evening said there's 435 properties for sale on Key Biscayne. That's something you need to think about on our council, okay? There are 38 homes on the water for sale today. Okay, many of those homes, if you look at the history, are not selling. They're not moving. So contrary to his belief, I just sold 350 Island Drive, which is 12,800 square feet. Okay, it's the last property sold on the water on Key Biscayne for $7.9 million. So contrary to what he said, one of the reasons I haven't been able to sell that property, since, by the way, it's been on the market since 2011, is because it's too big for that street. And for that money, people will go to Harbor Drive or go to Mashaw or go to Hurricane Harbor or to another property. So if we have 2 independent structures, believe me, they're going to be a lot more resellable than what they're telling you it's going to be. So I completely disagree as a real estate expert. And by the way, if you look at the records, I don't look at this, but a lot of people have told me I am the number 1 top producer on Key Biscayne right now. Okay, so I just sold 350 Island Drive. If you look, the main thing that I tell people also, and you have the perfect example between 130 Island Drive and 150 Island Drive, and I hope you guys drive by there. 150 Island Drive was a house that was completely remodeled, not elevated. God forbid a hurricane comes. And next to it is 130 Island Drive, a house that was completely built, new, elevated, up to code. And by the way, 130 Island Drive, as per Miami-Dade County tax records, does not have 10,100 square feet. So these 2 properties would be bigger than that brand new house, which they're asking $8 million, $7,995, and I believe he just brought it down. That's Roberto Porcari. In reference to your question, which was a great question, yes, I have spoken to every single owner. Believe me, those people did not send letters without asking at least 1 hour of questions in regards to these. None of those people that sent you those letters would have signed those letters if I didn't give them the explanation on the market, if I did an explanation on how we need on this island to stop that 50-50 rule that exists today say, it's not, I mean, it exists, but let me just say people go spend a lot more than that 50%, okay? We need to do elevated homes. FEMA keeps coming down on us, and they're getting stricter and stricter. Elevation certificates before didn't have pictures. Now they have pictures. There's a lot of things that Mike Mila can tell you that need to be up to code now. We need new homes. We need new blood. So I tell people all the time, 10 million and above, there's a candy store out there. You know, you can choose. How many of them have sold? Look at the properties on Harbor Point. They've been sitting there for 6-7 years. They're not moving. What we need properties that we can sell. We need properties that we can bring new blood to this island, like the person that I just sold 350 Island to. He's a guy from Minnesota. He just moved to Key Biscayne. He loves the fact that he can ride his bike with his kids, and we need to make this island more sellable precisely against what staff just said. It's 21,000, not 23,000. It's not even 21,000. It's 20,800 to be exact, as per Miami-Dade County tax records. We need to divide that lot to make it completely more sellable and do two brand new, beautiful homes and bring wonderful new people to this island. Because if we keep asking 35 and 25 and 55 millions, nothing's ever going to sell. Do you guys have any questions that I can answer?
No, this is.
Are you're the realtor for the owner of?
Yes,
the
I
site
represent
right
the seller.
All right.
I do, and they're here. And like I said, the property has been on the market since 2011. So what staff is saying that those lots made bigger to be more sellable, not on that street. Because if somebody's going to build a house on that type of lot, they're going to go to Harbor Drive and spend $10 million there, not there.
So what you're saying is if we don't approve this, someone has been trying to monetize this house for 8 years will be stuck for it, who knows, maybe 8 more years?
Well, you know, I mean, nobody ever, so you guys need to know that the inventory that we have now is probably worse than 2008. I mean, it's been difficult. Prices have dropped, and it's not moving the way all of us would have hoped. I mean, I always tell people 2017 was probably worse than 2008. The difference is 2008, they told us it was going to happen. 2017, no one's told us. And we, you know, with the situation that's happening in Latin America right now, we need to bring new people to this island. We need to do everything we can to get wonderful buyers here. So yes, it could be sitting there for another 8 years, which is not fair. And by the way, the owners who happen to be here, they've been amazing taxpayers. They've been amazing neighbors. That's why you got those letters, because they've been on this island for a very long time. People know them. People respect them. People want to help them. And people also want So the owner of 350 Island Drive, he wanted to come, but he unfortunately wasn't able to be here. He said to me when I talked to him, he said, you know, I don't understand why people wouldn't want beautiful new structures in there instead of all these older homes. They're just sitting there empty. So there's a lot of things that they need to take under consideration with this. But yes, absolutely, every single person that I spoke to was in agreement, and they would. And by the way, there are people that I spoke to that didn't send a letter because they didn't, you know, because they didn't know enough facts. I mean, it was 2 of them really, but everybody else coincided that it was the right thing to do, and the right thing for the owner, and the right thing for the community.
And they understood that it was developers, not the homeowner.
I explained to them that we have somebody who wants to build them. They were in agreement with 2 new houses being built, whether it was the developer or the owner, the existing owner. It didn't matter.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm available if you have any questions.
Dr. Summers.
So we're going to put 2 new houses where one wants it.
I am Stephanie Summers. I live in 241 Norwood Drive, which is right across from that house. And I have been living on the Key probably more than anybody else because I moved in 1972. So I can see all the changes that have occurred in the Key. I always loved Cape Florida because they were big lots. Well, at the time when I moved here, it was a moratorium, then we had nothing, almost nothing. But afterwards, they big on big lots, nice houses, and it was something that was very beautiful. This house across from me, I had it in front of my nose for 21 years. So I know the house. Not only that, I have visited the house several times, you know, because of course it has been for sale for a long time. Well, to me, this is a story of greed because they cannot sell the house for the $6 billion they want because it's too expensive for the neighbor, probably. So instead of dividing the house in 2 and build two probably big block houses like they built now, you know. I have two square houses with hurricane and elevated. Well, a lot of people like that. Personally, I don't like that, and I'm going to be the one to have the house in front of me. So why don't they lower their price a little bit? If you lower your price, everything sells. So instead of asking 6 million for that lot, ask 4 million for your lot, and somebody will come and build a very nice house. And this house is not two houses. This house, it's a bigger house, and it's a guest house. And it's so obvious when you see the house that it's not two houses at all. It's a big house and a guest house. And something else I want to point out, because I experimented with my own place, the measurement of those old houses are not exact. So I will be very willing to know if the lot is 20,000 square feet. I can't believe that, but they made a mistake on my own lot because they were older houses. So I think you should remeasure the lots and to see if they are in accordance with the 10,000 square feet that is required. And as I repeat, this house is obviously a big house and a guest house. It has never been two lots and two houses.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? No, Brigitte, you've already spoken. No, no, we're not having this for that. You've made your statement. Anybody else like to speak, sir?
I wasn't sworn in, but
You have to come up and you have to be sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I am my parents couldn't come. Michelle and Sonia Dakash, 1045 Mariner Drive. It's perpendicular to Island. We think that we've seen the sizes of the houses. These two, I mean, I'm not a lawyer or anything like that, but out of common sense, seeing how these lots wouldn't be the smaller ones, people would be investing, bringing money to the island, bringing the houses up to code. We would actually like if this was allowed. As to what was mentioned of them lowering the value of the house to sell it, we actually want the houses to appreciate and gain value. So we believe it is something that is going to help that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Okay, where are we? Does the staff or the applicant wish to cross-examine any of the people who've spoken?
The village does not. I don't think the staff or myself, no.
Mr. Garcia-Serra?
Okay, just a short rebuttal and some closing statements to finish the discussion. The only objector that we had on the record today was Ms. Summers, who lives across the canal on Knollwood Drive, of course entitled to her opinion. I respectfully disagree. This is not a question of greed, it's a question of property rights. The property owner has a right to create these two lots or adjust these two lots as she sees fit under the law, just like 15 other properties did on this block at some point in time. Ms. Summers lives on a lot that's approximately 13,000 square feet. I think there's a little bit of irony here in that the 20,000 square foot property owner now needs to maintain that as one 20,000 square foot lot forever for the benefit of everybody else. If that's the ideal size for lots, why doesn't the comprehensive plan require that? Why doesn't the zoning code require that? Why is it that when people acquired property, they didn't acquire more if they thought that that was their ideal size property? The second structure, whether we call it a guest house, second home, smaller structure, whatever it might be, it is difficult to call it a guest house because the same covenant, which has now been discussed for whatever it's been, the better part of an hour, in the very first section of that covenant says that guest houses are not permitted on this subdivision. When it was built, it was clearly built as a second home. Did it happen to have the same owner? It did. Did they utilize it in such a way that it was an extension of their house? They did. But they were definitely building on a separate lot that had existed for some time and predated, and their home predated it by 15 years that were out there. Some final concluding thoughts. And I might be getting a little bit philosophical here, but probably with the hour of the night, it's appropriate. We got to ask ourselves, what sort of place is Key Biscayne? I've lived here all my life. I can't think of a better place in the world to live. And with good reason, a lot of people want to come and live here and buy property. Key Biscayne, for a large segment of the community, has been a place of refuge. You look at just our development team. My family from Cuba, the Avilas from El Salvador, the Guardasis from Venezuela. They came here in great part because this is a place where there is rule of law, and rule of law means something. And what is part of rule of law? Part of rule of law is also interpreting and applying the rules uniformly. What was good for the rest of the block should be good for us and this property here. One thing that I can also say about Key Biscayne is that we are not a lot-conscious community. I have yet to ever ask anybody, nor has anybody ever asked me how big my lot is and try to compare it to theirs. We have people here who live in studio apartments. We have people who live in multiple acres on the waterfront and everything in between. We've always been more concerned on the quality of the residents, what they contribute to the community, and hope that they will be part of the community. On that count, I can tell you that the current owner, Carmen Elena Avila, the ultimate owner of these properties through that entity, has done right by this community. I know this firsthand. I have literally known her since I was 5 years old. Her grandson is one of my best friends, continues to be, and was my classmate in kindergarten in Key Biscayne and Community School, and continues to be one of my closest friends. She, her children, and grandchildren have all been great members of our community. Doña Carmen Elena is now 90 years old. She's been widowed for 20 years, is in deteriorating health, and it's time for her to start saying mission accomplished. And part of that is selling this property for the highest value that she can, consistent with applicable law. All of us here on the Key have a lot invested in our homes. Many of us will also come to that point in life where you have to part with a home where you have many good memories, where you raised a family, had many good friends over. And when that time comes, for each of us, I think we want to be treated in the same way that she expects and hopes to be treated here, with the law being interpreted and applied to her, just as it was to everybody else who previously were able to create lots in this manner through conveyance of property from one lot to the other. I'll leave you with that thought and would ask you to please vote to approve this application. Thank you.
Staff have any closing remarks? Okay. The public hearing is now closed. Do any members of the council have any questions for staff, the applicant, or anyone who has spoken on this item? Councilmember Petros.
I'd like to know if there's anyone that can answer whether or not the property owners were aware of this deed restriction when they purchased the property.
I was 13 years old, so I can't tell you.
You don't know? Okay.
Well, that was my question about caveat emptor.
Councilmember Moss, did you have a question?
I just wanted to know, based on our zoning code and our future land use map, how many projects could be, how many lots could be subdivided or divided into smaller lots on the island?
I don't know the exact answer to that question. We did look at lots that were larger than double the size in the zoning code, and I think I was able to find, I want to say somewhere near a half a dozen, but it's not an exhaustive, comprehensive search. I think that I found one other property with 2 folio numbers, and that's it. Again, but it's not an exhaustive search of every site in the village, mainly around the lots on the water.
Could it be, potentially, could a developer come in and buy 5 lots on the street and then divide them up into smaller lots and get many more houses along there if they wanted to?
Theoretically,
Yes.
on this lot, that's totally, on this street, that's totally possible. And they could, I guess if they bought the whole block, go back to the size of the originally platted lot. Again, remember, the covenant says increase the size of the originally platted lot, which is more than 10,000 square feet. Again, the covenant gets in the way. I wouldn't disagree with just about anything that's been said tonight, except for the issue is the covenant, not the address.
What I'm just getting to is that if everybody were to make the minimum size lots that they could possibly make in the island, you don't think it would be a significant increase in density, basically?
Not from our analysis.
Okay, thank you.
Council, Vice Mayor?
I have a question with regard to soliciting the letters in support. When we look at where they come from, the letters in support are kind of all over and not really adjacent to the property. And I'm just wondering if that was people, was it a door-to-door asking, or was it people who knew the family and wrote in support? Because the letters of opposition that we received are all immediately adjacent to the property. Anyone?
So do you want me to answer? So we called the people and we spoke to people. It wasn't going.
Come to the mic, Brigitte, please.
It was not going door to door.
You called people you had relationships with or knew in the
The
neighborhood?
owners had relationship with several people. I had relationship with several people. We asked them their opinion. We thought, we wanted to know what they thought. And then if they supported, we did ask them to send a letter. Mario sent the letter, like he said, and then the owner sent it to some of their friends. I sent, to the people that were in support because they agreed. Again, so I would say that the main thing for people is, being that a lot of people are, the whole thing with code enforcement also, and the fact that the code just went up one more foot, to 10 feet to 11 feet for new homes, is something that people want to know more about, and the fact that these new homes come up. Because if you look at Key Biscayne right now, there's not a lot of construction going on compared to a couple of years ago, right? So people also are concerned, construction and new homes also bring new jobs to people. So, when people look at the big picture of it, it's something they want. And can I just say that the question that was asked to staff, because again, out of the 28 homes that are, out of the 38 homes that are on the market right now, I think I represent 12 owners, okay? When you talk about the divisions, and especially on waterfront homes, I want to make sure you understand this. It depends.
Sorry, we've
But you
closed
need to know it, but it's on the water, Mike, because if you have 100 feet on the water, you can't.
Her question was simply
Okay.
to that.
To the
We're in a
letters.
public, I'm sorry, it's
Okay,
quasi
but
judicial, we've got to
this
be.
property has
followed.
160 feet on the water.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember London?
I really don't have a question, except that, I guess, Vice Mayor Allison, that I don't really think it matters that we have anybody saying we should have the lots here. I'm talking about neighbors, that we should subdivide it, we shouldn't subdivide it, I like it, I don't like it. I don't think that's really very important. What's important is that this meets our code. It's 10,000-foot lots. This is two 10,000-foot lots. Why should we penalize these people? You've heard all the information, and this is not below our minimum size lots. So why should we penalize a neighbor, especially, basically we're really saying, hey, you had the thing for sale for 8 years. If you want to sell it, just cut your price down really low and you'll sell it. Is that really right? Is that really fair? When we can be two lots, it's not going to increase the density. You heard Joe say that. So why are we even getting involved in this thing except say, hey?
Because there's a deed restriction.
Yeah, there's a deed
And we
restriction.
can't
And you
just-
can't say that putting
Excuse me,
two
the deed
houses-
restriction,
Hold on.
the deed restriction was
He's
put on.
speaking.
The deed
You can
restriction
respond once
was
he's
put
done.
on by a developer. And as a developer, especially years ago, what you did was you put deed restrictions in there to make things more exclusive. In fact, many places in the United States, like Texas, you don't have any zoning. It's by deed restrictions. But this deed restriction was done with nothing was developed at that point in time. Nobody's buying, or probably nobody lives there today that bought or didn't buy because of that deed restriction. Did the circumstances change? Yes. The thing was bare land at that time. Now it's a completely developed area. Are two houses there? Yes. Are they two or one? That's a legal thing between Mario and Joe and the other lawyers here. But as far as I'm concerned, is that there's two houses. There's no reason why there should be two lots. And we should be penalizing our neighbors, especially if somebody's been here all these years. Why should we be mean and nasty? We don't get benefit by anything. All we do is hurt that people. It makes no sense at all to even discuss it any further, really.
Councilmember Petros? Councilmember Petros?
So here are some things that I would like you to think about too as we move forward, Councilmember London, which is if we just assume that deed restrictions don't matter and that they don't supersede, then where else on our island do we have deed restrictions that we will then be challenged with, and people may come forward and say, well, you did this for this particular situation. And I have yet to see one situation here since 1959 where a lot got smaller. These lots did evolve exactly like this deed restriction. And I still am not convinced that there's been some change that means that deed restriction should be lifted. And the other part of this is, because of this deed restriction, everybody was made aware of this every time they purchased a home. So those facts all exist, and I think we need to think about this carefully, and if we're doing this, we need to do it in a measured way and understand the ramifications outside of this particular issue.
Councilmember, Vice Mayor, you're good?
Rebutting that, you say everybody knows about the deed restriction when they bought the property. The deed restriction might come up in a title report only to say that there was a restriction put on there. If you think the average person, or 99% of the people who buy a property, who get a title report, and go say, well, give me the copy of the 1961 restriction when the thing was platted, I mean, I really tend to disagree with you. Most people don't know. Most people in the business don't know. Most realtors don't know. Developers don't know. Builders don't know. That's really, I disagree with you completely on that.
Okay.
Councilmember Moss?
Going back to the deed restriction, I don't know if you guys are the same as me, but I think I've read this thing 10 times and I'm still confused of what it says. I mean, it says, it's a paradox. I mean, you can look at it in any different way, but it's completely confusing. I mean, it says that you can only divide by unless both portions are increased. How can you increase both portions of it doesn't make any sense to me when I read this thing. It's just it's just strange to me. I mean, when you look at over time, you're increasing, but you're also decreasing somewhere. I mean, it's kind of what my first remarks were, is like, I mean, you can't keep increasing without making the whole length increase. I'm just saying, I'm really trying to focus in on this one sentence here and see if it makes any sense, but just reading it, it really doesn't make any sense to me.
Vice Mayor?
The answer that I got when I started looking at that is that there are less houses than originally platted for.
But that doesn't say what it's saying.
I think the easiest way, if I could just help you, would be if there was 3 lots and you had lots 1, 2, and 3, and lot 2 was being subdivided. That would be consistent with this, because half of lot 2 would go to lot 3 and half would go to lot 1 and make the adjoining platted lots bigger.
Exactly. That's how I'm reading it.
Petros, did you have a
No.
Okay. Anybody else have a point? I mean, let me just say, I'm in agreement with Ed on this. I think what you're doing here is you've got 2 lots, essentially. You've got 7,000. I mean, they're 2 folio numbers. One is 7,500 and one is 13,000. And so, because of our code, my understanding, and correct me, am I right to say that they can't build on the one lot, the 7,500? They're stuck with that folio? So they can't develop that at all. They can't even put a 7,500. Most lots on the key, most of the old MACA lots are 7,500 square foot lots, right? So we would allow a home that comports and has the FAR that fits on a 7,500, but they can't even do that on that lot. So my feeling is what we're doing here by allowing, and I think there is a change in circumstance. I think there's sufficient evidence on the record to state that there's been a change. I mean, things have changed since 1959. And what we're doing is we're allowing a property owner to essentially take, 3,000 off of one and add it to the other, so that they're essentially they're both over 10,000. They meet the requirements of the Cape Florida development of the medium density family, single family, and they can then do what they want. They're property owners. They have the rights to do. If they want to hold one and sell one, if they want to keep them both, that's fine. But that's where I am on this. I think this moving forward, and so I would ask, somebody make a motion and let's get this.
Make a motion to have the approved and subdivide in 2 lots, or waiver of plat, or whatever legally we have to do, so that they can be 2 plats.
We will allow the waiver of plat.
To 2 separate lots. Thank you.
All right, I'll second the motion.
I struggle with this so much, like as all of you did. Spent a lot of time reading and trying to understand the legalese, and trying also to make sure we do not make a bad precedent. And listening to the facts and visiting the properties in the neighborhood, walk around on my bike and or car. Today, the factual presentations have thrown me off a little bit. I really do not, you know, I will always get in trouble because I speak my mind. I do not like this last minute, 11th hour introduction of new terminology. We are restricted by our ability to communicate with each other, but we've all spent a lot of time with our interpreters, the department through the manager. And to be honest with you, it's sort of disrespectful to the process. All of a sudden, you know, I'm handed this thing with new information, new terminology, and you know, I want it on the record that this is not the best way to proceed, and to be appreciative of the burdens that we have to make a decision on this thing. So, you know, I would either, you know, perhaps try to find a deferral, but I know that they had to wait because, I mean, after all, if this is supposed to be on the facts, we handed a whole bunch of new facts. You have been handed a whole bunch of new facts. And that's what I guess I'm telling you, is that I don't know how to vote because I have a very high respect. I don't know them personally, but I know the family from El Salvador. And their private attorney, Marily Cancio, is someone who I respect professionally and as a human being and as a person. And, you know, and I don't want to do them damage, but this hearing has been a bummer for me. Having said all of that, I think it's probably, and there is a third party involved here. It's not the property owners. It's somebody who's going to build. And I have a problem. I know that maybe it's not legal, but you know what kind of stuff that I guess our department will eventually. What kind of spec house are going to be built there? Because what I've been focusing on all along is not so much. It is a deed restriction, but particularly the character of the neighborhood. And that is a really unique street. You know, I'm not a realtor with experience, but it does have a touch to it. So,
Okay, we got to call the question.
yeah, so I think that I would, at the end, put aside all of that discomfort that was created for me today and support the family and the petitioner, but with the statements that I just made, that this unfortunate hearing. So I would vote yes if you call the question.
Call the question, please.
For clarification, Chad, I read the title into the record. It was not moved or seconded.
Yes, it was
I think it was just moved
by
Councilmember London and
I seconded.
seconded by the
Thank
mayor.
you. Okay.
Here, you can keep this.
Councilmember
Could you
Petros?
repeat the question? I mean,
Well-
just to approve this?
To
Motion
approve.
Approve the waiver of plat.
Okay.
The approval waiver of plat has a couple of conditions that are included as part of it. One of them is also that the manager designee would then go ahead and release the deed restriction as
So we're
relates to
lifting
this-
the deed restriction.
as it relates to this property, yes.
And the motion includes all the conditions on the recommendation?
Well, I'm confused. Are we lifting the deed restriction? Because I think we're interpreting the deed restriction.
No, we're lifting
No.
it.
Okay. I interpreted it that
Just
what they
then
want to
for
do
the whole
is
neighborhood.
why the deed restriction.
No,
He
it's for
said
this
they had to
property.
do that because of the deed restriction.
I was asking you this.
Is there anything else that's included in the
No, I'm
question?
asking as a question, that's a question. To sort of waive the deed restriction on this property, is that then for the neighborhood?
No.
Okay.
Michael?
And the
Excuse
conditions
me.
on the recommendation
When I
is
made I'd like to amend my motion. The motion to approve is also subject to the 4 restrictions contained here with an easement for underground electric for, you can read the restrictions.
recommendations on the
The
staff.
recommendations on there.
The recommendations
Yes.
of
It's
staff,
amended,
correct.
it's a very important.
Yes.
Conditions are in
They
the
were
resolution.
included.
Part of
Okay,
it.
they were already included.
Part of
Good
it.
enough.
Thank you for doing a good job.
Count,
Yeah, thank you to staff for evaluating this. Much appreciated. Let's go.
Councilmember Petros?
No.
Councilmember Segurola?
No.
Mayor Davy?
Yes.
Councilmember Laredo?
Yes.
Councilmember London,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McCormick,
No.
Councilmember Moss.
Yes.
Motion carries. Next item.
May I ask a question on this issue before they leave the
Go
petitioners?
against people like this.
Can I,
Nastiness. Pure nastiness.
you think it's a
Next item,
Wait,
sorry. Next item
Really nasty.
is an ordinance on first reading, an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida.
Jenny, excuse me.
I apologize.
Can we have 1 minute?
certainly. Okay, we have the village manager's items. It's 9:30.
I apologize. The village manager's report, public safety for waterfront properties.
And I'm more sick of quoting.
Thank you. So I've been meeting with staff in an attempt to get to know everybody in village manager breakfasts with the different departments. And in one of the breakfasts, one of the Marine Patrol officers came up with a suggestion that would improve their ability to patrol the marine properties. And I'd like to invite Chief Press to give a little bit of a quick overview of what the issue is and perhaps get some feedback from council on how, if anything, you'd like us to do. Chief?
Thank you, ma'am. Good evening, Mayor, Council. When I was with Miami Beach Police, one of the biggest problems we had was waterfront crime. And we created an ordinance that provided that each homeowner on the water would have to identify their home with a house number in the back of the house where the police boats were patrolling. So if we got a call for service, the officers knew where to go. That has come up by several of our homeowners, their interest in that, and obviously by myself and the Key Biscayne Marine Patrol officers. I think it's probably the most important way that we could respond to any call for service expeditiously and ensuring that we're in the right location. I think it's a small ask of the homeowner. And we support it 100%, and I hope you all do.
Great idea.
It's a public safety
Great
idea.
Can make a motion right now?
We have to make a motion? Yeah, make a motion. Make a motion, Ed.
I'd like to make a motion that all waterfront homeowners will have an address sign, a number on the back of their house, visible from the water.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Can I ask a question real quick? Sure. I mean, do we know that all homeowners want to have their number listed on the
We
front of
don't
the
know
wall?
that, but the chief said it's necessary for enforcement of his police duties.
I have another, what do we do if they don't want to? It's private property.
We just make, it's private property. They have to have it, we have a rule that says you have to have it in the front of a house as part of our zoning. So if this would be a change to it, have it in the back of the house also.
And we do it,
We enforce the front of the house.
We would change our code and
Yeah.
then give them a time period to comply, and if it
Yeah.
didn't, we'd go through the proper procedures. That's what we're.
okay, so it's not just say
Yeah.
aye and move on.
Correct.
There's a procedure.
Let's move in.
Right, and we have a
Directing the
public
manager.
hearing where they
Right.
get a chance to
Correct.
come and
Okay.
say, I don't
Okay.
want that.
But we say that we want it, and then they go
The
forward. with
manager's
it,
going to
so.
come back with the
Okay.
proposal. Perfect.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item would be an ordinance.
No, still
I'm
on
sorry.
managers.
I am so
But
sorry.
where?
Request for qualification, Rickenbacker Causeway.
Was that, where are you now? Pardon?
Manager's report,
Manager's report because it's after 9 o'clock.
11D2.
I thought that manager's report was not after 10.
No, after 9.
So at a previous council meeting, the council directed us to put together a scope of services, the minimum qualifications and the evaluation criteria for a request for qualifications with regard to the Rickenbacker Causeway. We provided a written report that summarizes The objective of the project would be for a planning consultant and an engineering firm. We've identified the different disciplines to review the existing plans that are being discussed, that have been proposed in the past, and to basically come back to the council with a concept, including an opinion of probable cost, and perhaps funding mechanism to, which would be the village's vision for the potential future development of the causeway.
Okay. And I had the opportunity to speak to a number of you prior to this in Sunshine meetings. And so essentially the gist of this is that we need to start being more proactive when it comes to this causeway. I mean, we talk about all of the issues that we have to deal with on Key Biscayne. The fundamental issue that was certainly expressed to us through Ultra is we need to get a better control. We need a better way on and off our island. One of the things that's come forward last year was the Siskovich, the Plan Z. We've talked a little bit about this. And as part of that Plan Z, or Plan Z in and of itself, was proposed as an unsolicited bid to the county to basically make a P3, that's a public-private partnership, to own and operate the Rickenbacker Causeway. And so my concern is that if we don't devise our own concept of what we think should be on the causeway, somebody's going to come in with a P3, give it to the county, they're going to win the bid because it's going to be unsolicited, we're not going to be able to react in time, and we're going to be stuck with whatever they bring to us. So what I'm proposing is that we create this, we do an RFQ, we determine what the cost is that would lead, I'm sorry, am I boring people?
We're bored.
If my desire is that we have a plan and ready to go. So we start looking at whether or not it is feasible for us to take part in a P3 on that causeway, and that we are not allowing another entity to control our ingress and egress. Part of that would be taking a concept and going out to, there are a number of funds out there in the country that would fund an infrastructure project like this. So the idea might be, and again, this is very conceptual at this time, but it might be for us to get one of these infrastructure funds to put up the money to purchase this, to purchase the causeway. We would own it, they would operate it. We give them a 99-year lease, they would operate it, and under conditions that we would be able to establish, and we would have the concept that would be running this. So that's why I'm intending to do this. I wanted to talk to you all privately before we got here. I wasn't able to do so, so that's why I'm telling you all now. Councilmember Petros.
Quick question.
Shoot.
Even if we all agree that it's a good idea to get in front of this, do we need a consultant to give, why do we need a consultant to come up with a plan for the bridge if we're really just looking to get a partner?
Well, because we need to have we need something to basically pitch to whomever we're going to go out, whatever infrastructure fund we're going to go out to. And I think when we go, we want the concept that best suits the needs of people who utilize Key Biscayne. It's not just our residents, it's the people who come to the state park, come to the county park, the people who come here to work. We need to have a plan that's going to show, because frankly, the Plan Z, one of the biggest issues I had was that it doesn't incorporate a lot of things that would assist us with our traffic. But again, I'm not a traffic engineer. I'm not somebody who can tell you this is a good plan, this is a bad plan. That's just me as a layperson looking at it and saying, I don't know. What I'd like is an actual concept by somebody who does this for a living to be able to tell you, well, you can do this, you can do that. These are the costs that would be incurred if you wanted to do this. These are the pros, these are the cons.
Except if we do a partnership with someone, they're the ones that are actually going to be in charge of building it and everything,
correctly? But we still
correctly?
need to have a design to go to them and say, this is our concept.
But they would create their own design, wouldn't they?
No, well, the final design, yes, but I think incorporating what we want, we want to bring something forward and offer, we want to show what we're talking about when we go forward with this project. So if somebody's talking about putting up $350 million, because that's the approximation for a project like this, they've got to understand what we're talking about, what our desires are. I think it's better to get ahead of that process now rather than getting into negotiations and then suddenly having somebody say, well, no, we're not going to do your concept. Your concept won't work for us.
Well, I guess there's a part of me that feels like, and I understand where you're going with this, but there's a part of me that feels as if it would be better to just have our needs stated
Right.
to whoever we're dealing with, and then they create the vision that will provide easy ingress and egress to our community.
But I guess
mean,
that
that's,
the design component has to be done before we actually go out and get an infrastructure fund to actually come in and start ponying up the money for this. You have to have more than just, we'd like broader lanes raised or whatever we want, more bike lanes. I mean, Siskovich has a plan, right? He's got a plan, he's got concepts, he's got drawings, he's ready to go. I'm not saying
but that
that's.
may impede somebody too, because then you're asking them to do your plan when they, if we have a result we want, do we need to dictate the plan?
If we have a concept that we want, I think we need to dictate to a certain degree what we have to go in and we have to manage expectations. And if we don't manage those from the outset, I think we'll be spinning our wheels and somebody else is going to jump in there and take it from us.
And how much money do you think we should be earmarking for this?
I don't know. I mean, that's.
Given all the other things that we
I
want to
don't
spend
know.
money on.
I don't know, but I think
Okay.
that, look, this isn't some sort of, I'm not talking about this as, this isn't fluffy. This is protecting our way on and off this island. And if we don't do it now, we're going to be stuck. Mind my words. We've been talking about this for 20 years. If we don't do it, somebody's going to come along, they're going to buy that causeway, and we're going to get stuck again.
I'm just saying that we may not need the design to get to the same place.
They're going to
But-
buy the causeway.
Yeah, the infrastructure funds are coming.
It's for sale now, the causeway.
It's been for sale. Alvarez offered it to the MDX for $100 million a number of years ago. So yes, it's out there.
Now it's for sale.
Okay, Ed.
I mean,
Listen,
now you
I'm
said
telling you right now,
Alvarez offered it.
Siskovich had a deal in place. If the FIU bridge didn't collapse, he was going to be able to, they were going to do an unsolicited bid and they were going to do a P3 on the causeway. Yes,
And who was
absolutely,
gonna do it?
100%.
Who was
He
gonna
had
bid?
some infrastructure fund from, I forget where it was from, Toronto or something was bringing the money.
And they were going to give them the money just to put this on the causeway.
They were going to own, no, they were going to own and operate the causeway.
As a toll road.
As a toll road, correct. So that's what I'm trying to do is
And,
get
and,
us.
and Dade County already agreed to this.
Dade County was not having a problem with it.
They agreed, they went, they met, they was discussed. They
It
said
has-
we're gonna.
it had been in
Are
discussions,
they offered a
yes.
sale for that price?
I don't
That
know
ever
what the
happened?
price was.
I mean, to me, it's like, we're gonna do this, we're gonna do that, but basically it's Dade County's road, unless, like you say, we're
That's
gonna go
right.
buy it. So we'll go into the causeway business, right? Which is fine.
We're not going into the
Well,
causeway
no, if we
business.
buy it,
No.
we'll go into the causeway business and we'll collect the
Did you hear
tolls.
what I said?
Yeah, an infrastructure fund is gonna come into it.
Right, so we buy it using their funds and we lease it back to them on a 99-year lease. And they operate it. But it gives us some semblance of control over what goes on that causeway, because otherwise we're stuck.
Okay.
I mean, I don't,
Do you have any funds in mind?
what's that? No, I don't. This is the start.
I mean, do you know of any infrastructure funds that do this?
I know one that was willing to fund Siskovich. That's about it.
That was willing to buy the causeway?
Correct. Willing to put up the money to buy the
So
causeway and
what does
operate it.
bridge collapse have to do with this?
I don't know, but that's what I was told. There was a deal that was in the works that
I
was
think
cut
they were
off
part
by
of
the
the
FIU. What's that?
I think they were part of the private deal.
Were they part of the private deal?
I'm sorry?
I think they were part of the private deal company that was in charge of that.
The private.
That's my understanding, but I'm not sure.
Okay.
So I just think we need to explore this.
Hey, you can explore it without doing all this, but let's talk to the infrastructure funds, see if they're interested, then we come up with something.
Well, that's Councilmember Petros's point. I think we need to have a concept when we go out there. That's my
I
idea.
mean, well, if there's the funds that are interested and say, fine, put something together, make some sense economically and everything else, to them, then makes sense to go do what you want. But you go ahead of time and say, hey, let's go find a fund, and no one's interested in doing it, we're just blowing in the wind again.
But you're saying to find a fund first.
But I
Yeah,
think
I'm saying
for the
find a fund
concept.
first.
But what he's saying is that Ziskovich actually put together a
He
concept
has
Say,
first. and then
find
found
a fund that's
yeah, but
interested in
Ed,
owning a thing.
that's my point.
They don't care what we do, they care about collecting tolls.
Right. But Siskovich had a concept that he could take out to these people. We don't have a
We don't
concept.
know that for sure.
We do know it. You saw the Plan Z.
No, we don't know that he had somebody's gonna pay the money up to do it.
We do.
We do. Okay.
I mean, why,
I mean, how do we know that?
through Siskovich and through the stuff on the bridge collapse. I mean, that's where I learned about all this, and that's why I've been trying to move this along. What exactly is your opposition? I mean, I
No, my
understand.
opposition is strictly to go ahead, find, if there are these infrastructure funds, I'm all for doing what you want to do. Find out if they're interested in everything else, they want to work together with them, great. Then we go ahead and work out a concept with them and do a collaborative thing together.
Do this for me.
They'll invest in it, obviously, if they were interested in doing this, because it's peanuts compared to what they're going to pay to buy the thing if they really want to do it. And then we get together and make something work.
And we present it to the county and try to.
Of course, the county has to, the county has.
I think what's gonna
if
happen
the county's
is
not
we're gonna
interested in
get-
doing it, then again, we're just wasting time.
I think,
The county has to be interested in doing it.
of course, and that's what, that was the other part of it is I hadn't brought it up, but I wanted to make sure you guys were in favor
Well,
of.
do we propose it to
moving
the
forward.
county first? Say, listen, if we can go ahead, are you interested?
My concern is we're going to, I guess it's public knowledge now,
Yeah.
so, yeah, I'm happy.
I mean, why don't we go to the county first? Hey, guys, listen, we're sick and tired of Ultra, we're sick and tired of this crap. We have no control. So we're willing to buy the damn thing. How much you want for it? Or will you consider selling it? And how will you determine the price you want for it? I mean, and then, if that's step one, then fine. Then you have infrastructure funds.
I
that are
think
in.
it's got to be, you've got to do both in step. I think talking to the county is fine.
That's number
I'm
one.
trying to set those meetings up now.
That's number
Okay?
one.
So I'm trying to,
I think that's great. And I think once you do that, if they show interest in doing something, then the next step is the infrastructure fund. If they're interested, then we can put together what you want to do here and move forward.
I think we're going to get shortchanged.
It's not going to take long to do these things to find out. I mean, you can find out real quickly the county's interested.
Right.
You can find out what infrastructure funds, if anybody's interested, and then we move forward. It's not going to be 18 months for a task force for underground electric or
No, I'm not
anything.
looking for,
This-
yeah,
this
that's
is
my
gonna be
point,
quick.
is I wanted a concept to be able to take out and determine what we want in a causeway.
Well, we
I mean,
want
it
to
may
have,
be,
well, excuse me, we want to have some control of our destiny, what you're saying, and that's,
exactly
and
right.
everybody agrees. And
control
so
our
we got to
driver.
then find out, is there a possibility, which means, will the county consider doing that? And if they won't consider it, then forget it. If they will do it, then go to the next step. Because I don't think, if people are going to bitch and moan about underground electric for the price, you imagine what they're going to do about buying the causeway, if we had to pay for it.
well, if we had to pay for it,
And
that's
that's what I'm
one.
saying, so
That's
therefore, an infrastructure fund is key. That's all.
All right, so I'm gathering I don't have support for my RFQ.
Well, I think you have
No, but I think
support,
you
but I
have
think you have these
huge
other
support.
things
I
that
think you
happen
have
faster.
huge support for your idea and
Yeah.
for this project.
Just the
But I
process.
think we're asking that you
All right, I will do
do
that.
these other, and it sounds to me like you could be doing these other two steps
In tandem.
lockstep,
Yeah.
yeah. I mean, you can be shopping for funds and seeing, you start having those meetings, you're gonna start seeing what the process is.
I mean,
And at the same time, we absolutely have to be having those conversations with the county.
I would say this actually allows you to speed up. Because if you're going to wait for us to do
Okay,
a
fair enough.
proposal, to agree to an engineer who's going to charge us money that we have to agree to get a plan, you're not talking to anybody
Well, no,
for
I was
another
starting, I
6
was going to
months.
start talking and having conversations, but if that's,
I mean,
fine, then that's what
I'm
I'll
all
do.
for what you want to do, but it's just different steps of doing it.
I do think, though, that having done this exercise and having sort of laid out in broad strokes what it is that we want and what our desires are, that you're taking that with you to go to these funds, right? And saying that this is sort of what we're looking for. We don't have to have a model.
But the other thing is that, I mean, I'm a firm believer that when you sit down, it's much stronger when you have something in front of you.
Right.
But I think maybe this RFQ goes way too far. This is like, it looks like when you read it, a lot of engineering and stuff. Could it just be some type of quick sketch that can be put together or some?
I mean, sure.
Yeah, I mean, something that we can just put together quickly. I don't even know what are the items that we as a council think are the important things and not the important things. Are we talking about like a causeway that's elevated the entire way? Are we talking about parks? Are we talking about more
That's,
high
I
school?
guess,
I
my
mean,
question.
what are we talking about?
That's why I wanted somebody to come in and kind of take our ideas and develop something that we'd say, yeah, that is what we want. That's not what we want. We want these.
Can we see if we have interest within the community? We have so many amazing people, and we get people, Tom Weber came to the library thing for us, like, and we may have people within our community who drive the Causeway every day, who have real vested interests and ideas of what they think. There's anyone who has been on the Causeway during Bunny Palooza and has sat there and Bunny Paloused it, they all have ideas of what it should be.
Okay. All right, so if anybody in the community wants to bring forward their services to assist us with this concept,
not?
please bring them. Yeah.
But I think at the same time, you can start having the meetings.
No,
too.
I've already started trying to set up.
Just
those meetings.
I wouldn't wait for
Meetings
this
and
because
the
this could take a long time.
I'm very excited about the idea. And I think whatever you can do to push that forward, to see how viable it is, the better.
Okay. Next.
Mayor, if I may add one
Yes, ma'am.
thing for everybody's knowledge on the council, my understanding is that the Miami-Dade County does have some funding allocated to either do a PD&E or a feasibility study with regard to the causeway. So there might be some seed money.
All right, we'll go talk to him. Okay.
Next item, Mayor, is an ordinance on first reading, an ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, creating a village beautification board, providing for severability and providing for effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item.
Oh, by
I'm
the way,
sorry.
just real quick, this is the first reading, so second reading is next, but I need names. Give me names for the committee.
Well, I thought we had appointed Stacy, no?
No, we don't, we haven't
Not yet.
actually created a board, so I want
okay.
names.
You sure you want to be on it?
So,
You
Okay.
can circulate names through me and I'll forward them.
Should we tell the public how many people are going to be on this board? Is it 5 or 7?
5.
Can we
Five.
put a notice through the constant contact?
Yeah, absolutely. The regular,
we'll do
the whole
a
status, but
vacancy
if you
ad.
guys have people who come to you, please provide the
Okay.
names to the clerk.
An ordinance of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Section 2-10 Advisory Boards of Chapter 2 Administration, Article 1 in general of the Village Code of Ordinances to provide for board membership and term limits, renaming existing committees to boards, providing for codification, providing for severability, providing for conflicts, and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
Thank you.
Why don't we open this for public comments? Anybody? Okay, closed for public comments. Vice Mayor?
Question, this, I think my question is for Chad. Does this go, in effect, back into all of the previous ordinances and change them? Or does this just kind of lay on top? And my question is for in years to come, when people want to go back and understand each individual board, do they also have to find this ordinance?
No, we're gonna go ahead and we'll change
Okay.
it and it will show up in the record. The history of that ordinance.
I think we need some clarification for the public too on what this does, what it is, what it can't be, and then the reason.
Sure.
Councilmember Laredo, you may want to speak
Right,
to
no,
it.
on the advisory, on the boards.
On the boards.
Yeah, it's basically to systematize it, to make it more predictable and a manageable number, 7. To your question, we don't want to get it too complicated. The one committee that is a problem, that I made a mistake thinking that it's the now Parks and Open Spaces, because they have on their ordinance 9, and we're going to 7. And they do have 2 vacancies from the 7, where I thought they had a 4. But that's the only one that I know of. That would be there will not be grandfather in. So that would be 7 now instead of 9.
I think they're all supposed to be 7 now.
All at 7, yeah.
With the
But the
exception
ordinance for
of-
the land acquisition was 9.
For the 2040?
Except for 2040.
Are we bringing the 2040 down to 7?
You're right, yes, you're right. Thank you for reminding
Wait,
me.
no, to be clear.
Yes, I'm sorry.
This wasn't to change, okay, so a couple of things. Let's walk over what's going on in the ordinance. Number 1 is we're saying that membership of boards should not exceed 7, and board members should be appointed to no term greater than 2 years, but they can be reappointed.
Yes.
And then we're also changing the names of those existing boards that have a committee name in them. We're changing them to boards.
Yes.
Okay.
So what her question is
Right.
not that, it's. okay.
Correct. So the idea behind this, though, was not to take an existing board like the 2040 that have an 11-member board and cut it to 7 through this. If that's what you
Yes,
want to do.
that's what we wanted to do, to all of them.
Okay.
We
So
didn't
then-
target any one committee.
Oh, okay. So just so we can fix this if that's the intent of the council, but I wanted to be clear that the intent was not to take existing boards and start decreasing their membership. It was prospectively.
We were?
Yes.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, we wanted to streamline the process and make it 7. Gosh, we got to get,
And
and make it all 7. And like I said, I forgot that one, but the
Yeah,
the
7.
idea was that the land acquisition was 9, and I said, oops, it's 7. Yeah, the idea, the policy decision was to make
Right,
everything
okay,
7.
no, yeah.
No
Right,
more than
right,
7.
everything's
So,
7. Sorry, I
so
thought you
going
said 5.
retroactive also.
Yes,
Okay.
So how are we going to deal with 2040?
we have to have him reappoint.
Can we just make an exception for 1? I mean, there was a lot of thought that went into the 11. I agree with the policy for 7 across the board, but 11.
You don't want to be in trouble with Tony, do you?
No, I don't want to be in trouble with anybody.
No, it wasn't, a lot of thought did not, a lot of
We can
thought,
go with 7.
a lot of thought did not go into
7,
it.
My mistake.
It took, we
lot
discussed it
of-
over 2 or 3 meetings, what over
Right,
the
but-
other. So, and it's not going to be a standing committee, it's going to be for a short time and then sunset, so.
It, what I meant to say, forgive me for interrupting, it wasn't, we didn't give it a lot of thought. We gave, on that committee, we gave a lot of flexibility, extreme flexibility in an effort to accommodate the spirit of the community, which has, in my opinion, has backfired.
Well, why can't we
but,
solve things in, with existing committees or what they are now, and when their terms expire, they go down to 7? Make life simple, okay?
The 2040?
Whatever they have.
So how long is the 2040, for a year?
2 years.
Whatever it is, whenever they basically expire,
Until
the
we-
terms expire, then it goes down to 7, that's all.
It's 2 years until we submit the
That's
report.
all.
We'll submit the report.
And that way we have no
Be
problem.
quick, yeah, tomorrow.
Everybody's happy.
That's,
2045.
I agree with you, Ed.
and,
Why?
but we'll,
I'm against
we
it.
can change the land acquisition to 7.
Yes.
Yes, because there aren't 7 members right now. There aren't.
No, they have 9 in
They
there.
have- But they have, no, they're only, they're.
Right, but the ordinance said, we have
Yes,
made
you're
this
right.
mistake last time.
That's right, but there are only 5 members right now. I think we still need to appoint.
And we're only going
Right,
to go
too,
to
right.
7.
But bottom line, we're making an exception to the rule for one time only on 2040. But the other one, which land acquisition, goes to 7. From 9.
So we
Can
built.
I just clarify something about land acquisition that we did at the last, when we did all of this with
At the workshop?
boards? Thank you. I thought that we took land acquisition out from no longer a board that reported to council. We didn't. We just talked about it and gave them to Todd. We didn't do it.
No, what do you mean?
Okay,
And we just changed the name.
Yeah.
Parks.
okay.
That was dog parks that we put under Todd.
Dog parks got removed.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I understand.
It's retroactive,
Right,
with one exception, one-time exception,
for the 2040.
2040, period. That's the shortest way of saying it.
Okay, and then in the 2040, once the term.
It goes back to
It
7.
goes back to 7. Okay,
Yes.
got it.
Thank you.
That's simple.
So as amended.
The ordinance
Amended,
as
I move it.
amended on first reading and,
I move it, yeah? Oh, you,
yes, I got it.
Okay.
Councilmember Laredo,
yes.
Councilmember London,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McCormick,
Yes.
Councilmember Moss,
Yes.
Councilmember Petros,
Yes.
Councilmember Segurola,
Yes.
and Mayor Davy.
Yes.
The ordinance is adopted on first reading, and the second reading will be April 30th, 2019. Next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, indicating the village's official intent to issue tax-exempt bonds subject to approval by referendum if required by the village charter or Florida law in an amount not to exceed $50 million to finance the cost of relocating existing overhead utility infrastructure, electric, telephone, and cable to an underground location, including all related costs such as roadway and stormwater improvements, water main replacements, and landscaping upgrades, and to use a portion of the proceeds of such bonds to reimburse expenditures paid or incurred prior to the date of issuance thereof, and providing for an effective date.
So moved.
Second.
Second, okay. Call the question.
Well, no, there's no, is there public comment on this? It's a resolution. I do, manager, can
Yeah.
you, I'm sorry.
Yes.
I was getting a text from home about picking up a bike.
So high level, what this is doing, this is not issuing any bonds. As a business decision to protect the best interest of the village, what this will do is basically allow the village to recuperate any costs associated with the undergrounding project in the event we do proceed. I'd like to, if I may, through the chair, invite Mr. Wallace up to the podium to give a more thorough explanation and field any questions.
Good evening, Chris Wallace, interim CFO for the village. As the manager noted, this is basically to preserve an option. Does nothing other than allow you to, if you so choose in the future, recover costs that you expended towards the project for undergrounding. Doesn't compel you to do so. It just preserves an option. I mean, ideally, you might have wanted to started this back in May, and recapture as many costs as you could. It's very common for projects of this scale to incur, and to your credit, I know you've talked about how much money you spent, but I think you've really done a very good job trying to estimate what this project will actually cost. A lot of times governments just kind of, make up money. But this one, I think you have pretty good estimates and ideas of what's going to be involved with it. But to get there, you had to spend some money. And that's typical of large projects. Before these bonds are issued, you're going to have additional costs. And if you want to recover them, and you'll find that you will probably want to recover a lot of them, this intent resolution allows you to do that. From this day, you can go back 60 days. You can't go back to the beginning of time. You have 60 days retroactively from whatever your costs were to recover them. So it would be our recommendation that to preserve an option that you do not have to use in the future, to adopt the resolution.
This is Mr. London's.
Excuse me. Just real quick, do we have to have the 50 million cap?
You can put whatever you want there. That came back from.
Well, my question, just to that point, yeah, I mean, like, what are the ramifications if we were to say 100 million? Because I'm just thinking, I'd rather have it too much and we're asking for less in a bond rather than saying, oh, we want 50 million. I don't know what the ramifications are other than costs, I suppose, but I would like it, and I would like it maybe to be, again, a little broader, because we're talking about, the beach renourishment projects that I want us to be planning for the possibility. We all want the Army Corps of Engineers to step in and take this over, but if they don't, we have to be prepared to put some money out there to really do our beaches again. We've only been doing small projects, and I don't want us, we're going to have a big project. I think in the interim, even before the Army Corps of Engineers comes in, we're going to have to do some projects, but we have to really consider the big ones. Stormwater drainage is another one.
Causeway.
Causeway, throw it out there.
Include these things. That's all. Just amend the.
Okay. And that's
I would also say there's nothing, this is a project that you've discussed at length and have a very good idea of what you will spend and when it will happen, and have a lot of elements to it. It does not prevent you for, if you have, as an example that you used, a beach renourishment project. If you said, well, you know what, we're going to do beach renourishment and that's $30 million, then I would say on the day you may go down that path, adopt another resolution for that. And doesn't hurt this one, won't hurt that one, but I would get it a little bit further along than you have, because this one is pretty well developed.
With regard to the beach, we are pretty far down that road, and of course, we all have such hope and faith in our consultants that they're going to get other money to spend on it, but that's definitely a priority in our community if they don't. And in terms of what this ordinance does, we are already spending money on those consultants, that if it came to pass that none of us want, that we have to fund it, I would like to be in a position to be able to retroactively go back and reimburse ourselves out of borrowed funds for the money that we've already spent. So whether it's in this or it's at our next meeting, it's important to me, I think, to put it all out there.
Well, I don't want to mislead you. I mean, you certainly can change this resolution, but I think you're better off just coming back with another one that's a little bit more specific to that type of project. And we can certainly do that. Well, we also have to keep in the back of our minds, you do have a constraint in your charter on how much debt you can issue. So $100 million in debt will really require you to have a $10 billion tax base. Your current tax base is about $8.5 million. So that's not unreasonable, but you know, if you got to 200 million, well, that's $20 billion. That's almost a tripling, not quite, but you're getting there. And that's just not a foreseeable thing for the immediate future. 10 billion, maybe. But you have to keep in mind all these things that you want to do. As the charter is currently written, you are constrained by two things, one of which is going to be much smaller than the other, but it's basically you're going to be able to issue bonds of existing debt, this debt, all debt of 1% of the tax base at the time that debt's issued. And that's, you know, that is a constraint as long as that charter requirement's out there.
Councilmember Laredo?
Yeah. Again, we just start on something focused, and thank you for your recommendation of the Chief Financial Officer. He picked this up. It's a very concrete focus, money specific about this project. I was looking forward to when we talk about strategic, because irrespective of all the presentations here, we do need to move forward to look at strategically where we want to be and then decide on the funding. But the issue at this moment is to get this in so we can take advantage of the 90-day retroactivity and expenses, period. It does not preclude any other stuff that comes up later. We're all very conscious of the fact that we need to look at this island holistically and how to most effectively do it. Sometimes too much information confuses the answer. So it's been, I think it's been moved and seconded, or?
Yeah.
Councilmember Moss has a
Quick question. So I have two questions. First question, this resolution, we can always change it going down the road. If we start another project, we can add more money to it, we can add another line to it, or we would have to make a new resolution?
Well, I think you could come back with another resolution would be the easiest and clearest thing. But either way, you know, you don't burn a bridge by adopting this one. And so I never like to see people burn a bridge. I mean, you don't have to come back across it, but you might want to, so.
Okay, and then two residents came up and asked about the if required by the Village of Charter. I mean, I read it a couple of times. I know it is required by the charter, but is there a reason why you put if? Is there a type of bond that may not?
There is a type of bond. You know, the village could adopt a covenant by covenanting not to budget, for example, and issuing debt. That's a bond. You don't have to go to a referendum. The village could use non-ad valorem revenues that are available to the village, such as franchise fees or some other type of revenue, which would not have to go out to a referendum also.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councilmember Cigarrola?
Well, I had the question that Brett just asked, but aside from that, I think for the sake of clarity and transparency, I think it should be our policy to adopt each resolution focused on whatever matter, you know, not lump things together. And I just want to repeat that what you said before, this does not bind us to any one particular process. It's just a CYA, for lack of a better word, to recover costs in the future, whatever path is chosen, correct?
Correct, and that's only if you issue tax-exempt bonds. If you were to issue taxable bonds, you wouldn't have to do this at all. You could go back to point A in time. So this is a function of the Internal Revenue Code, a preservation of an option for those tax-exempt bonds that are provided for in the Internal Revenue Code.
Vice Mayor?
I'm fine with doing this separate and since it's in our attention now, I think it is in our best interest. I would like to see one come back for the beach and other things that we identify. I think it's important. My question is, if we were to do at some point, notwithstanding this, just for my edification, if we were to ever issue a large bond for multiple projects, does it matter that we're doing these resolutions separately?
I think, no, not for the purpose of refunding any upfront costs you have. But I think when it comes to issuing debt, you have to consider your long-term needs. You know, and you may very well constrain yourself by an issue like you're contemplating with this intent resolution. You will have spent, at the time of issue, roughly 75% of your bonding capacity under the charter requirements. And you will still have occasion to borrow money for just routine things that you have in the past borrowed money for. So you don't want to use it all. You want to try and save it. And as you're contemplating other projects, you need to be thinking about those in the term in part of the timing of when you want to do those, because you are constrained. So as long as you have that charter requirement out there, you're really going to be constrained to essentially 1% of your tax base. And as debt rolls off, and Lourdes has provided a schedule for that, as debt rolls off, you're able to issue more debt. So, but this one's a big nut. The ones you're talking about are big nuts. At some point, it's like, well, we may have to wait till 10 years or something, but it's a strategic process that you need to be thinking very long-term on these very large projects. And so I would encourage you to think of those in those terms and prioritize them as you see fit.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Petros.
Could you, speaking a little broader, give us a feeling on the restrictions that our charter have? Do they put us in the realm of financially smart communities, financially at least appropriate communities, or is our debt capacity higher than you would be comfortable with for a community of our size and tax base?
That's an interesting question, and I think there's a lot that goes into that. You have debt is a function of the people who are paying it back. So when you issue debt, when you raise taxes of any kind, you have to look towards the burden in the community and what that means to them and can they afford it. Whether they like the project or not, ultimately it does the wealth of the community or lack of wealth in the community constrain your ability to issue debt. So you look at debt as direct debt, and then you have debt that's overlapping debt that other entities issue, for instance, the school board, the county commission. So this is a fairly affluent community and with very low taxes relative to other municipalities in Dade County. So the constraints that you have are conservative. I wouldn't put an opinion that they're good or bad. They're just conservative. You know, that 1%, sometimes you'll see that a bit higher. But you are very conservative in how you approach your finances, and the burdens that are placed upon you by your charter and by your code encourage you to be restrained in the issuance of debt. But that they're not overly burdensome. I think they're pretty good. But you have a lot of needs before you. So I would just encourage you, I mean, they are what they are in any event. So unless the public changes them or the state changes them, you're stuck with it. It's just a matter of planning and living within your means at any point in time, and being careful not to use all of your tax or your debt capacity, because you're going to need it at some point other than for the projects that happen. You brought up beach renourishment or hurricanes. If you don't have enough money in the kitty to carry you over, here you are almost 2 years past Irma, having shelled out money. You need that cash flow. Irma really wasn't that bad of a storm. It started off, it had hit you, and in South Florida like it had started off to, it would have been a much different picture, and you probably would have had to borrow money to recover from that. Maybe not, who knows, but that would be my advice to you. I don't find it overly burdensome, but it is a constraint because of the philosophy that I believe you have in the community.
But you feel comfortable if we live within the constraints of our charter that we're in a financially responsible place as a council?
I think so. I mean, you may find, and the future council may find that, man, I wish something happened, but you still have the ability to go back to the voters and say, look, this burden is just too great given what we have right now. And as the attorney noted, there are other types of debt issues that you have done and could do that aren't subject to that necessarily to that restriction.
Member Lennon?
To me, the conservative thing is not the 1%. The conservative thing is we're limited to 15% of the operating budget for debt service. So we can't spend more than that, even if we had let's say $8.5 billion, so it gives you 85 million, but we might only have enough money from the operating budget to serve 60 million. So that's really the thing, because that comes out of our taxables. I mean, our rate increase in millage.
Yeah, if I could speak to that, because I actually do generally encourage, I like debt for cities. A lot of people say, well, you shouldn't have debt. Well, because they consider debt a burden. Debt's usually the best way to finance what you're trying to do. The burden is the fire station, the park, or whatever you're doing. In this case, undergrounding, that's the burden. This is just a financing tool. But I would also note that, and I like to see budgets somewhere between 10 and 15% of the general fund being spent on debt service. But I would also note that your charter requirement has 2 tests, one of which is a 15% of the budget test. But if you read the language, your constraint is the greater of those 2 measurements. And you generally will be constrained by the higher of those measurements, which almost always will be the percent of the property tax or the assessed value of the property. So that is in some ways, I actually had to go back and look at that a couple of days ago because I thought it was also the lesser of the 2, but it's actually the greater of the 2.
I thought it was the lesser of the 2.
Yeah, I did too, because that's the way you would thought it would have worked in this community, but it's not. So,
Call the question, please.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris.
Sure.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Next item is a resolution.
If I may, was there a directive then to bring back another intent reso or not at this time?
Not at this moment, no. I don't believe so.
Okay.
You want one?
No.
For, yes or no? If you want one, then
You want one for the beach is what you wanted.
you want one for the beach?
I
Bring
think
one
it's
back to
smart.
the
I
beach.
think it's
Then let's
smart
do
to
it.
bring one
All
for
right.
the
Maybe
beach,
you
yeah.
can say yes.
Maybe we should consider special assessment for the beach.
How many grains of sand do you want to buy?
What do you think, Tony?
Good idea. Let's move.
So yes, that's
Yes,
consensus again.
please.
Next item is a resolution of the Village Council of the Village of Key Biscayne, Florida, amending Resolution 2016-27 as amended by including procedures relating to the creation of committees of council and providing for an effective date.
Moved.
Second.
All right, I guess this has village attorney underneath it.
Do we need to,
So,
Jesse,
I'm sorry.
can we just move it so we can?
There's already been a motion. It's
been moved.
Oh, you mean a motion to approve? Is what you wanted?
Oh, I thought.
No, you've been motioned to open the discussion.
To talk about it, okay. Sorry.
So a couple meetings ago, the council directed village attorney to work with Councilmember Loretto to come back and adopt general rules for the committees of council. The council at the time, if you recall, discussed a finance committee being created, and this would be a committee of just council members. So what we did was we amended the rules of the council, which is pretty consistent with other governments, going from the federal government to the state to the county. That's how they have these parameters for committees of council, if you will, or their subcommittees. So what it does is just lay out the simple procedures as far as notice, who's going to be taking the minutes. The village manager can staff these if necessary, and that they're open to the sunshine. So it's just a procedural resolution, just setting forth those parameters. It also sets forth what these committees of council would actually be doing, but in a general sense. But the actual specific jurisdiction would be decided when the committee is actually named.
And I just want to be clear, because there's been a little hysteria in the community over this. I have the right to appoint a board. By the way, the title should be, you didn't catch this.
Committee.
It says committees, it should be boards.
No, it should be committee.
These are the
okay,
committees.
yeah.
I did catch it, that's what we did
All
the
right.
other thing with the board.
You're right, so I have
It was all
to
part of
change
the
my
package.
amendment here. But just to be clear, I have the power as mayor to form a committee as I wish, to appoint council members to it, correct? If I so wish?
Correct, to name
Without
committees.
this.
Correct.
This was simply done so that it's more transparent to the community, so people understand. We have a notice provision of 48 hours. We're allowing, what this does is it puts more onus on us as a council to be more forthcoming than we already are. We already have this. This just does a
Correct.
little bit more to enhance the transparency of the process.
and
I
so
just want to be
there's
clear, because
consistency and
people are
transparency.
suggesting there was some.
Well, I'm glad that you brought that up, Mayor. Thank you for clarifying, because it came in an exercise that took a lot of time about trying to, some of us ran for office on efficiency, and that it's clear this is already in the charter.
Right.
It also is common, everyday practice in every municipality, every state legislature, every Congress that I know of. It's constitutional, et cetera. I personally thought that was the end of it. We had a consensus for you to name a finance committee because I thought that was one area that would help, basically divide the labor. And then it became a whole thing of a resolution, and then there are people who set out to basically, you're very kind, but people who turn out to mislead people with wrong information. And it's got to be said. And it's unfortunate. It is a cancer that keeps growing every week, 2 or 3. It's pathetic and it's inefficient and it's sad. But yes, you do have the right, and in fact, there was even 3 names suggested. I mean, so all of a sudden, it became a whole resolution which had to do with transparency and all that. But you have every right to do it, and it's absolutely as un-American, as American, because there was a gentleman here, which I wish he was here, who somehow somebody told him that this is anti-democratic. One of the people who spoke earlier. And it's too bad that kind of information gets out.
Gentleman, I know who you're talking
but it comes from the right place. I don't mean to but it's the kind of things that just sort of, misinformation, it erodes the whole process. So
it's intended to.
Yeah, and it's too bad. It's too bad because we have so much to do, and we all need to have our hands together, rowing in the same direction. So that is the way that this came up.
Vice Mayor?
First comment's a super easy one. On Section 2, the resolution, it should be 2016-27, not 17.
Thank you.
And
you caught him, right?
I feel like Frank Kaplan. And the other, I have a question about the 48 hours. Could someone talk a little bit about the thought behind that and why? So, I mean, it's more, I guess, than a sunshine meeting, although this is a more meaty thing than a sunshine meeting. Is there a reason why such a short time?
This was consistent, I believe, with the same notice requirements for the boards that you have. So that was the only reason. I would not recommend going any shorter than 48
No, I didn't want shorter.
So,
my question was more.
If you can want to go longer, that's fine.
Other municipalities that do things like this, do they have
Yes.
other
Today
longer time
Oh, longer times.
requirements
As
for
far as
noticing of
notice,
meetings?
I don't know. I would have to check. I think that 48 hours is kind of the least. I mean, this just says public notice shall
You
giving
want to
at.
change it to a little
I'd
longer?
like it to be a little
Why don't we
longer.
just cut through because it's
Yeah.
late? You want to do
Just pick
72 or
just
pick a
pick a-
day?
yeah, I mean-
1, 2, 3 days?
6 or 72? What do you want?
No, seriously.
I'm like,
No, I agree with you. I mean,
70.
I have no problem. I want to make sure
I
when we're
think
talking
to
about
make sure that
notice.
we're
about a
really
week?
giving an opportunity.
Yeah, no, I
a
agree.
week. I like a
I
week
agree. Let's
do a
to
week.
give opportunity,
So that's
not
4
just
days.
for.
4 days is what?
96.
96.
96, is that okay with?
Well, a week.
Can
7
we do
days.
a week?
Oh, 7 days, yeah.
7 days is fine, because I mean, I think these things should be noticed.
Now, how
and
how
discussed.
often do we meet?
We meet every 3 weeks,
Okay,
so.
so it's 7 days.
Oh, sorry,
I mean,
Councilmember
5 days.
Moss, then Councilmember Segurola.
I think the intent is good. I understand the efficiencies, but I think about this into the future, more distant, not us up here, other people are up here. We don't know who can be up here in the future. I see that there can definitely be some negatives to this. And I understand that you can do it by power, but I don't like the idea that council members, 3 of them, are getting together and working in a committee that are appointed by the mayor. Because when you look at the other
It has to be
governments,
approved by council. It's like
Well,
any committee, right? It has to be approved?
No.
but it doesn't matter.
right?
It will be approved by the council because the 3 council members that are going to be on it, plus the mayor who's
Correct.
appointing them, is approved. It doesn't even matter.
Right.
See, that's the problem that we have because.
Well, I don't understand. That sounds like something somebody wrote. What?
No, it's not something that somebody
What-
wrote.
I
But what
don't-
I'm saying is that in larger legislatures, even going up to our county, how many county commissioners are 13?
13.
I don't know how many serve on the committees. I'm guessing it's much smaller than 13. What makes me nervous is that if you have 3 council members and the mayor is appointing them, you have 4. So if the mayor, and I'm not saying our mayor now, but a future mayor, decides that, you know what, I want to control what the council is doing, so I'm going to appoint these 3 who think like I do. They're going to do their thing. They're going to come back, and I'm going to vote what they're going to vote. Other council members may, not have any lose control or whatever in their voting. So I see that this could go bad too, because it's not like the same as that if you're in the legislature of the Congress that they're putting 49% of all the members on a committee, and it's like, okay, you guys work on this, bring it back. It's too close.
I can do that right now, right? I can say, I can say 3 members, I can choose 3 members, I can say those 3 together, I'm putting them on a committee.
Why have we never done it before?
Because that's the point, and Mayor, so that you know, he researched, to his credit, back to the Charter Commission and the first Charter Review Committee, which I was in, and I was trying to change it. He actually got the minutes from there, and it's very consistent, very clear.
It's already
that it is embedded. It is the mayor's right to do it.
Transparent.
We're not.
That's why.
But isn't it just a sunshine meeting then? I mean, you have 3 people together. They're doing sunshine. Why can't they just do sunshine?
No, it's not a sunshine meeting because you cannot have any kind of like voting in a sunshine meeting, right?
But so
they can in this you can have discussions about how you would vote on it, and then you decide together as a group to bring it up to the board of 7.
So
it is
by
very
charter,
different than a sunshine.
By charter, we're allowing 3 council members to make voting together if the mayor puts them together.
We're already allowing. It's already allowed. Yeah. It's not really an issue. He's bringing it up because he would like to be clearer, and I believe the intent, and I'm not going to speak for you, but my understanding was it was efficiencies, I think you said, and transparency.
But why can't we do, for instance, a workshop? We do a workshop. If you want, all council members can come. Whoever wants to come to participate.
Like I'm not proposing a committee. The finance committee is not. What we're saying now is why not put a little bit more on that committee in terms of notice, in terms of sunshine, so that we're clear that when those are formed, if they're formed, they're going to operate completely transparently. Because I mean, I think your concern is this is creating the ability to do the committees. It's not. It's already inherent in the system. I have the right.
So why are we writing this?
This is tightening it up.
It never was done before.
We can already do it. Because if
where in
these
the charter
committees
is
were,
this? What's the section number?
2.02.
If this wasn't here, for example, then the notice issue, right? You could have noticed it for 48 hours instead of a week. So it's putting on more parameters of.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, I understand your concern, but.
Well, I guess I'm confused because we're bringing like this new item, and maybe we should just make a notice change for all boards have to be noticed.
Well, that's just one aspect of.
And this is a different name. It's a committee and a board, right?
So I don't understand.
I'm not thinking about us. I'm thinking about future. What if people get on here that are just, not good people, and now they can use this mechanism?
The same thing will happen. You said 3 people and the mayor. Well, he has 3 of his cronies here anyway. What's the difference? They meet in committee where they vote together. What's the difference? I don't see the difference.
Then I don't understand why we have this if there's no difference.
Well, the only reason to have it is so they can get together, I understand.
Councilmember Cigarella.
A regular sunshine meeting, and other people can come to it.
I can do it in Councilmember Cigarella.
I echo Councilmember Moss's concerns, and I'll add to it. First, and here's, I disagree that it's in the charter there because I'd like to see what the precedent is and what the legal interpretation is. But the charter says the mayor shall preside at meetings of the council, be a voting member of the council, name committees of the council, and appoint members of the village boards and agencies with the approval of the councils. Now, committees of the council, as far as I can find, and correct me if I'm wrong, is not defined in the charter, correct?
Committees of the council is not defined in the charter, no.
Okay, that's one exception. Number 2, like Brett just said, when you have a sunshine meeting of 3 members that go off.
Have the sunshine meeting. Can we have a sunshine meeting?
Well, and it has to be sunshine. And actually, the Florida statute on sunshine says you only require 24 hours notice. So we can add to it, but that's the statute. A 4th member of council cannot attend, because then you'd have quorum.
Right.
So.
They can attend, but they can't speak.
Right, they can't speak.
Actually, can they attend even if they don't speak?
Public meeting.
Does it count as quorum?
So, no.
Okay. So you have three people, and like Brett said, three appointed members, and the mayor automatically has a majority.
Right.
In the U.S. Senate has 100 members. The U.S. House of Representatives, 435. In every legislative body that I know that I've looked up that does this, you have a much larger group. You don't have a committee of three which comes here and says, okay, we've decided what we want to do, we just need one more vote. That's a very dangerous precedent, like Brett just said.
But you're assuming all three agree.
Withdraw it.
Withdraw it. Yes,
I'll
I
form
do.
a committee.
I
It's going to
see
save me 20 minutes of my life. I'll form your
it is a
committee right now.
mechanism. It
I will
is
just form the committee.
That was what actually,
to a vote.
that was actually, Mayor, remind you, that was decided as a consensus. That day was a little difficult day with the appointment, that we wanted to move, particularly because him and I, no, we had an issue with budget. And
We'll never agree.
No, but we are very focused on the numbers and budget and saving and all of that, and there would be an efficient way of moving if we can have, in fact,
If I
three
may,
names.
I had not finished. Here's the thing. What I recall from that meeting, we discussed one particular topic that could be discussed by three members to come back and give an opinion to council. The ordinance as written basically says.
Resolution.
The resolution as written basically says the mayor or three people can meet on absolutely any topic that has to do with.
No,
yes.
that's not what it says.
No, that's not what it says.
That's not what it says.
I just want to be
To
clear. So
review and make recommendations with regard to prospective village council agenda items within the jurisdiction of the committee and to the purpose, and to propose or amend the same. Any other matters within the jurisdiction of the committee referred to the committee by the village council.
Within the jurisdiction of the committee. So if
The mayor
committee-
can create a committee for whatever topic he wants.
you still have to
Correct.
vote on the members.
Yeah,
Don't they still have to vote?
No,
Oh,
we
I
don't.
can- okay.
And we can't stop, we
The
can't
ma-
stop being whoever's
Yes.
going to be made,
The-
because whoever
the-
you have the other
mayor-
three, you got
a
four.
future mayor, not our current mayor, a future mayor can say, I know what I want to do.
Current mayor.
I know what I want to do with this topic, and so I'm going to pick 1, 2, and 3 plus me. I got the majority. On this other topic, I want 1, 2, and 3 plus me.
But I can do that now.
Okay,
I'm not convinced of that. I'm not
let's take
convinced
this
of that
off.
yet.
It doesn't matter whether you're convinced or not. It's in the charter.
Let me tell you something.
It's not defined within the charter.
May I say this?
Certainly.
And then we'll conclude this, because this is frightening how it is working. It is inconceivable for me to have thought your objection or his objections. I thought it was so ludicrous when I saw it in writing. It goes to show you how we've deteriorated in trust. You are, or we, some people are in the sense that we can have conspiracy of four in little village of Key Biscayne, where we are trying to all, with some disagreements, move in the right direction. The pill of the lie, the misinformation, the disinformation, very tactically known in foreign policy. That's how you undermine democracy. That's how you undermine trust in Venezuela, in Cuba, and every place is working. Your concern is that somehow this is a conspiracy to usurp the power of the seven, when the charter clearly says that he can make a committee. And we had discussed this at the time innocently about efficiency. And even we talked about 3 members. And then it became a resolution, which I didn't think you needed a resolution. But in an effort to be even more transparent, we went to the resolution, and now it's become an issue not only about doing it or not doing, which is inconsequential, but it's eroded our community. It's eroded this is really a slippery slope. It's really sick.
Respectfully, I don't understand where you guys are getting this idea that
unbelievable.
I don't have the authority as mayor to form a committee of council.
Maybe what the concern is that this, by putting this out there, it's actually creating a feeling of mistrust. And this discussion seems to me to lead us to an opinion that we just should not pass this resolution, and let's just leave the practice the way it is. And if you feel, because then you can do a committee that we can all agree upon that's for a specific reason, and it doesn't have to be backed by this language.
Ms. Petros, do I recall incorrectly that you agreed with this and actually said, I want to be on that committee?
I do, but I don't
But-
care
but-
if there's a
but-
resolution or not.
I know, but forget about the resolution.
Yes.
Don't deviate from the point. The point is,
But-
this was discussed innocently, and you and Ed, I don't think was here, but we said Ed should be there.
He had to be there.
No, I mean, he was absent, I think, that day. I mean, it was
No,
as
no, I
simple
mean,
as
he
that.
has to be on the committee.
Oh, I agree. And the names were kicked around to suggest to the mayor, myself, him,
You guys
and
don't
you.
have the authority. I'm
And
going
I
to make
guess
it about
you-
Ignacio,
Maybe not. We're waiting
Brett,
for
and
Ignacio.
Alice are on the
Exactly.
finance committee.
Okay,
Done.
let's go back. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah.
I was just
Let me
trying
tell
to
you
take
something.
away the.
Let me tell you something.
Yeah.
I've seen this a lot. Most of my life, I spent in trying to protect democracies in other countries south of here, and this is just a methodology of undermining, creating trust, distrust, disinformation, false information leading to creating this kind of ambience. It's working. It's working.
Well, let's have it stop right
It's
now.
working.
Okay.
It's working.
I'm sorry,
Sadly,
Councilmember Laredo, but
Don't be sorry, sir.
the conversation we had at that last meeting, as
Don't be-
Councilmember Petro said, was about a very small, defined topic. What we have here is a very different thing, number one.
Yeah.
Number two, I don't think you protect democracy by creating transparency, not by creating the appearance of impropriety. And that's what this resolution does for me. It looks like it creates a mechanism that is, it's not a matter of if it will be abused, it's a matter, in my opinion, of when it will be abused. Because I believe in hope for the best, but prepare for the worst. We can't all be here thinking, wow, we and our successors are going to be perfect people who will not try to manipulate the system. I don't want to create and put on paper a system that does that.
Mr. Segurola, are you the 250 years, excuse me, 250 years of democracy in this country, stability and prosperity, where this system is worked in municipalities, in the U.S. Congress, in the Congress? You're telling me that we, by doing this, are not, this is so, I am so surprised that such a petty thing
I have
has
never
drifted.
seen a municipality create a committee
But
that
then
is
what do you-
shy
do you-
one vote of a majority. I have never seen any committee in
What do
any
you want to do with them,
legislative
two? A
body.
committee of
that
two?
is- It'd be better than a committee of three, but honestly,
Then suggest it.
I'm not suggesting it. I don't want that.
Look,
but
you
it's
don't
better
want to
than a
do it
committee of three.
because you buy into the idea that that we are all acting, and the mayor particularly, and I guess because they use my name they actually use my name in this, people bring me these little copies. I don't read them, unfortunately, because this is like stuff I did in kindergarten. But they are.
Is that from Tony?
Yeah, Tony's getting better.
I would feel more comfortable. Wait a second. Wait a second.
Enough,
Wait, here's the thing.
Enough. Let it
Call
be.
the
Mayor,
question.
you do what you like.
Call the
Councilmember
question. This is over. Call the question now.
Address the other councilman, Mr. Segurola. Don't address me.
Councilmember London,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McCormick, Councilmember Moss,
No.
Councilmember Petros,
Yes.
Councilmember Segurola,
No.
Mayor Davy,
Yes.
and Councilmember Laredo.
Yes.
Motion carries.
I want an opinion on the authority of the mayor to create committees of council, please.
You have it, sir.
No, I want to be clear. We're getting into some weird stuff here.
Public meetings open to anybody who wants to come. correct?
Exactly.
You
Yes,
absolutely have the
this-
power, sir.
This gives
And we'll do anything
more
you want.
clarity.
Okay, we're done. Let's move on.
Next item is the budget workshop date change. Councilmember Moss.
Oh, hold on. Wait, changes the dates? What?
No, strategic
Yes, the
planning.
date of the
I'm
the
sorry, you
budget
wanted to-
workshop.
Which one?
We moved that to one, date of the budget workshop. So I just want to let you guys know that on that week of our budget workshop, I will not be here.
Which one? Which one?
What's
June?
the date?
Yeah, that's the June 28th, I believe it is.
25th.
It's the 25th. So, hold on, I'm just opening my calendar.
So the 25th?
Yeah, 25th. I was wondering, would you guys be open to move it to June 18th possibly? A week earlier?
Hold on.
We can do it June
No,
18th.
let's catch
Love to
up.
be there.
I can't tell you when I'll be there in June yet.
It's all right. You're the same either way, the 25th or the 18th.
At the
Taking
18th?
the kids on a cruise, I don't know what we're doing.
I'm fine
You
on
are?
the 18th.
My grandchildren, my
But on the
son,
18th?
brother-in-law.
I'm fine, Brett.
I thought it was. It's already scheduled for the 18th, no?
No, I have.
No.
No, it's
The thing in the
scheduled for
back here is the
the
25th.
25th.
Is that a
on the-
problem for you?
No, that's fine.
Budget
fine.
workshop.
Okay.
Well, if we had a finance committee, it would help move this process. Yeah.
June 18th.
I've seen it every time. Believe me.
You have a regatta?
Workshop is
Will you
nonsense.
send a calendar
So
invite?
move it to the 18th.
Nobody's willing to challenge.
25th is.
Are we good for the 18th, everybody?
Is everybody okay with the 18th?
Councilmember London?
I don't know.
Well, yes.
Did you know about the 25th?
Yeah, it's.
Okay,
Oh, what do
well
you
then, fair enough.
All right, can we do it?
I'll
Can we-
canvass the council.
Can we change it to the 18th?
I know nothing.
Or can you let us change it to the 18th?
Well, that
I'll
was fast.
circulate the date
There we go.
tomorrow and confirm.
For the
It's
18th.
usually a
For
waste
the
of time
18th.
anyways, it doesn't really matter.
And if he's not here, it's that much the better.
Next item is the appointment, the strategic planning and budgeting process, Councilmember Moss.
Okay, I just brought this up. I spoke briefly with our manager. I think it's time that we're in this new process. I think it can get more formal maybe by next year, but this year, as we're moving, I think we should have a strategic session with council to put together what are our goals and objectives for next year. We should put this together before we're going in and early enough so that the manager can put together a good budget workshop based on our wishes of what we want to see. The idea is that when we get to the workshop, we should be able to see what will be the cost of these strategic initiatives that we will bring up. They don't all have to be capital improvement projects. Some would be. Some could be other things like increasing certain things in different departments that we want to see based on customer satisfaction or whatever. But we can bring these items up, what we want to do next year. In the budget workshop, she should be able to give us rough estimates of those prices, what she would need to budget for those initiatives on top of what our other budget. So then we'd probably be in a position where we're going to have to start choosing which ones we want to put in the budget and which ones we may not be able to put in the budget. For me, that's a proper budgeting process. And I talked to the manager. She's excited about it. She said, yes, she would love to do it. So I just wanted to see if anybody else has any discussion or thinks we should go in a different direction.
I think it's an excellent idea.
Love it.
I had mentioned that to the village attorney, thinking that was a problem, because I would like to make that into a retreat, and I didn't know if we could do a retreat. And I understand that we have done it.
Yes.
Maybe go to
Long to
Coconut
Sunshine?
Grove, yeah. But I mean, to go away from here, to go to Coconut Grove, I think the one was done in Coconut Grove.
We did one in Coconut Grove.
We should do that.
4 years ago.
No, it was longer ago than that.
So that we can be together all day without.
Oh, yeah, that's my dream. Sorry, was that out loud?
No, it's that, if you amend that, that would be the
I'm fine
best
with it.
thing. And we
Let's
need
do
it
it. That's
now
great.
more
What
than.
about the
we're gonna do
timing?
Perfect.
It'll be like Irma Brett,
So
timing?
I think, Andrea, you could come back with something, but the way I always saw it was March and April would be strategic planning times. I know that might be a little bit short for you right now, but that's what my idea was in that area.
March
That-
is a problem.
Yeah, I know March is a problem. Maybe next year it might have a different timeline, but this year I think it's
but
going to be a
let's do
little
it
bit
now.
light version. And then the idea is that June we'll have a productive budget workshop. That by the time September comes, we're kind of go through this budget quickly, and we know what we're.
But you don't want to do it this year?
No, I want to do it this year. Yeah,
Yes,
yeah.
I agree.
No, I was thinking it's either going to be April or May now, not March
Oh.
or April. That's all for this year.
I think the more we do in advance of the budget workshop, the
Oh, that's a great
better.
idea.
Yeah.
Let's
Great
do
idea.
it.
But off, out of here, right?
Okay, wherever you want to do it.
Are we doing it with a facilitator, or are we just doing it for 7 of us?
We should hire a
Let's hire a
consultant.
consultant.
I got it in first.
You did.
Come on, that was good.
Mayor,
I saw his face fall. It's like, oh, they got it. All right, anyway, sorry. Hey,
if I may,
Please.
sir. So I do have a timeline that my goal is perhaps next year that we can have a more robust process, but I went through this with Councilmember Moss and we kind of picked out a few milestones that we could meet, and I met with staff to kind of dovetail what the intent was with what we can do. So if I may, perhaps through the clerk, we can circulate some dates. I think if we can do, I think at this point, we have a CIP amendment coming to before the council on April 30th. One element of that is focused on capital, but we do call out certain projects that are currently unfunded. So I think we have some basic material in reflecting on prior strategic plans, 2020, projects that had an earmark or encumbrance in previous year budget workshops. So I think we can put something together relatively quickly. So, and then we'll have the first reading on the CIP amendment, the second reading on May 21st, and that'll allow me to work with staff in early May to do basically the business planning. So based on the directives from the council on the ranking and the priority of some of the strategic initiatives, I can work out a 5-year capital, or if it's an operating item on the business planning level, and then we'll be able to incorporate things into 2020. So I think the ask perhaps is that we circulate some dates for, and maybe you can give us some direction, half day, full day, weekday, weekend, and then we can take it from there.
A full day weekend.
Full day.
Saturday.
Yeah, Saturday, all day. We shouldn't have a pressure of
Everybody.
Look at how happy they are in the back of the room. There's some excited staff back there if I've ever seen it.
So all department heads would be there, and I would be happy to take a first pass at facilitating for us. I think we know enough right now that I think we can take the first pass.
And all joking aside, because some people then, this is a great investment, whatever it costs. So, we don't spend, of all our budget, we don't spend anything on, we're the ones who are making the decision, have the responsibility for the people's money, and we're penny pinching, do it in a nice place so that we can really come together. It's an investment, it's not an expense. And we really need it, the service, and today we took over undergrounding, we got to look at the whole financing thing. It's very, very timely. I think you ought to do it in a nice place.
Game on. Next.
Thank you for the recommendation.
Good idea.
Next item, appointment and council formal ratification of the 5th trustee to the pension board.
This won't be controversial. Okay, so I've got 3 nominees here. Well, I have 3 resumes. Were there any other nominees? I have Alberto Pontonio, is it Mickelson, Delgado, and Wesley Pritchett. So how do we want to do this? Do we want to have people advocate for their people? Do we want to have everybody turns in their votes to the clerk and we ranking them, and then we decide if one person doesn't have 4 votes, we then take the top 2 and then make a decision that way? How do you want to do it?
Whatever's the fastest.
Excuse me, as the liaison to the pension board, can I just say something as far as what I consider the requirements or the quality or attributes a member you should consider? And that is that the pension board basically does not administer pensions. They subcontract it out to somebody else to do that. They don't decide who is going to get pensions. You do that by negotiating with the unions. And so those things are done. What they really do, or the most important thing they do, is make proper investment decisions to maximize return at the same time having a degree of safety, so the money will be there to pay the beneficiaries when their pensions are due. So, in my opinion, the most important thing is the ability to invest money.
I think all 3 of our people seem to have
I'm
that.
just saying, but that's number one.
Understood. Understood. I don't think
just want to make that clear.
I think that's. So, how do we want to do it? Do we want to?
You want like a blind?
Everybody takes a piece of paper and tells. Why don't we all take a piece of paper and rank them 1, 2, and 3?
You do have to put your name on it.
You do?
Yes.
Okay, put your name on it.
Okay.
Enrique Garcia.
We have one.
I'm gonna waste good paper.
Just write it back in
We
this
don't
thing.
have the other.
You want to cut this in half, please?
No, it's okay, but
That's
where's
the
the
other
other?
one. That's the other one.
Oh, here it is.
Here.
Yes, please.
And I got the first one, which is the third one.
Thank you.
I think I've got that. I got an answer.
Yeah, I haven't done this since high school. I haven't done this in like a beauty contest. Whoa. Who's the most beautiful girl in the class?
I'm not. No, I'm already in enough trouble. You guys are trying to recall.
Can we really trust David Accountant?
He's not. You trust Jen.
Did you put your name on it, Ed?
Yeah.
Well, it's in crayon. I think that'll be the only one.
Don't worry, you guys can be the committee that oversees.
Oh, God.
The Star Chamber?
The oversight committee.
Yes.
That's called
Warned by the mayor.
It's called her. No, that's probably. I'm going to hell anyway, so why not just get these done? We got 12 minutes to make this happen, folks.
Think we can run through it
Are
fast?
we done with this? Is the end?
I'm missing one.
Yeah, just so we're
that's
clear,
me.
it's the ranking from best to least.
Number one is
Favorite to
not
least
best.
favorite. How's that?
Yes, so the one with the least amount of points.
And the
If,
one-
if anybody gets
one.
4, that's it.
Yeah, if the first
If
one,
somebody gets 4 number ones, that's
well,
it.
if two get 4, then.
Well, then you have to split it. But you can get one.
Disregard.
Go to get a drink afterwards. Let's go. Another
The other
check.
2 people can get 3, and the other can get 1, then you have to go.
That's right, then we have to go back.
But if one person gets 4,
We're gonna go there after this.
Do we have sunshine?
If one has 3 and the others.
Don't talk about
have
anything
2
that's
each,
going to
then
come
it's
up.
the
You
one.
can talk about
Sunshine,
anything you
can-
already voted
in the
on.
same room. We can be in the same room. We can discuss anything as long as it's not something that will never come up to vote. I can discuss. You know what? I want more pizza.
No, but I don't wanna talk
No, I'm
about
saying,
past
no,
or
I'm saying we
future.
can talk about more pizza.
We're
Meetings.
gonna talk about,
You listen to me.
China
We can
or-
talk about anything.
Yeah,
other
the
than something
weather.
we're gonna vote
Or the weather,
on. Anything we're not gonna vote on, that's all. Anything other than that.
including.
Well, she can just announce it. I know, but you know
You
what?
can talk, you say it's a beautiful
Mayor, if I
place.
may,
Yes.
All kinds of things.
Wait, Ed?
What?
Pritchett
Yep.
received 4 number 1 votes.
Done. Wesley Pritchett's on the board. Congratulations or condolences.
Poor thing.
All right.
All those in favor?
He'll never forgive me.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. And if I may,
need a motion?
also
No.
formally ratify the 5th board trustee member, which is Ed Easton. and
Right,
that-
sorry, apologies. Yes, so Ed has to be ratified. Ed was chosen by the 4 pension board members to be the 5th board member. And so his term is now, we're moving to the next one. Ed's great. Ed's been there for a while. I think I'd like to see him for one more term. We've got enough going on with boards and things.
So we have to vote for him? or
We have to
for the other
move to ratify. Move to ratify.
Ratify.
Ministerial vote.
Second, or,
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank
Next
you.
item, Mayor, is an appointment or reappointments to the Education Advisory Board. Mayor Davy.
Okay, I'm putting forward Paloma Ferreros. She is a local resident. She's been here a long time. She is also a school teacher over at the K through 8. Full disclosure, she is my daughter's teacher. And frankly, if anybody can handle this, she can handle it. So I think she'll be a tremendous addition, and so that's who I'm proposing. I would appreciate your support.
I mean, she's my daughter's.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, she's Brett's daughter's teacher, more importantly.
I didn't know.
In any
So-
way promise any?
No, I to be, full disclosure, I did not speak with her until I just
I mean, in
confirmed that
terms of
she
the
had put her
grades
name
that their
in.
kids are gonna get, nothing that's.
Yeah, no, I'm
May-
positive. Yes, ma'am.
Mayor, if I may, I apologize.
Go.
So I second it.
Thank you.
There was
I mean, yeah, move on.
reappointments, I believe, that should occur of existing members that their term is up. And I'm just
That'd be Lily
trying
and
to pull
Kristen,
up.
maybe?
Is that Lily and Kristen?
Because the other ones are pretty new. Marcel.
Suley, maybe.
Oh, yeah.
Let's hold off, well, they're still on, because if there's new blood and they want to come off.
That was only one vacancy, right?
Yeah, there's only one
There's
vacancy.
one vacancy, so
Let's just fill the
vacancy and allow
vacancy
for-
and then we'll leave the
I
rest.
think hopefully you guys saw my email, and if anyone is still watching, I do hope that the other people who put
Yeah,
their
because
names
there's some
in
good people there.
will come anyway.
Right.
This is a super collaborative group, and the more the merrier.
I didn't understand your email, to be honest with you.
Okay.
You wanted me to recommend other people? or-
No,
I
it
support
was,
whoever
I
you-
CC'd you on what I sent to all of the people who submitted their names. And I asked them that whether or not they were appointed tonight, that they consider attending anyway, because they can still participate and their
Right.
input
Well,
would be
I,
welcome.
whoever you recommend is who I.
it was an awesome
Vote for it.
email,
It
Allison.
would actually be Kristen Guess and Lily Warner.
Okay, we're going to hold off on the, they're still
Okay.
on till we relieve them.
Next item is assigning council liaison to the Village Athletic Advisory Board.
Okay, who wants this?
Well, the athlete is you.
Thank you for lying. I'll take it.
Oh, Ed
I'll-
London is.
Yeah, okay, all those in favor of Ed?
He's an athlete.
I'll do it. I'll take it. I'll take liaison for the VAB, yeah.
I'll
You're
take it
excited,
as
Todd,
a,
aren't you?
I like to,
Oh, for the love of God.
Really?
Motion to
For real?
adjourn.
What was 7 o'clock?
I'm.
you're not getting a second on that
Yeah.
motion.
The
All
athletic
right,
advisory.
next
board.
item is an
Liaison.
update on Legislative House Bill 107
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah,
Senate
this
Bill
one.
76. Councilmember Petros.
Went to Tallahassee, I guess, 2 weeks ago today, and these are the two bills that have to do with increasing the penalties of texting while driving. It started out as a handheld ban. The Senate expanded it to all distracted driving, and then in order to get it to pass the subcommittee in the House, it went back to texting. It's gone through all three subcommittees in the House. It has one more to go through in the Senate. It's passed almost unanimously, and it should be hit the floor of the House and the Senate, and hopefully will get passed as a primary offense to text and drive. That is not our ultimate goal. We definitely want a handheld ban. They have seen through other states, Georgia specifically had a texting while driving ban for a long time, which really didn't help the numbers as much. I mean, it's a step in the right direction, and I've learned that Florida legislation works in very small incremental steps. That's what I've been instructed. So I think this is a good step. The sponsor in the Senate is going to be the president of the Senate in 2 years, and I think he will have another stab at it, and hopefully this moves forward. So it is a success, even though I don't think it's the ultimate goal. We have a resident in our community that's been very passionately advocating for this, Debbie Wanenkoff. She's gone up there, her and another gentleman. Their personal stories are moving. It was a great experience to be there, and I want to continue to work on this to get to the ultimate goal. And I know Chief Press and the sheriffs of the state have also very strongly sponsored this. So thank you, and we'll continue working.
And thank you for your involvement. And we, at the strategic thing, we had to follow up on your idea, because for next year, out of sight, out of mind, and the consultants or the lobbyists can only facilitate the meetings. Elected officials like to see elected officials lobby. So what you suggested in your email, we ought to really make it part of our,
Agreed.
For the next session, because this is over already, right?
No, it's not over yet. I mean, as far as doing something like that, we need to plan for next
It's
year.
already out of committee, okay.
Next item is Key Biscayne Youth Council. Councilmember Moss.
I had a young girl, 5th grade, come to me. She said, I want to be on a youth council. And I have started the process to look into it and see how we can put this together. There's many different ways that we could do it. And I just want to get consensus by you guys to do this. And just so you know, there's 3 items that I see that would be beneficial. One, that they would be able to provide their perspective as youth of issues that we're dealing with. They can come up, they can speak. They can also give us new ideas on youth issues. And at the same time, and most importantly, is a way of getting them to be educated about how the system works and be civically engaged. So I'm going to look at, explore different options of ways that we can do it. I would like to bring it back, but I just wanted to see if you guys are okay with it. Absolutely. Up to this point.
Yes, sir.
Can I make a comment? Please. Thank you, Brett, for bringing this up. I think it's really a great initiative, and I think that I would love to see this paired with our middle school at the K-8 and other we have middle school students also at St. Agnes, but I think that's a really nice, and Mast.
Or any middle
But
school
I think
student.
middle school is a really good targeted age, but I specifically thought of the K-8 because we have a lot of people having concerns of what's happening at the middle school, at the K-8, in response to so many people leaving, that we need to be bringing things in there that are giving kids a positive feeling about themselves and their involvement and their connection to the community. So I think it's really a great thing.
Yeah, I'm thinking 6th grade and up is kind of what I have in my head right now. But we'll figure out how did we do all of that, and I'll bring it back.
I'd like to see it broad and that it gets advertised in our community and kids can apply and all of that.
Yeah, there's different ways that we can do it. Council can select it. We could have the principal select one person from each school. We can many different ways that we can do it. So I'll bring back a couple different options and
Yeah.
present it to you guys, and we'll
Maybe
make
they'll
some
campaign
decisions.
and run, and they can elect among themselves.
Yeah.
Yes, Madam Clerk, did we make today sufficiently confusing for you? If not, we can work on making it worse.
Keep going,
next
baby.
time.
Great. Next, Mayor Davy requested that I skip his item, and the next item is Agenda Board Vacancy and Designating Council Liaison. Vice Mayor McCormick.
Just as a matter of sort of procedure and how we do things, I wanted to suggest, this is such a little thing, it'll be really fast. I wanted to suggest that we put it as like a permanent place in the agenda in an effort to have us staying on top of our boards, that if we have nothing to talk about it, we skip. But if it's always there, we're sort of front of mind of when there is an opening, that we have a place in the agenda where it goes instead of it being in council discussion items like it has been.
Perfect.
I'm not sure if everyone noticed, but I did under item 12A add board reports to council, which was based on the direction of council. I understand that this is
It would be, but it'd
Before
be the
appointments.
same exact thing, but just a different title. And if I could make a suggestion that it be towards the front of the meeting,
Yes.
so that if someone is here waiting to see that they're appointed, they don't have to sit all night until the end.
I'm usually aware, all the time actually, I'm aware of any appointments that need to occur. Is it necessary to add it even though I know there is no appointments necessary?
I think it might be helpful to have it there, because then we're thinking of it at us as council liaisons are thinking about it and making sure that we're communicating to you when there is an opening.
So you would like it possibly after, let's just see, after public comments, before special presentations as a standing item?
Yeah, and it's just a bold ink. If there's nothing to talk about, there's nothing to talk about.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I dovetail on that? We have 2 open spaces in the, what did we call our
The
formerly
parks
land?
and,
Parks and open space?
yes.
Yeah.
The park and, it used to be land acquisition, park and acquisition.
Can we advertise that so that an appointment can be made in the next meeting? And I will ask for 5 more minutes to finish the meeting.
Second.
I have a motion.
On that?
To extend the meeting?
Yeah,
5
5
minutes.
minutes.
Okay.
May I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
If it doesn't have, Mr. Mayor, a liaison on that committee, I'd be happy to help there.
Sorry?
Next,
If that committee doesn't have a liaison,
No, I
I'd
think,
be happy.
aren't you the liaison for?
Oh, you're the
I am.
liaison. Oh, good. They're working on it already, right?
So
On the names.
All right, next.
plastic bags.
plastic bags, I don't know if everyone up here has gotten it, but there's been another petition circulating. I received an email from a 12-year-old girl in our community, Ariella Zacchini, I think. She is very, very devoted to this issue, which is amazing. But I thought that it seemed like it was an appropriate time, since she got almost 1,000 signatures, I think, on her petition. It struck me that maybe it was time for our community to just get a little refresher on where we are as a village on the possibility of banning plastic bags. So if we could indulge in this last 5 minutes, Chad?
The court still has not ruled at the third DCA. The oral arguments occurred in December of 2017, I think. So it's been a long time. So it's just waiting. It's on the City of Coral Gables case, which in that case it determined the plastic bags preemption in state law to be unconstitutional. No, it's like the Retail Federation, I believe, or 7-Eleven or something to that effect. But anyways, there's been several bills in this legislature to remove the preemption and also create pilot programs for cities to do it. So that's kind of the status at the state level. That's the court status. As we said before, if the council wanted to bring something forward, that's within your discretion, but we always thought it was prudent to wait for the third DCA to rule, and we thought they were going to rule quickly.
So for the benefit of our residents that probably will watch this tomorrow, we as a council, the previous council decided, although there was clearly an appetite to ban plastic bags, that we would wait because the week before we discussed it, Coral Gables did ban it and was immediately sued. And it seemed like it was a fiscally irresponsible decision to immediately pass something knowing we would be sued. But for the benefit of our residents, we are actively watching and waiting. And as soon as that decision comes, and if it is in the favor of Coral Gables, we will bring something forward and vote on it at that point.
And you guys did take a stance on plastic straws
And we did take a
styrofoam.
stance on plastic straws, which it's important for our residents also to be aware that our personal plastic straw ban here in the village is under attack of possibly being preempted. I'm done now.
Okay. No, I just wanted to say, I've been talking to Winn-Dixie, actually. They're all going to reach out to you all. I think the clerk sent out a notice they'd like to meet with each one of you individually. And during my discussions, I already had discussions with the store manager who is trying to bring in more paper bags. That's not necessarily the long-term answer. The long-term answer is probably reusable bags, but they are making the transition away from plastic to paper. So I think that's encouraging. We all good?
Yes, sir.
I'll defer your item to the next meeting. And lastly, if there's,
Motion to adjourn.
if there's no reports, I'm sorry, for
Second.
the board reports to council, that's the last item.
No.
Thank you.
Let's go.
Discussion?
Thanks.
Yeah.
Ed, do you want to say something?